97.1 The Fan.
Welcome, one and all. It is a Tuesday morning here in beautiful, sunny Southern California.
Sunny?
Well, it will be.
Is the sun up?
It will be. No, but it will be at some point, Derek Fisher. You are listening to Derek and Decker here on The Fan LA 97.1, the new 97.1. Welcome to the show. We got 4 hours of sports, LA talk for you all day long. Derek Fisher and myself, Cody Decker. And listen, we got plenty to cover. We obviously got Lakers topics to cover. We got the Dodgers fall into a heartbreaker last night to the San Diego Padres. And by the way, told you yesterday, man, don't sleep on them Padres. We got the Angels doing something not terrible. I can't believe it either. The Angels break up a no-hitter and get a win. But man, oh man, we got to start right where we need to start. And before we get to the sports of it all, let's be real clear, Derek Fisher. It was very close. It was this close for you starting the show by yourself today. This drive in, I mean, listen, I'm waking up every day at 4 a.m. here, just like you guys are out there right now. If you're listening to us on 97.1 right now, or if you're watching us live on Twitter, Twitch, or YouTube, you know what the LA traffic is. You've heard it your whole lives. You guys watch SNL. You know what the Californians are. Yeah, I just got off the 405, took Mulholland all the way up. Yeah, I couldn't do that today. No? I got stuck on the 10. And I want to thank our partners, KNX, because I tuned in over to KNX to find out exactly what hellscape I had find myself on the 10 freeway this morning. Finally, after 35 minutes of being in park on the 10 freeway, we finally got to move over, and my God, it was like a 5-car pileup. It was scary. So everybody be careful out there. I was texting hype man Raj the entire time, like, hey, D will be fine on his own, right? You got D?
So Raj, yesterday he decided he wanted to talk about me getting here 5 minutes before the show started.
I didn't get here 5 minutes
Putting
before.
No.
Yeah.
But you put all of Derek's business in the street.
Which wasn't even true to begin
It
with.
was not accurate.
All right, fine, 25
But
minutes.
then now the next day, of course, he comes walking in with all these stories about traffic.
But did I show up?
Cars.
But did I show up?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
You're here.
You're welcome.
Thanks
no one said it had to be
for
perfect.
joining us, Cody.
You're welcome. I'm a very thoughtful guy, D-Fish. Listen, let's get over to the sports of it all. And by the way, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. We want to hear your thoughts on all LA sports topics and just sports topics in general. But we got to get away from the LA of it all real quick because, my God, D-Fish, that was an all-timer last night. That was one of the best. Forget basketball games. Forget playoff games. That was one of the best games of any kind, all the way from the NBA to Hungry Hippos I have ever watched in my life, my guy. That was astonishing. And if you guys are casual fans and you don't know about Wemby, your ass better know about Wemby now.
Yeah, you should know. Wemby is short for Victor Wembanyama, alien. Not the most valuable player in the league yet, based on the award, but he is becoming possibly a perennial MVP in this league, just the way he dominates the game. And we saw it in full display last night, man, offensively, defensively. To have a 40-20 game, your first time playing
20
in the conference finals is insane. Like, it was so good, just the competitiveness, both teams, multiple players. It wasn't just Wemby. It wasn't just Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I mean, it was everybody tried to find a level in order to win this game. And it was just great to watch, just as a fan. And also, it does still tie back to L.A. because if you're watching that, those are the two best teams in the Western Conference.
My God. I watched that going, we are miles behind, dude. We are never going to win the West ever. We spent how many hours yesterday talking about, well, LeBron, and what if we moved Austin Reaves? And, Luka wants Austin. We're going all these ideas of where we could possibly go as Lakers. It don't matter where we go. I'm seeing this right here. Good Lord, my guy.
Yeah.
I can't believe what I was watching. And you know what it was? I can't decide which was the most important and impressive thing that he did throughout the night. But that logo 3 in OT.
Yeah, that was special.
To tie it up. Just ice in the veins.
He was
got
exhausted at that time, too. As he's going up to shoot the ball, I'm thinking this last couple minutes, like he has gassed himself to utter exhaustion.
Yeah, and here's some of that Wemby 3 highlights we were talking about.
Spurs got numbers hungry now behind the plate. 5 on 4. Wemby's going to pull a deep 3.
Oh my goodness. A logo shot.
28-footer. Ties it at 108. Timeout, Thunder.
I mean, Reggie was losing his mind last night. Reggie, we might have broken something in Reggie Miller last night.
I'm telling you, the courage, the audacity to take that 3 in transition at that time in the game.
Even the gall on him to have that type of confidence to throw that up.
Unbelievable, man. It's just so great to watch. That's what sports is all about right there. Last night, it should not have mattered. It does matter, but it should not have mattered where you're from, what your favorite team is, your favorite player, who you thought should have won what award. That was just great sports television.
It was unbelievable. The clutch factor of it all. I've watched that logo 3 15 times. And yeah, you're right. You could see it on him. He was exhausted. It seemed like he was exhausted for both OTs, let alone the entire fourth quarter. And he was it was 122 to 115. The Thunder go down in their first game. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the Thunder's first loss this playoffs, by the way?
It is, yes. First loss.
So what do you think as a team like this? We all agree that the Thunder are just ridiculous, but on the season now, if we count playoffs and regular season, they're 1-5 against the San Antonio Spurs. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and pretend and say out loud or even think that the Spurs are necessarily better than the Oklahoma City Thunder, but they got their number. You know what that's like when you got a team that you're like, they're not better than us. Why do they keep beating us?
Yeah, in this situation, they just have one player that, the amount of plays at the rim that he either prevents from happening because he actually blocks the shot, or he alters it with the 10 feet wingspan when he puts his arm up. But also, the amount of times that guys are driving and have 2 feet in the paint and just decide, you know what, I'm not going to go this way. I'm just going to dribble the ball back out. I'm not even going to try to shoot the ball at the basket when this guy's standing there. That is what alters, I think, the Thunder's, ability to, just obliterate opponents. Normally what they do is they turn teams over, which they actually did last night because the Spurs, which we haven't even gotten to, De'Aaron Fox, their starting point guard,
wasn't even in the game. By the way, when I saw that, I think I said out loud, "Aww."
Yeah, it was disappointing to see that news break right before the game. But the Thunder normally turn teams over, in particular live ball turnovers, and then they are parading to the front of the rim. Layups, dunks, you're having to rotate to the rim to prevent layups and dunks, and that's where they're getting the spray out threes. And Wembanyama just takes so much of that production away from them that it makes the game significantly harder for OKC compared to anybody else that they play. So, yeah, the Spurs have their number because of number one.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. There's other guys playing really good basketball. Stephon Castle.
Oh, he had a night.
Yeah, Devin Vassell.
Harper had
Johnson,
seven steals.
Yeah, it's not to say the rest of the team is not really freaking good. They have some really good young players. Keldon Johnson's a veteran guy that's contributing. Devin Vassell as well. But the production they're getting from Carter Bryant and Dylan Harper as rookies, but it's number one that has the Thunder's number. Mm-hmm. That's the number that they have.
No question. No question. On the flip side, OKC, who stood out to you on the OKC side? Because I got to tell you, I really don't like Alex Caruso.
Wait.
It's not because I don't like him personally. He drives me insane is what he does.
For what reason?
Because he's good. And I don't like how good he is, specifically on the OKC Thunder.
Okay.
He's like a gnat. You just can't get rid of him. And he keeps doing these unbelievably clutch moves. Also, Listen, there's some good acting in there by Caruso every once in a while. Can we not pretend that's not the case?
Sometimes. Sometimes. Most of the time, no.
There was a couple last night. I was like, I don't know about that one. The Wemby shoulder and Caruso acted as though he was obliterated was pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, he was. He timed that up pretty good. There was contact there. There was a lot of physicality on some of the possessions before. No, Alex Caruso, man, I know, Lakers fans listening, I think, they still kind of rule the day.
Yeah.
That, the Lakers had to move on from Alex Caruso
and
make
been
their decision. But his performance last night, there are stretches during playoff runs where you need your role players, glue guys, others to have one of those nights where not that they perform at a level they're not capable of, because he's capable of doing what he did last night. He just doesn't have to do that regularly. He doesn't need to do it in order for the team to win. But you need guys to have those type of performances in order to win games in the postseason. And the type of performance he had last night, it's a shame the Thunder didn't figure out a way to win the game, because Alex Caruso on both ends of the floor, not just the threes and making shots on the offensive end, but defensively, just some of the plays that he made on the ball, off the ball, the energy it took to play in that game, he was phenomenal. So, he can back it up in terms of impact. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he needs to back it up scoring 30 points. The Thunder will have somebody else that can score for them, but they have to figure out how to get more points at the rim, which is going to be a nightmare against the Spurs.
Yeah, and by the way, speaking of guys scoring more points, Jalen Williams coming back, 26 points. What are your thoughts on his game? I will say, like, we're talking about Wemby looking tired at the end of the – everyone was tired at the end of that game. I was actually kind of also equally as impressed with Jalen Williams, who also looked winded at the end of that game, still draining clutch threes as well. This game was just back and forth. This was everything you could want in a playoff game. Yeah,
the positives of Jalen Williams, J-Dub, because there's two Jalen Williams on the Thunder.
Of course.
J-Dub is the smaller, shorter guy, the all-star player, if that makes sense. He played really good, like for a guy that hasn't played in the game in a month, and clearly he had been scrimmaging and playing 5-on-5, with the team, and was probably ready to come back before last night. But he looked great. He moved well. He attacked the basket. He got out in transition and ran the floor really well. The negative of how good he played, though, was that A.J. Mitchell, who arguably has been their second best player throughout this postseason, was limited in his production and impact in the game just due to the fact that J-Dub was back in the lineup. And those offensive opportunities that go J-Dub's way had been going to A.J. Mitchell. And he just wasn't as effective, not because he didn't play well necessarily, but his volume, the opportunities, the rhythm, which probably impacted his confidence, on top of the fact that the Spurs have good perimeter defenders as well. But that's what the Thunder are going to have to figure out is, yes, J-Dub is back and he's going to play at an all-star level, but we can't exchange entirely J-Dub's production and eliminate A.J. Mitchell's production, because I do think A.J. Mitchell gives them an edge that they need in order to win this series and ultimately win the championship.
By the way, you are listening to Derek and Decker right here on the Fan LA. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. Also, on top of that, you can watch us live right now on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And you better believe the chat is going on right now. Bubba actually makes a pretty good point here, and I'd actually like your opinion on this, Derek. And Bubba right now on YouTube. Amazing, all these former Lakers making contributions in the playoffs. What are your thoughts on former Lakers, like out there in the playoffs, making serious contributions to not the Lakers at this point?
Give me more examples than Caruso
Let's just stick specifically with Caruso specifically. Right. Like, was that just a miss on the Lakers' part?
No, I don't think so. Your personnel decisions are not always based on whether or not you think the player can help you. Mm-hmm. You're making calculated gambles and risks on what the team needs now, how the team is going to be positioned in the future financially, and if at that time if you sign Alex Caruso to a contract extension or new contract, what does that mean for year 2 or year 3 when LeBron is a free agent or when someone else in the league is a free agent? Because you're also looking ahead at, when other guys around the league are going to be free agents. And, the Lakers being historically a destination city and organization, there have been guys that you can get to sign and come to LA in free agency. And so I don't think it was a miss. I just think it was what they felt was needed at that time.
Of course.
And that would also position them better over the next few years financially to not be hamstrung from a salary cap and luxury tax position. And, yeah, sometimes you have to make those choices. The Oklahoma City Thunder are going to have to start making some of those choices in the next couple years. The contract extensions for SGA, Chet Holmgren, and J-Dub are going to kick in. And then decisions around other guys that have team options are going to have to be released and let go, and they're going to have to move on. And that's the only way sometimes to keep your star players together, and then you have to build around those guys with who you can find. But it's part of the business.
It is.
It just sucks to see a guy that was on your team and, helping other teams around the league.
Well, especially a team that's called the Oklahoma City Thunder on top of that. What about, all right, I'll throw another name. How about Josh Hart?
Yeah. Josh Hart, another one of those guys.
He's been an engine for the Knicks.
Timing-wise, Josh Hart, you think about Julius Randle, just young guys, Brandon Ingram. Those are the choices you have to make when LeBron comes, when Anthony Davis comes in, and you're basically trying to hit that home run and win the lottery and win a championship, basically, which is, when I say win the lottery, winning a championship in the NBA. You're deciding whether or not you have the time for younger players that need a little more seasoning and development to get to that point, or do you owe it to a player like LeBron that comes to LA? You don't have 3 or 4 years to wait for, like Josh Hart, the version of who he is today.
He just wasn't ready. Yeah.
Is very different than who he was on the Lakers. Not because he wasn't good then, but he's even formed and evolved into a really well-rounded basketball player. Does a lot of intangible things, shooting the ball better, etc. And so you're making that choice of no, we need guys that can help us win against, Denver now, Minnesota now, San Antonio now. Those are the choices you're making. And, championship teams historically have not had the pleasure of allowing young guys to develop over time. We were lucky in LA because Kobe was very young when he came in. But we also lost in the playoffs for 3 years before we got a new coach and we won a title and multiple titles. But that took 3 or 4 years. I don't know if you could convince a superstar player now to wait for a young guy that you just drafted to get better 3 or 4 years from now.
That makes sense.
It's tough.
We're seeing it in every sport now. It's a very much win for me now type of league, unless you're one of those teams that are quote unquote not load management. What's the word tanking. I'm sorry. Unless you're a tanking team, which again, I also understand the plight of teams that need to tank. The system kind of needs you to tank. How else are the San Antonio Spurs ever going to end up with a Wemby in this situation?
Yeah, Wemby, Stephon Castle, the guys that they've drafted in the last couple of years, Carter Bryant, Dylan Harper, those are all draft picks. But they were bad for a few years, which landed them those picks. To your question, Bubba, the Lakers the Lakers don't go through the bad years.
Yeah.
That's just Dr. Buss has built an organization that is not interested in having top 5 picks. Magic Johnson might be the last number 1 pick, the Lakers, and then James Worthy, those, and then that's it. Once Showtime 80s happened, and that became the standard, then you're not going to have 4 guys that are all top 5 picks on the team at the same time playing for the Lakers, most likely. And so you are missing out. It is about win now. The amount of money that's being invested in the contracts of the players, the commitments you're making to head coaches that you feel are wired to help your team win titles now, the prices that you're asking fans to pay to come to
man,
the games,
you ain't lying, especially here in LA.
then no, you don't get to wait 4 years to put a championship product out there. And that's part of why you're seeing a lot of turnover in pro sports as well.
Absolutely. By the way, there's a great question in the chat by Jeets over here. Derek, would your early 2000s Lakers match up better with OKC or All right, wait, finish the question. Would your early 2000s Lakers team match up better with OKC or San Antonio?
I mean, we had the trump card of all trump cards. If you're like card games, what I mean by that is Shaquille O'Neal was like it doesn't matter who's on the other team. Like nobody could guard Shaq. Mm-hmm. Nobody. So the reason why I'd say, either one of them. Let's go San Antonio for conversation purposes because that's actually who we had to battle for many years in order to get out of the West.
Boy, do I remember.
San Antonio Spurs. And here they are again. Shaq was the ultimate guy, like the matchup nightmare for everybody. Yeah. And so even in today's game, the volume of threes that all teams are shooting, it comes from the threat of teams being able to get points at the rim because those are still the most efficient shots in basketball. Get 2 points for layups and dunks. Most of the time, layups and dunks are not heavily contested. Mm-hmm. And so you get 2 points right at the basket. Then you go to free throws. Then you go to threes. Shaq allowed us to get points at the rim and at the free throw line ad nauseum. At any level we wanted. Mm-hmm. We could get points at the rim, and we got to the free throw line 30-plus times a game. Mm-hmm. And then that's where the threes come from. So when you think about today's NBA game, it's all about the threat of getting to the basket that opens up threes. And we had a guy that would always create a threat at the basket. So we could get threes against anybody we wanted to. Yeah. And we were going to get points at the rim. It was ridiculous.
So in today's game, like obviously we look at Wemby, the alien, and like how Shaq was such a unicorn in his own right. Like who would be like today's modern version of Shaquille O'Neal, a guy who is just unstoppable in his role?
I mean, Jokic comes to mind in terms of Jokic is a much more like skilled outside of the paint player than Shaq. I mean, the multiple finishes, the push floaters, but the passing, like Shaq didn't make it look like Jokic in terms of how he does it, but Shaq was a unbelievable passer, like elite passer. And then he also was a great rebounder. I mean, you talk about, Wemby having 40 and 20 last night. Those were Shaquille O'Neal playoff numbers. Like, we kind of almost expected that because he was that dominant. But, yeah, Jokic comes to mind in terms of just, like, no matter what your defense did or does, like, he's just going to find a way to get it done.
Love it. God, I love watching Jokic play. Mainly because it looks like he's playing in slow motion, yet no one can stop him anyways. It's just there's something about it. It's like watching water flow. Yeah. It's wild to me.
He's special.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick little break. Coming up, it's been 2 years, ladies and gentlemen, and we got a very important question for you. Is JJ actually the answer here in LA? We're going to discuss and so much more. I didn't pose the question. Raj posed the question, and we're going to get to the bottom of it,
yes,
Derek.
Let's get to the bottom of this quickly. Come back, please.
I think the answer might be yes. Derek and Decker, right after this.
Bumper to
always free Odyssey app. Search 97.1 The Fan. We're in the YouTube chat right now taking your questions. Jump in the stream at The Fan LA and smash that subscribe button.
Welcome back. Derek and Decker here on the Fan LA 97.1. Our phone number, of course, 855-97 LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, here with you for the next 4 hours, ladies and gentlemen. And, of course, you can give us a call. You can join us in the chat over here on YouTube. And that, of course, is at The Fan LA. We are obviously taking all your questions in the chat, so join us all day long. D-Fish, we teased it. Let's just get to it real quick. 2 years in, JJ Redick, head coach of this team. And I'll freely admit, I will freely admit, and I'm also thrilled to have been wrong, by the way, I didn't love the signing when it happened. When it happened, at no point was I sitting here going like, well, JJ doesn't know basketball. Of course JJ knows basketball. He's an NBA player, been around. It's just, a guy getting on that job, the Lakers head coaching job, with no real experience. And the only experience we've really seen at that point was on television, where he definitely shows a great basketball acumen. And then, of course, the podcast that he was doing with LeBron. I'll freely admit, and I admitted yesterday, I have not been the biggest fan of the entire LeBron tenure. However, this last year, I really, really loved this team. I really just kind of fell back in love with the Lakers. And JJ's got this team really running on a lot of cylinders that I've really enjoyed watching. You, as a former Laker and a Laker great and a former head coach as well, what is your assessment so far, 2 seasons in, of what JJ Redick has accomplished?
What he has accomplished is, and not just he, as a coach, you're relying on a ton of people in order for you to do your job well. But to me, JJ has far surpassed all of our expectations, right? Because none of us knew what to expect. If you haven't done the job before, and I was in a similar situation in terms of not having coached a team prior to being hired by the Knicks in New York. But if you haven't done the job before, you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
You're learning it as you go in a lot of ways. You're not learning basketball, to your point. You're not learning relationships and how to talk to guys and communicate. You're really learning your systems, your process for how you want to lead. You're learning how you feel about what time practice should be. Are we going to have shoot around on certain days? Are we going to spend an extra night in Dallas, or are we going to go ahead and go to the next city?
Yeah.
You're learning how to manage the team, not understand basketball. So to me, the job let's start with just on the court, because we don't have a purview of the decisions they're making necessarily off the court. The Lakers have won 50-plus games in his first 2 seasons. I think for any coach of any amount of experience, that box should be checked. Yes, he's done the job there. That's 103 total wins in 2 years.
Impressive.
The team, short of injuries to Luka and Austin Reaves this year, they would have been a top 3 seed and by far the hardest, most difficult conference in the NBA, in the Western Conference. 3rd seed behind the 2 teams we saw play the most amazing basketball game we've seen in a long time last night, right? Just a few steps back from those 2 teams in terms of the regular season record, et cetera. The relationships that he's curated with Luka, Austin Reaves, LeBron, you're a big part of the job at this level is getting buy-in from your superstar players, your all-star players. And then, of course, yes, everybody else. But he's developed that with the Lakers' best players.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's
hell, he had a podcast with one of them before he even joined the team.
Bro, it's like he's doing the job and more. When you see the way guys are performing individually, the way they were able to kind of plug in DeAndre Ayton's arrival, Marcus Smart's arrival.
And what he's gotten out of Ayton, you can't deny it. It's been phenomenal. And Rui this season, Rui has made himself extremely important to this team.
He has, and you always have to look at fans and listeners and viewers. You always have to look at when it's contract year for guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like, always pay attention to when that's approaching, because then there's a different level of urgency, not focus or commitment to playing basketball, but just urgency. And with this being a contract year for Rui, I think he found just a deeper level of consistency in how he showed up and performed. But
Love it.
A lot of that is JJ Redick is maniacal in his preparation, in his approach, in his mindset. He's obsessive about details and attention to detail. And to me, the Lakers play basketball the way he's wired. That's how they've played. So it's like he's checking all of the boxes and more. Mm-hmm. Yeah, did the team come up short against the best team in basketball without Luka Doncic? Yeah, sure, they did. But to me, it's not because he didn't coach well enough.
Of course.
Literally in all 4 games, they were either tied or up at the half or in the third quarter.
They were in it. They were in pretty much every single game.
And then the separation happened, the Thunder with the depth that they possess, They got it. They got the separation they needed to win the games. But I think JJ Redick's doing a phenomenal job. And when you think about it from a long-term perspective, and they said it at the press conference, and even why they hired him. He was the right fit because he's skilled enough and capable enough to help the team win now, but also forward-thinking enough and innovative and creative enough as a young coach to coach a different version of the team if they ever get to that point, right? So if the Lakers did decide, maybe LeBron resigns, maybe he doesn't. Okay, so now if LeBron signs somewhere else, Luka's 27, Austin Reaves is 26.
Will that be the real test for JJ? The LeBron-less Lakers for JJ to run here? Is that going to be we really see what JJ really has up his sleeve when he loses LeBron?
I don't know. I think it's harder. It's harder to coach when LeBron's on the team in terms of the expectations and the standard that has to be set, and not in a negative way. Of
course,
it's supposed to be harder to coach.
Not like you mentioned with Kobe. The standard is there.
That's why when we talked about Dave Roberts yesterday, because you have Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts and Ohtani, that doesn't make his job easier. Mm-hmm. To get those guys to buy into your game plan and what you're doing and what you're asking them is hard. So I think JJ, I've seen it from Ty Lue and other NBA head coaches, they never want their star players to be out for any reason, but it's you get to play with toys that you haven't gotten to play with in a while when sometimes you don't have a certain guy, because now that creative hat as a coach does have to come on. And I think he does have the type of mind that if they were forced to kind of flip the team to a team that didn't have LeBron, and now you add a couple pieces with those resources there, I think he's creative offensively. I think he's willing to try things on the defensive end. You saw how they threw a lot of bodies at Shai Gilgeous, which we said other teams are going to mirror because the Lakers did a great job defending SGA. Guess what? The Spurs are mirroring a lot of the things that the Lakers threw at SGA.
And without Fox. I still can't get over last night's game. That was about as good as it gets, dude.
It was. And but that's the challenge, right? JJ and the coaching staff were, maybe they weren't watching that game because it might hurt to watch it.
You think?
Right? Because it's you want to be there. You wish you were there. So you may not watch it live, but if they did, that's what they are envisioning. That's what we have to get to. But it's the margin is smaller than people think, even sometimes when the score says something different. The games are much closer than the score sometimes indicate. It's 1 or 2 possessions per quarter that make the difference between winning a game or not. And you always have to believe that there's enough in the room to get 1 or 2 more possessions per quarter.
You are listening to Derek and Decker here on the Fan LA. Of course, our phone number 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. And of course, the chat is live on YouTube and Twitter and Twitch. And of course, we are getting to a lot of your questions. And we are talking a little bit about JJ Redick and his tenure so far with the Lakers. And you mentioned something that really kind of got in my ear when we were first talking about what it takes to be a head coach in the NBA. And, you got that job over there in New York and with, quote unquote, lacking experience in the head coaching department. But, you mentioned who you surround yourself with is so important. And how much of that is you as the head coach being able to surround yourself with people, or even the front office kind of putting guys maybe upon you? Might be not the right way of saying it, but
yeah, but point taken, yeah.
But how much of that is how important, on the echelon of, let's say, percentage-wise, to 0 to 100%, how important is just having that coaching staff that you personally trust?
I mean, I'd say it's all 100 because in order for you to be as effective and impactful as a leader, it is about the people you're surrounded by that allow you to authentically show up as yourself and how you want to coach and how you want to lead and the way you want to connect. And so I think it's always been collaborative to some degree, but it's more collaborative now than it's ever been. Mm-hmm. And it depends on the coach himself and JJ's situation. Just like for me as a first time coach, you may not have the long list of NBA coaches that you've worked with before because it's your first time coaching. Mm-hmm. So most likely, right, the front office with the Lakers had some names and there were specific guys that were targeted to come and join JJ to kind of surround him with that NBA coaching experience. Mm-hmm. Veteran coaches you see there now, Nate McMillan and Scott Brooks, two guys that are former head coaches that understand the game, have done it for a long time. And then even the younger coaches and support that you surround yourself with, it's vital because if you're wasting any energy or time, not in alignment or not able to solve problems and find your way through hard things together, mm-hmm. because that trust isn't there, players sniff that out in a millisecond.
Oh, don't they ever? Oh my God.
And it's a wrap.
I've only played for 2 teams where I noticeably noticed the coaching staff hated each other. And I will say they were fun experiences. I mean, the teams were terrible, but I can't stress enough. There was something very entertaining about it. I actually kind of looked at those as experiences as, well, these are actually great that I'm getting these early in my career because now I know exactly what not to be a part of for the rest of my career.
For sure.
Were you ever a part of any teams like that? You don't have to say the team, but
no, not hated each other. I think that's strong.
Dysfunction?
Nah, not as much. I was very fortunate. I was very, very fortunate, man. I played for great coaches, and if there was dysfunction, they kept it in their coach's locker room. They did not bring it to a player locker room where we could see it or feel it.
Real quick, before we wrap this up, we talked about the coaches that you got to surround yourself with. Could it be a thing, even though you got those guys with those head coaching experience, could be too many cooks in the kitchen, maybe too many minds in the kitchen?
Yeah, it's possible for that to happen. And it's all about just how you message it when it's time to communicate with players. It should be one message, one vision. It's the head coach's message. It's the head coach's vision. We can disagree all day in private as coaches. It's like we're brothers. We're a team. Mm-hmm. So when the door is closed, we're supposed to have it out like brothers. Mm-hmm. But when we walk out and we go to school, let somebody pick on your brother. Guess who's going to be there? His brother.
Yep.
It doesn't matter that we just got through arguing. We're at school now and they're picking on us. We're in a fight. So that's how it is as coaches as well. And whether you disagree or not, when you get in front of the players, it has to be one message, and that's from the head coach.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're going to take a quick little break. Coming up, we're going to bring in our hype man, Raj. We got a little game we got to play called Top 5. What is today's Top 5? Well, you're going to have to find out coming up right here on Derek and Decker. Notice how I said coming up multiple times, Raj? Gave me the thumbs up.
He's finally getting it, Raj. He's
Derek and Decker.
He's growing up.
Right after this.
Broadcasting live.
Hype Man Raj, because it's time for some top 5.
That's right, boys. And, recently, the big Jumbotron, they used to put up those big stats of Cody Decker that used to have and the seasons he was having. Well, they had one of Teoscar Hernandez.
Oh.
And it said, they asked him a question, what was his favorite cereal? Now, his favorite cereal was Frosted Flakes, but that means I got to flip it to you guys. What are your top 5 cereals? This could be as a kid, this could be now, but mainly as a kid. It's in this nostalgic segment. So, Derek Fisher,
yeah.
I see that smile on your face.
I love me some cereal.
I know you love some, I can tell.
I do.
Give me your top 5 cereals. Hit me with number 5.
Wow. Okay. Top 5 cereals.
Frosted Flakes also? That's lazy.
Yeah, okay.
List.
I'm good. Yeah, exactly. He's talking while I'm trying. Okay, I got to this one late as probably more like college, teenage years.
Okay.
I go number 5. I'm going to go with Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
I like that pick.
Ooh,
that's
a lot
a
of
really
grams
good
of sugar.
That's a really good pick. Though.
Dang, Raj.
Yeah. I'm going in the opposite direction from Fat Kid over here.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with number 5. A little boring, but classic. Raisin Bran, baby.
What, as
It's
a
still
kid?
gold. Even as a kid, you can never go wrong with a little Raisin Bran.
Okay. I knew you were going there. I love that too. Derek, number
Thank
4.
you.
I'm okay with that one. You're
My
number
dad
4.
used to
dude.
try to get me to eat Raisin Bran as a kid. That wasn't happening, though.
Well,
Number 4, I'll stick with the theme here of cereals that are just great for you.
Uh-huh.
Let me get some honeycomb hideout. Let me get some honeycomb hideout at number 4,
Wow,
baby.
haven't thought about that in forever, dude.
Just enough moisture with the milk, so it's not crunchy but not soggy. Yeah, let me get that.
I'm going to throw a jam out here that I think a lot of people forget about. Do you guys remember Apple Jacks?
Oh yeah.
Oh, Apple
yeah.
Jacks.
Apple
Just-
call.
Applejack,
I
cinnamon,
like it.
something.
No,
Cracker Jack.
Raj, can you sing that song again? Can you have time?
Applejack, cinnamon, something crunny. That's a fact.
You nailed it. Nailed it.
I like it.
Love me some
That's a
Apple
good
Jacks.
call.
Number 4.
All right.
All right, so you're number 3 now.
Number 3, I am going to go with Honey Nut Cheerios.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my dad used to try to bring the regular Cheerios in the house.
Boring.
And if he did, because that was on sale and that's what we could afford, we had to pull the sugar out and turn them into Honey Nut Cheerios.
100%. Dude, I used to do, whenever they bring Cheerios home, my mom or my dad, every single morning I'd perform surgery on it. Like just a ton of sugar, anything I could to make it have flavor.
For sure.
Because it's cardboard, and guess what? Me and D-Fish, we're simpatico on this bad boy. Because number 3, I got Honey Nut Cheerios, baby. Because, I'm a big believer in Honey Nut Cheerios.
Yeah,
big
buddy.
classic stuff. Even, by the way, do you find it funny that Cheerios, all of them have Cheerios, right? But only one of them has the B, which is Honey Nut. That's their, mascot, and he's only on one set of their cereals.
Because that's the best one.
I agree. It is the best one.
It's the best one, for sure.
All right, what we got now?
Number 2.
Number 2? Ooh. This was a tough one, but I'm going to go with Rice Krispies.
Wow.
I'm going
Not
with
even the
Rice
treats,
Krispies.
just straight up Rice Krispies.
Nope, just straight Rice Krispies. Boy, that pop, that crisp.
Snap, crackle, and pop.
Snap. It was real.
Uh-huh.
As a kid, you listened for it. You poured the milk and listened for it.
Yeah, I was a target of their marketing aspect as well. You could pour the milk and you could hear it speaking. Put your ear there and you hear it talk to you. And I did it because I was an idiot child. Anyways, my number 2. This is where this is where my health nonsense goes away quite immediately. When you're a cereal and you're bringing me marshmallows in the morning, thank you, Lucky Charms. Lucky Charms, baby. Number 2, pure, unadulterated sugar. Love it.
And didn't he start this with calling me out for a cinnamon
A
toast
little bit,
crunch?
and he's got nothing to say to me.
And he just went to just straight colored sugar marshmallows. And
I expect more from you, Derek. That's why.
Got it.
Why don't you expect more from me?
Because you're a little fat kid, like you said.
That's hurtful. I still have bad memories.
Okay. I got you.
All right, number 1.
Number 1. I'm going with Teo here. I'm going straight to the Frosted Flakes. Baby.
See, that's lazy. Frosted Flakes. I don't get it. It's Wheaties with just.
It's Wheaties.
It's practically just Wheaties. It's cornflakes. It's nothing.
How dare you say that? Cornflakes and Frosted Flakes are not the same.
Okay, fine. Would you believe I'm going relatively similar to you, though?
Talk to me.
Frosted mini wheats. Oh, baby. And yeah, you know what? I know there's a time limit on these Frosted mini wheats as well. I know I have to eat these within 30 seconds of pouring my milk, or else it becomes sludge and mulch at the bottom of my bowl.
Yeah.
I don't care. Even that mulch at the end of the road is delightful. And even Raj, I think, would agree with me on this. Raj?
Not bad. That's not a bad choice.
Yeah, we're going to
and the people want to speak. I feel there's some comments on the
there's
tube,
a
so to
lot
speak.
right now. Okay, let's go through it. Bubba says honeycomb and sugar smack. Now, I'm with him on the honeycomb. Yeah. Sugar smacks, man, I never got it. Never got it once.
Yeah, I had it a few times. You know, it served its purpose for solving the hunger at the moment, but I never became like a fan of the sugar smacks. Commercials were cool.
Oh, yeah, they were classic.
Yeah.
They were classic. Ooh, here's a good one. I didn't even consider this one. Honey Bunches of Oats.
Those were later,
yeah,
you know.
But they were like the mock healthy ones. They convince you that they're healthy, and you get them. I was like, oh no, this is just candy.
Yeah, no, that's a good choice. But as a kid, I grew up in Little Rock, so it was no health, nothing going on like that. We're straight to it.
All right, I will admit, Dom's got some here on this list that I really had. I had like 3 of these on my list, and I ended up taking them all off. There's Cocoa Crisps, Cocoa Krispies.
Okay,
not bad. How about Tricks?
Yeah.
Cocoa and Fruity Pebbles.
Tricks are for kids, man.
Yeah.
And I was very close of doing this one, Fruit Loops. I really thought about doing Fruit Loops, but I left it out.
Yeah, no, those are all, they could easily have been in the top 5 for others.
Oh!
But not for you.
My God, I'm furious. Somebody just put something in here that I should have absolutely gone with.
What was it?
Captain Crunch and Crunch Berries. Classic.
Yeah, no, they are. There's a ton of classic cereals, but as a kid, did you eat 15 different cereals?
Yes. Did you not?
It's a top 5. You can't have all of them. That's why we call it the top 5.
I didn't give you. I gave you my top 5, Raj. And you know what? Who else has got a thought on that? David in LA has got a thought on that. David, you're on with Derek and Decker. Talk to us.
Yeah, sure. With the Lakers, what's going to happen when LeBron James resigns? Who's going to take over the lead?
Say that one more time. And also, while you're at it, tell us your favorite cereal.
It's Rice Krispie. That's my favorite.
Simple. Love it. Classic.
Nice.
And what's your question again?
Who's going to take the lead?
Who's going to take the lead when LeBron James resigns? Like when he retired.
What do you think, Fish? Who's going to be the guy? Who's going to be the guy that takes us over?
It's Luka's team,
right?
Pretty much now. That's the player you will need to build around and design a roster that can maximize how he plays the game, the way he plays the game. He's a magician with the basketball, and so you have to surround Luka with 3-and-D guys, with guys that are lob threats and rim protectors. And so, at any point that LeBron makes a decision that he's going to, play somewhere else or choose to go enjoy his family more, it's Luka's team. That's really what it is.
That year that Luka made it to the finals, and even though they kind of underperformed in said finals, was everyone kept bringing up you got to build a team around Luka the way they did at the Mavericks. Was that team really that good, or did they just go on a massive playoff run?
It's a good question. Both, I think. I think they were that good because of the way the team was designed. Long, rangy, athletic wing players, Derrick Jones Jr., P.J. Washington, those guys, performed at a really high level in the postseason that year. And then the Mavericks, I think they found a way in that year. Luka's a fast starter. So first quarter, Luka could get you 15 to 20 points, boom. And then Kyrie Irving would take over like early second quarter, early fourth quarter. And he's also a guy capable of taking over an entire game. And so they found balance in that. But those were the two primary guys. There wasn't necessarily a third guy that the offense needed to run through. Then Derek Lively second, Daniel Gafford. Those are kind of Jackson Hayes type players, long, active, athletic, lob threats at the rim, run the floor really hard in transition. Like we talked about before, not really big guys that necessarily need the ball around the basket in order to feel like they're involved in the game. So it was a little bit of both that year. It was also kind of an in-between. It was a down year for the Nuggets. The Nuggets had won the title in 23. So they didn't make it. The Timberwolves knocked them out. Because sometimes you go on a playoff run in a year where some other heavyweights, couldn't make their run. Whereas like this year, that same Dallas team, they maybe couldn't beat the Spurs or the Thunder right now. Even the same exact team, it's the level that OKC and the Spurs are on is different.
And what do you think the Lakers can do? Like you mentioned these pieces that were surrounded by him at the time. What are those, not carbon copies, but what are those pieces that you could see the Lakers getting their hands on to kind of not necessarily turn it into that Mavericks team, but to best utilize Luka, to say the least?
Well, it's the Lakers figuring out a way to become more dynamic athletically at the wing positions around Luka. If you re-sign Austin Reaves, the teams you have to beat, these guys at the wing and big guard positions are long, athletic. They cover a lot of ground. Their ability to contest shots, to rebound outside of their area, to crash the offensive glass. Like, I think the Spurs and Thunder are kind of changing the thought process around needing more experienced and veteran guys that have been there before in order to get it done. And so as you've seen the Lakers teams, like heavy veteran teams surrounded, next to LeBron and other guys. I think the Lakers are needing to think about flipping a couple guys to get younger, more athletic, more explosive. That's why you saw Dude Thero getting minutes in that OKC series a little bit. Just a guy that can just go do things that you can't coach and teach. And that's what that athleticism can do for you.
Well, guys, we're going to be with you here all morning long here on The Fan LA. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. And coming up, baseball, baseball, and baseball. Did the Dodgers strap themselves to a grenade? Or is Blake Snell going to be just fine? We want your calls and your thoughts. Also, get in the chat. It's Derek and Decker right after this.
smash that subscribe button. Los Angeles doesn't whisper sports. This city breathes sports.
The Dodgers stand tall.
From Dodger Stadium to crypto to SoFi. Good morning, LA. It's time to wake up with the passion of SoCal sports. With 5-time NBA champion Derek Fisher, a former ball player with zero fear and a mic that's always hot, Cody Decker. This is Derek and Decker on 97.1 The Fan.
Welcome back, Derek and Decker. Of course, D. Fish and myself, Cody Decker, here with you for another 3 hours of your LA morning commute here on 97.1 The Fan LA. And, of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That is 855-975-2326. Give us a call. Let us know what you think of all the things we're talking and discussing. We've talked already quite a bit about yesterday's incredible, and I do mean incredible, Western Conference Finals first game matchup, where the Spurs did take down the Oklahoma City Thunder for their first playoff loss. But it's time to switch over to the boys in blue, the Dodgers, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, they are currently tied for first place in the National League West to those pesky Padres down there in San Diego. But as this series begins, and it began last night, Padres get ahead of the Dodgers 1-0 in a dynamite start by Yamamoto. Sadly gives up a home run to Andujar early in the game in the first inning. After that, it was kind of smooth sailing going his way. The Dodgers did have an opportunity to score, but Kim was held around third base in a play you can make the argument that he should have probably scored on. It would have tied up the game, maybe changed the dynamic of the game, but we're not necessarily going to start this segment talking about the Dodgers and their loss last night, however, give us a call if you want to talk about that, 855-97-LA-FAN, and also get in the chat on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. I actually want to talk a little bit about an injury that they're currently sustaining, because the Dodgers have become a little bit of an injury ward to start the season. Blake Snell is a name that is coming up quite a bit for a couple of reasons. One, Blake Snell is under quite a contract with the Los Angeles Dodgers for 5 years. This guy is a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. The Dodgers getting their hands on Blake Snell was almost kind of one of those multiple gambits that the Dodgers have pulled off these last couple of years. However, you can definitely notice something when it comes to Blake Snell, when it comes to his availability since being a Dodger. In his career, this man has pitched, roughly 125 professional Major League Baseball games. However, in this 1 season and a quarter so far, he's really only pitched about 10 games for the Los Angeles Dodgers, pulling in a 5-5 record and, of course, a 2.79 ERA. When he's out there, he's great, but right now, elbow injury, and when you hear elbow, everybody gets really worried about hearing the next word, which would be Tommy John surgery. Luckily not the case for Blake Snell. There is a new injury that's very, very prominent in Major League Baseball, Derek Fisher. Have you ever had loose bodies?
Yes.
Tell me,
Oh, my gosh,
show me on Raj where the loose bodies were. Show me. Yeah, Raj, can you? Yeah, thank you. Raj is right there. Point on Raj's body where the loose bodies were.
Wherever your left knee is, Raj. Raj, why you put your arms up?
Well, you can have loose bodies there.
Airport scring.
Like
system.
Operation. You never played the game Operation?
Oh, yeah, I played a lot of Operation.
I don't remember Operation just being starfished out.
It might have been another game.
So knee, that's where you had it?
Yes.
Oh, brutal.
Yes.
I had it at my right shoulder and my left. I separated my left shoulder, and I had a ton of loose bodies in my left shoulder. And luckily, I didn't throw with that one, so I didn't really have to worry about it too much. But man, it's annoying. It's frustrating. And right now, there are a lot of pitchers right now in Major League Baseball who have been dealing with loose body injuries, specifically in their throwing elbows. Blake Snell is one of them. Tarek Skubal over there with the Detroit Tigers has just gotten a microneedling surgery. This new surgery that is kind of sweeping Major League Baseball. It's like a new form kind of scope surgery where they're going in and using a microneedle to kind of shave out the loose bodies, which is basically like a bone spur within the ligaments, and kind of cleans it out. Tarek Skubal was already throwing within a week and a half of having said surgery, and they're expected Tarek Skubal to come back relatively soon. By the way, I'm just going to throw this out there, Raj. Tarek Skubal, future Dodger. What do you think? I think so too. I absolutely think so too.
Yeah.
But what do you think of this Blake Snell injury? What do you think? Have you ever had a scope surgery?
Yeah, I have. I mean, removing loose bodies are important. It's not even necessarily like a pain thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's your body is reacting to, like, there's literally a piece of like cartilage or bone that is like either floating around in the area.
Oh yeah.
And your body flushes that area with extra fluid, which creates swelling that normally shouldn't be there. So yes, like at some point you have to have a surgery to remove the loose body so that it stops swelling up and sending all of the extra fluid to that area. Now, I don't know about the microneedling and
it's a relatively new surgery. So I actually had a full conversation about this yesterday.
Okay.
There is a guy in the industry known as the injury expert named Will Carroll. And I had like a 30-minute conversation with him about this. He sent me some articles about this new surgery, and it's not necessarily revolutionary, but it is a step forward in how we're kind of handling these things. It's almost when I say microneedling, it's like a little needle that they're basically just going in, so you don't have to necessarily make an incision, quote unquote, and you basically remove the actual loose body that's in there. And if it's done well enough, you could be back on the field or the court really quick. Crazy, right?
It's crazy, man. I can't envision a completely non-invasive way of removing a loose body, but if that's possible, then yeah, that would be amazing. I think when we're looking at Blake Snell's performance, like, you have to assume that this is creating some issues with his ability to consistently throw the ball the way he would like to.
Oh, big time.
Even if it's not painful necessarily, you're aware of it. There's additional fluid in that elbow. You don't have the range of motion and the power and the strength that you normally would have. So if they can get this done and he can be back soon, that definitely bodes well for like getting prepared for the postseason and making sure the Dodgers are ready to make a run for that third title.
I always mention this to people when, like, especially if you're a big baseball fan and you hear like an elbow injury. Now, obviously, the words we need to avoid always are Tommy John, but Tommy John surgery, in case you don't know what a Tommy John surgery is, a little inside baseball. Tommy John surgery is your UCL, is your ligament that's in your right elbow or your left elbow. I was a righty, so my right elbow is the one I always used. It basically, you tear that, it's just basically, you have to basically just reattach it. Now, there's other ways to do it these days. They graft it from your knee and add that ligament, and sometimes guys come back stronger from Tommy John than they were previously. Right now, guys coming back from Tommy John, very notably, LA native Garrett Cole over there with the New York Yankees. He's currently battling back from a Tommy John surgery. He'll be back relatively soon. That's why this surgery and this news for Blake Snell is really encouraging. It's not a Tommy John surgery. There's no ligament damage. There's no, according to what we've been told, no structural damage at the moment. This is something where he could be back, hopefully, before even the All-Star break.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
That would be incredible. That being said, here's my question for you, though, and this is what I think. Even if you can get Blake Snell back before the All-Star break, do you even want to tempt it and rush it? The reason why I ask this is the Dodgers got such a deep pitching farm system. They have one of the deepest systems in all of baseball. Like, everyone always used to describe the Tampa Bay Rays, and they used to use the phrase, the Rays model. Like, how the Rays develop, no one else does it. Not true. Dodgers do it. Dodgers do it exactly as the Rays do, except they also spend money. So now you have the best business model and developmental humanly possible, and you have unlimited funds. That's why the Dodgers are as good as they are. Everyone gets hurt. Next man up is better than the previous man. And I freely admit this. I've never seen a team like it ever. And the Dodgers keep consistently doing it.
So you've answered the question.
Yeah.
And no, you don't.
I wouldn't rush him back at all, personally.
No, you do not rush him back.
You got Ohtani throwing at this clip. You got even Yamamoto, who, by the way, got the loss last night. He's 3-4, which I don't think is very fair. He's got a 3.3 ERA. The guy pitched 7 innings, absolutely shoved. I think this Dodger team, even though I know Dodger fans and how they can be, and they can sometimes be a little They're not unlike Yankee fans, and hear me out, Dodger fans, before you start yelling at me. I'm not calling you Yankee fans. We all agree Yankee fans are the worst. They just are. I've been in New York City for the last 3.5, 4 years. They're the worst. They are pompous. Their thoughts of themselves. They truly believe, Yankee fans truly believe, that they themselves won 27 World Series. That is what Yankee fans are kind of like. I actually partially appreciate this about them, by the way. That being said, Dodger fans, breathe. Just breathe. The date is May 19th. And if we're going to panic about the Dodgers being tied for, and get ready for this, first place on May 19th, we should all take a step back and realize what an ungodly charmed life we're living out here in Southern California, my guy.
Yeah, there's no panic, man. It's we were talking earlier about like how sometimes in games like all the bats go quiet.
Oh,
like
yeah.
it's in basketball you
Happened
very
last night.
rarely see like, NBA teams go 3 for 27 from 3. And it's like, how's everybody missing tonight? But in baseball, it's like how does everybody not get a hit, right? The Yamamoto pitches a great game other than the one home run given up. And literally nobody. I mean, a couple of guys got on base, but you couldn't.
But both teams, I mean, you can make the argument. Both pitchers absolutely shut. I will admit, part of this was both the arms were absolutely taking care of business.
True.
And then, of course, when you get in both the Dodgers bullpen, which is fantastic, and the Padres bullpen, which is spearheaded by Mason Miller, who is the only guy in baseball who's got an ERA the same as Shohei Ohtani at 0.8 ERA. If you get to the 9th inning with Mason Miller up there and you don't have the lead, you have a problem.
That's fair. Yeah. That is fair. But when you are playing, for the Dodgers, right, the World Series, you're playing the most amount of baseball games. Your season is longer than everybody else's.
162, man.
Plus the postseason games, that you add to that. Which then also shortens your offseason and your ability to recover and reset for the next season.
Mm-hmm.
And now that the Dodgers have, they won the last 2 World Series, but also a couple years prior to that, they still were making deep playoff runs for multiple years now.
Oh, yeah.
So you have to think about all of these guys having a shorter and more condensed offseason than everybody else in baseball, which means in some ways, the margin of improvement is smaller because the offseason is where we get better. And when you shorten and condense that, I'm not always able to add some of the micro skills and adjustments in my performance that I need to add in order to get better in the offseason. So it's why Freddie Freeman will switch the toe up and turn the heel out.
Make an adjustment, man.
But in the season, as opposed to like he didn't get 4 months in the offseason to perfect that.
That is relatively true, actually. And actually, I got a question about you on that. But real quick, I just want to give a big thank you to a few of our day one fan supporters like Kalshi and Rooter Hero. We appreciate your partnership. And of course, you guys are listening to Derek and Decker here on the Fan LA 97.1. Hopefully, you're joining us on your daily commute here in Los Angeles, California, or you're listening to us live on the Odyssey app. Maybe you're watching these beautiful, beautiful faces on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. And where can you find that? Well, that's at the Fan LA. Get in the chat. And by the way, the chat has been very, very, very live since Jump Street of this show today. I actually have a question about something you just said.
Talk to me.
And it's that idea of a shortened offseason. Listen, I will admit, Major League Baseball teams, especially if they go to the World Series, you end at the end of October. Sometimes the World Series goes into November. And you got to be back at spring training in February. So you're really only getting 3 months off. Not a lot of time if you're a Freddie Freeman, a Mookie Betts, a Shohei Ohtani. But you were in a similar situation, being that you were a Laker that was going to the finals. And listen, I always make fun of it, but let's not mince words here. The playoffs in the NBA is 2 months long, and your offseason, if you finish that 2-month playoff, is very short. How often did you have to make, or teammates have to make, like in-season adjustments because of that shortened offseason?
Yeah, it was the adjustments were a little less and more about refining what you do well. it's hard to make an adjustment in your game with such a short window, because it's all about trust and confidence in those big moments.
Mm-hmm.
And so trying something new in a game setting that you haven't perfected through thousands and thousands of reps is tough to do. It's tough to go to something that you don't fully rely on, because you haven't tested it yet in those moments. And so, I think what LeBron just played in his 300th playoff game, or so, and that, so like the math
crazy
on that is he's played almost 4 additional seasons of just playoff games on top of the 22-23 seasons that he's played in regular season.
Insane.
Yeah.
It's his playoff career is like anybody else's 3 full careers.
Yes, it is. And so in those scenarios, you're almost focusing more on maintenance, sustaining what you do well, finding a way to kind of recover and be as healthy as you possibly can for that upcoming season. But that's why it's so difficult to repeat and continue to win at a high level, because in some ways you aren't necessarily improving year over year. You're kind of sustaining and maintaining. Everybody else is getting better because they're chasing you.
They really are. And they are too. That's the other thing. There's the other thing. Then you got you mentioned the added years of your career because of those playoff runs. That's just the wear and tear on your body. That's why I also look at LeBron like just what a marvel. The extra 4 years. Yeah, he's 42. No. He's 46. He's actually 46.
Yeah.
If you really look at him in basketball years, he's 46 goddamn years old. It's insane that he's doing this.
It is absolutely insane. And so, you like when you think about it from that perspective, then some of the players from the Dodgers are experiencing that same thing, right? And so over the course of a long regular season in baseball, you're not going to get the best version of the team throughout the entire season. Like they weren't able to train for this season the same way they did in previous seasons when they had a little more time or the season was a little shorter. And so, to the Dodgers' credit, it's why when they've made some of the offseason additions that they've made where new guys have come in that, fresh energy, guys that maybe didn't win the World Series last year that can bring a greater sense of urgency into the locker room, because they didn't get that taste last year. They didn't get to crack the champagne last year.
Especially in baseball, where the Dodgers at the top of the hill, people. Like, everybody. And they don't just want to beat the Dodgers. And I'm going to look at San Diego. And I know a few people that are listening and watch know that I played for the Padres. Calm down. I don't root for the Padres. You guys can all calm down.
Traitor!
Slow down. I can't handle who employs me sometimes. They drafted me and held me hostage for 7 years.
You should have passed up the money and been a real LA
The
guy.
money? What money do you think the Pods paid your boy? I got paid $638.43 after taxes for my signing bonus. This is a true thing that happened. My clubby comes up to me. They're handing out checks. I'm literally getting work done on my training table. I was just drafted a week earlier. And again, $638.43. I want to make that abundantly clear. I'm sitting there on the training table.
You play for the Padres?
Padres. $643.43.
The San Diego Padres?
Yeah, I'm like, what?
Major League Baseball. That was my signing bonus. And that's what I got for leading the nation in home runs at UCLA. Now, hold off on this. Here's the deal. My clubby comes up to me. He's handing out checks. He's like, Cody, hey, signing bonus day. And he hands me the check, and it's closed, right? And he says, hey, man, make sure you don't spend it all in one place. And then I open it, and he sees the check. He leans over, and he sees the price of the check, and he goes, it's going to be kind of hard for you, though, isn't it? And I just remember my heart sank. I'm like, this is professional baseball. This is going to be what it's going to be like for me. 7 years in them minor leagues, my God. Until I got my big league opportunity, which was barely an opportunity. So, yeah, those of you that are singing, Cody, you're rooting for the Padres. No! They held me hostage for 7 years. I am not rooting for the Padres. That being said, I got to let you guys know something. Padres hate you guys so much, it's outrageous. Their fans hate us up here so much, it's outrageous. And you know what they hate most about us? It's not that we beat them. Oh, they hate that. They really hate that we beat them. They hate it more than anything in the world, except one other thing. It's how little we care about them. That's what they hate, and they are right to feel that way. Boy, oh boy. Up down there in San Diego, they look at the Dodgers like, this is the biggest rivalry in the world. We are going to get them damn Dodgers. Up here, we're just like, Padres. So cute. So cute. And that's what they hate the most. And you better believe that whole clubhouse, they feel it, man. They feel it, and they want to beat the Dodgers in a bad way.
Well, that's the only way to change that feeling.
Well, beat them. Good luck.
Yeah,
you got one last night. Here's the problem, Padres. It's May. What are you going to do when September rolls around? What are you going to do when October rolls around? When this whole Dodger team's healthy? Because that's the thing people keep forgetting. Everyone's like, when people are worried about this current Dodger team, like right now, going like, man, we're tied with the Padres. We're injured. What are we going to do? You were injured 2 years ago. You won the World Series against the Yankees. I know. I was there. It was awesome. You won that World Series with your AAA pitching staff. It was incredible. Last year, this team didn't even get to 100 wins. This team last year was injured the entire season. They were healthy in October. It's all you need the Dodgers to be healthy for. As long as they're in the dance, Dodgers are going to be the scariest team that exists, period. Stop.
Yes. I mean, it's the way you get it done each year, you have to be willing to accept that it's going to be different.
Mm-hmm.
You may not win as many games in the regular season. The performances may not, the high-level performances where you're just dominant and you're at another level that nobody else can touch. Like, you may not get to those as many times,
mm-hmm.
but your ability to recall and get back to it because you've done it before is what makes you special and unique. The Dodgers being able to call on the best parts of who they are in Toronto, in the World Series, on the road, like those are the types of experiences that then as they work through this season and they get into the postseason and you have an elimination game on the road in wherever, like, I do this.
Mm-hmm.
You saw Alex Caruso last night?
Yeah.
Shot after shot. You read the words he was saying. I do this.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I do. Because he's recalling on the fact that he's done this before in a Lakers uniform.
Mm-hmm.
In other uniforms, he knows how to be ready to play big games. And so the Dodgers have a roster full of guys.
Yeah, they do.
They have a clubhouse full of managers that know how to play and perform when they have to in the biggest moments. And so that's what you rely on even sometimes when things are up and down.
And by the way, those of you who want to hear the highlight of last night's Dodger game, here it is.
Winner.
And Duhar to left field. Teoscar Hernandez going back at the wall. It's gone! Miguel Andujar. Home run puts the Padres on top 1-0.
And then nothing else happened. That was the first inning, and nothing else happened. 1-0 win. This is a 3-game series, so the Dodgers are back at it tonight against the San Diego Padres. Looking forward to that matchup. We will keep you going on all of those things. This has been Derek and Decker so far. And, of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We want to hear from you. What are your thoughts on the Dodgers? What are your thoughts on the Lakers' future? And, of course, what was your thoughts on last night's absolute banger of a Western Conference Final Game 1. We want to hear from you. And, of course, get in the chat on YouTube, get in the chat on Twitter and on Twitch at The Fan LA. We're going to take a quick little break. Coming up, we're going to find it out. We're going to find out in a big way. Is D-Fish going to hit it, or is he going to quit it?
This is an important notice.
lines. Now see if Derek and Decker want to hit it or quit it.
That's right. Welcome back to Derek and Decker here on the Fan LA 97.1. Our phone number, of course, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. And, of course, get in the chat on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Time to bring in the hype man.
Yeah.
What up, Raj?
Oh, man, and just for the record, so everybody knows, this is Derek Fisher's favorite segment of the show.
Dude, he loves hitting it and quitting it.
I mean, I never knew
I didn't know he was like this.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know.
You guys.
He learns something new every day.
I always thought he was very proper.
No idea.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You have no idea.
Ain't that TV fish. This radio fish. All right, guys, check it out. Philadelphia Eagles star quarterback Jalen Hurts. He was not at the wedding of his longtime friend and current NFL teammate A.J. Brown. Derek Fisher, would you like to hit it or quit it on this one?
I would say quit it.
Okay.
I don't think this is personal. I would hope not. Like,
I'm leading off with it, so it's something. We got to get into it.
I don't know, man. I don't know if, like, if that's your guy, you're not going to, like, skip his wedding.
Well, he did. That is his guy, and that's exactly what he did there.
Is it his guy? Is it his guy?
Well,
Is it his guy?
I know, used to be his guy.
Used to be his guy.
All right, Cody, so hit it or quit
I'm
it on
quitting this. A.J. Brown has become, how do I put it? A tired act. I'm exhausted. I feel bad for Jalen, man. Jalen's out there, like, dealing with the most ridiculous stories being written about him in Philly, and now he's got to deal with his receiver not going. Like, what are we doing? And wasn't it all because he went to, like, the Met Gala instead of, like, an engagement party, did I read as part of this story? Like, A.J. Brown, if there's one thing I know, it's prima donna receivers are going to prima donna receiver it up. The end.
All right, fair enough. Hey, the next one here, is one of my favorite type of things to talk about, but ex-government researcher claims, Derek, not one, not two, but not three, 4 separate types of alien species have been recovered from crash UFOs. Derek, you want to hit this or quit it?
I hit it. I believe it. I'm rolling.
All right.
I I have no questions that there's all kind of species out there that we have not seen ourselves.
Including a little chubby one to your left.
Okay. Excuse me. Daddy is
that could
Jack.
be anybody.
No, I'm the only one to the left. I'm the only one to the left. You're calling me chubby?
I didn't say
Guys,
no names.
look up YouTube and just check out how Jack Daddy is today, and I'm getting very, very hurt by you.
So, Derek, aliens do exist?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay.
I am not a government researcher. I have not seen anything.
Well, one has. And just to repeat, guys, and this is for Cody, just to repeat, an ex-government researcher claims 4 separate types of alien species have been recovered from crash UFOs. What say you, Derek? Do you want to hit it or Decker, do you hit it or quit it?
I'm quitting it. I'm going to tell you why. I
not a
looked up
believer?
who this researcher is, and I've also seen other statements from this researcher. Now, that being said, I'm quitting it that we have gotten 5 different species of aliens on Earth. I will hit it that absolutely aliens exist. They just don't exist here. We've never met them.
Not now.
Google the Fermi paradox. It hasn't happened.
All right. Yeah. Has it happened before, a long time ago?
Nope, never
Okay,
happened.
all right,
They've never visited us.
Never visited
I
us.
would love them to.
Yeah.
Hasn't
Okay.
happened.
All right, real quick. Hey, guys, they did a poll of NBA players. And what's the team on your no-trade list? Remember, LeBron had just this team before, too. The question asked, and not only were the Grizzlies at the top of the list, but it was so in a resounding fashion. So they agree with LeBron. Grizzlies, no-trade list, Derek. Hit it or quit it?
I quit it.
Okay.
I quit it. I quit it, bro. Memphis is, like, literally there's a bridge.
A bridge. You gonna sell Memphis on a damn bridge? What's
Dude,
going
Memphis has got a bridge, Raj. Let's all go to Beale Street. They got a bridge.
Okay, guys, we're adults. Can I finish my sentence, please? there's a bridge where halfway across the bridge you are, like, one line you're in the state of Arkansas, one line you're in Memphis, Tennessee.
That is true.
I'm from Arkansas.
Yes.
So I have no issues with Memphis the city, the
You
people.
want no smoke with those people.
I don't want no issues with Memphis. It's not that far from where my family lives.
That is fair. Okay, I get
You know
that.
what I'm
I
saying?
hear what you're
We're
saying.
all good in Memphis. I'm there to play basketball and coach basketball. It's not about the city itself. Long as the fans show up and show love.
That's
So
right.
you disagree with LeBron. We put that on record.
So just remember that, Grizzlies. Next time you're looking for a head coach, the guy to your right doesn't
what you
mind.
got? What you got, Decker?
Yeah, I hit it. No, thank you, Memphis. That's at the tippy top. That being said, I've been to Memphis many times. I do really like Memphis, but in fairly small doses. Like, I love Beale Street. Beale Street's a blast. The food's a blast. Going to the Peabody Hotel is a blast. These are all cool things. In small doses, man. I'm sorry. Move the team to Nashville. I just think Nashville's a much better market for an NBA team. Nothing against you, Memphis, but a little against you, Memphis. Just a little. Just a little. I don't love the place.
Okay. What's the closest baseball team to there?
There is a AAA baseball team in Memphis right now. There is the Memphis Redbirds. They are the AAA affiliate of the St. Louis Cardinals. Played there many times. But I'd say the closest major league team. God, what's the closest major league team to Ted? Georgia?
Yeah,
God,
Atlanta.
St. Louis.
St. Louis.
Here we
St.
go.
Louis.
Here we
St.
go.
Louis and Kansas City.
They got a bridge there too, Derek?
They do, a few of them.
Okay. Cool.
They got a bridge. Let's go.
Hey, guys, switching up to the NFL. Baker Mayfield versus the Browns in week 2. That's right, revenge game. But guess what? Baker has circled this one on the calendar. Peep this out. He says all he has to tell himself is they cast me aside for Deshaun Watson. And look how it went. How do you like me now, Cleveland? Hit it or quit it on Baker Mayfield, just putting it up in their face, Derek. What you think?
Yeah, I hit it. I really do. This is the mentality of a competitor. You want all of this action, like it's how you feel.
Right.
I've been traded before.
Yeah. How'd you feel when you first played the Lakers?
Yeah, I felt like this. That is how I felt.
How did it feel like the homecoming, though? Like, was that?
Yeah, the first time was emotional.
Yeah, I bet.
Because, you spend a lot of years in a place and, the fans, the city, the community, like, you feel it. But as a competitor, this is exactly how you feel.
Yep.
I hope he said this because this is how you feel.
All right, Decker, what you say?
Hit it twice. Hit it every
all right,
day.
hang on,
Hit it
hang on.
twice on Sundays, baby. Just all day long. This is the best. And not only that, Baker's probably got a little bit in him about every team that he's played for at this point. Not just that. I bet he's got a little feeling about the Carolina Panthers.
But this wasn't just the team that played for that. You chose Deshaun Watson over him.
No, make no mistake.
Yeah.
The single worst contract in sports history is Deshaun Watson. A guaranteed QB contract for a guy that immediately tore both his Achilles, not to mention everything else surrounding the Deshaun Watson decision beforehand. Dear God. Yeah, Baker should feel that way, and I look forward to Baker waxing all that ass on week 2.
Okay, yeah, we're going to see it. Hey, guys, Live Golf. Heard about that? Don't laugh. Come on, stop doing
That's
that. So they're gearing up to woo a private equity and individual billionaires in a quest to stay afloat with a proposal that seeks $250 million with the goal of achieving a profitability of in around 20 months. So hit it or quit it. Do you gonna let them borrow $250 million? Live? Hit it or quit it?
No, they can't get under my mattress with this quest. No, I quit it. I think Live Golf is leaking oil fast, and
Leaking.
I don't see how they come back from where they are. Regardless of, actually, they may get the money
Somehow.
but it's still, it's a wrap.
How about this?
Yes.
Is it a wrap? And the reason I frame it this way is, did it ever start? I've never seen any Live anywhere.
I heard about it.
I've heard about it a ton.
It
I've
started.
seen it nowhere. All I've
started.
seen is all my PGA favorites disappearing off into the ether, and guess who still watches the PGA like nothing happened? Your boy.
Yeah, no, it started.
Oh.
It started.
Well, that went great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've had some moments.
Rest in peace, Liv. It's over.
Yeah,
Let it go.
Quit it.
Yeah.
Nope.
Quit it twice.
All right. Hey, guys, happy birthday to Kevin Garnett.
Okay.
Yeah,
Big
played against
ticket.
the guy. Yeah, the big ticket. Derek, this is mainly for you since you've been on the court with him, but is his reputation as a trash talker warranted? Hit it or quit it. Kevin Garnett as a trash talker, one of the best worst you've played against?
Yeah, I feel like KG is.
He was all in Paul's ear all the time. Paul Gasol, he was all up in that ear.
Yeah, but KG's trash talk. Happy birthday, first and foremost. I mean, I don't think he's listening this early in the morning, but
You don't know what he's
Wake up,
doing.
KG.
he might be. Yeah, he might be.
Yeah.
Yeah. So happy birthday, big fella. But he's a trash talker almost like to himself, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Like,
he hypes himself up.
He's hyping himself up.
Okay.
He's not really talking to you to talk trash to you. It's like he's just constantly hyping himself up.
Well, then who was that guy? Was it like Dylan Brooks style? Who was that guy?
I think Gary Payton was one of those guys that just kind of like he wanted it for real and constantly just challenging guys. He needed that to get himself going. And I think KG was very similar. And maybe because we didn't play the same position, I didn't hear him talking as much to me. If you ask Powell, he might say he's number one on the list.
Oh, well. Is that it, Raj?
That's it for me, fam. Good hitter quitting.
What a day. What a day finding out about D. Fish's hitting and quitting type of
what a
mentality.
day finding out about the bridge in Memphis. That was
Dude,
the highlight of the
did you
segment.
know they had a bridge? Let's go to Memphis. Derek's going to absolutely slap me at some point in this show. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break, and coming up, oh, man, a game for the ages. Not just one of the best playoff games in basketball you're ever going to see, probably one of the best games you'll ever see in your life. And dear God, does it make Derek Fisher and I really worry about the Lakers' future in the Western Conference? Guys, we're going to talk about it. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Derek and Decker right after this.
Broadcasting.
Welcome back. Derek and Decker live here on 97.1 The Fan Los Angeles. And, of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And, of course, you can check out our lovely faces on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Get in the chat. The chat has been live on YouTube all day long. Earlier, we were talking about our favorite cereals, and, yeah, the chat lit up like crazy during that bad boy. And, of course, we've talked a lot about the Western Conference Finals, the Game 1 last night, which was incredible. Of course, we'll get talking more about that. Talked a lot about the Los Angeles Dodgers and dropping Game 1 to the San Diego Padres in a pitching duel that took place last night. And, of course, we'd want your calls, 855-97-LA-FAN. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker with you guys for, of course, rounding out our second hour here. And listen, D-Fish, we got an offseason coming with the Lakers. We have, I'd say, one of the more consequential off seasons for the Lakers, because would you say that this upcoming offseason is really going to set the future of the Lakers? Maybe not the next decade, but at least half decade.
That's not a bad assessment.
Yeah.
There are a lot of scenarios to consider. Thankfully you have a franchise cornerstone player that is capable of being the face of a franchise and has the talent and the ability to help you, achieve at the highest level in Luka. But big decisions obviously around Austin Reaves' contract and how you structure it in a way, assuming that you re-sign him, like how do you structure it in a way that really allows you to build the roster out. But I think the Lakers, the front office, Rob Pelinka, ownership group, et cetera, like they deserve a lot of credit for having this flexibility at this time. Like a lot of teams in pro sports and in basketball in particular, they wish they had this much flexibility to turn their roster towards the direction they want it to go in. Like, do we want to get younger and more dynamic athletically? Do we want to add some shooting? Do we want to add some experience? Like, the Lakers have the ability to do all of it based on the way their roster's set up financially. And so the question is, how do you do that in a way that, again, we go back to the game last night and you're watching those two teams play in the Western Conference. It's like, how do you put a chessboard together in a way that allows you to compete at that level? Because that's the level you're going to have to get out of this conference for the next 3 to 5 to 7 years.
Well, here's the thing. They have options, but there's a lot of restricted free agents that are out there that a lot of people are thinking that can really help the Lakers. Names that come to mind are Walker Kessler, Jalen Duran, Peyton Watson. These are the names that are restricted free agents. There is, according to one anonymous exec in the Western Conference, firmly believes that the Lakers will be, quote unquote, shut out of these restricted free agents, that these teams will just practically, almost reads as if just because the Lakers want them, the teams will sign these players back just to keep them from the Lakers. And the reason why I think that's kind of ridiculous. I also remember how the Luka trade happened. And I also remember it happened during Radio Row week of the Super Bowl. It was such a big story, Luka coming to the Lakers, that while at the Super Bowl, we're interviewing like Emmitt Smith and all these massive NFL guys. All we talked about for the entire week was Luka to the Lakers. We're about to have a Super Bowl. Luka to the Lakers took the whole narrative. And I do remember one guy in a front office being very unhappy about the trade because he was unwittingly a part of the trade, and that was Danny Ainge. And he was not thrilled that he helped the Lakers get Luka. I could kind of see a couple of dudes kind of banding together and be like, we're not letting the Lakers get anything.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that assessment for sure. I mean, there's not always a lever to pull in order to do that, but yeah, there's a reason why a lot of trades to the Lakers don't happen.
Yeah,
the Lakers have been successful for a long time. A lot of people that are running these organizations and teams lost a lot of games to the Lakers.
Yeah.
And so, they don't have much professional interest or personal interest in helping the Lakers improve necessarily, but they do have the responsibility of improving their own roster. And so another reason why the Lakers haven't historically been a team that players, teams have sent a lot of guys to is the Lakers don't always have a ton of assets to actually trade away, because the Lakers have always tried to hit the home run and winning a championship. So they don't necessarily have, like Oklahoma City Thunder have 13 first-round picks and 16 second-round picks at their disposal over the next 5 or 6 years.
Thanks a lot, Paul George.
So the Lakers, they don't have those kind of assets. That's how you get a lot of trades done. It's having good players, but then also having some draft assets and capital that you can trade away. So, yeah, I think the restricted free agency is going to be tough for the Lakers. Historically, it has been. The cap space is there this year, though. The harder question, and we talked about this, I think, maybe last week before we even went live, we were talking about the Rich Paul article.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think it's even necessarily a personal dislike of LeBron. Like, most guys don't even know each other well enough to dislike each other personally.
Yeah, it makes sense.
They've played against you a bunch of times, but they've never been to your house. They don't know what kind of music you listen to, bro. Like, I don't dislike you personally. But professionally, like, it's like a ton of guys didn't come play for the Lakers in Kobe's kind of last run for a few years, because most young players or guys in contract years, like, if they're leaving the organization they play for now, they want to go somewhere where they're going to have more opportunity, not the same or less. So let's say Peyton Watson, for example, the Denver Nuggets. You don't leave Denver and playing with Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon to go somewhere where your role may be equal or less than what it is in Denver.
Why a lateral move?
Why a lateral move if the money's going to relatively be the same? Because if the Lakers make an offer as a restricted free agent, their incumbent team has a right to match that offer. So unless the Lakers are going to, like, crazy overpay for somebody to steal them away from another team, most likely that team is going to match whatever the Lakers would offer. So, yeah, restricted free agency is always going to be hard for the Lakers because they're not going to empty the bank or put themselves in a tough salary cap or luxury tax situation for a guy in restricted free agency.
Absolutely. And real quick, just want to give a big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like Next Gen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. Let's get over to the calls. 855-97 LA fan. Charles in Hollywood. Talk to us. You're on with Derek and Decker.
Yeah, how you doing?
Chilling. What's up, man?
Okay, yeah, I got a chance to see you talking to a guy of mine, Derek Fisher, on your show. That's why I'm calling. I'm calling about this LeBron James situation, man. And last night was a prime example of why this GOAT debate has been a joke for years. My nephew, Dalen Harper, last night demonstrated I felt he should have been Rookie of the Year over Cooper Flag. But the issue of the call, for me calling today, is that debate GOAT, they need to kill that. Because if he was the king, he wouldn't have got swept. That's 4 brooms he's gotten. Nobody talks about that. And if they're thinking that losing is acceptable nowadays, this is not basketball. He has not deserved that name that the PR has put out there for him. He has not proven that he's a leadership on the Lakers team. It was a disaster. He has destroyed that organization for the 8 years that I've been out here. That bubble championship, that's like a Yoshinobu championship. You know what I mean? Didn't do no traveling, didn't do nothing, don't play through injury. I done seen him, I got tape where he done walked off on the team in the playoff game in 3 minutes and 4. This is a joke, man. Last night, I got to give kudos to my nephew Dalen. Even though Darren, wasn't available, they all stepped up. They really did. Defense won that game last night. And defense won championships. And I remember this quote, which phrased the page, defense wins championship. Just ask Mr. Russell. You got 10 fingers, but the man had 11 rings. Last night, Victor put up numbers that were unbelievable that I look at Wilt Chamberlain and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who changed the game. 41-25. Those are Wilt Chamberlain numbers, Kareem numbers. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So those conversations about this GOAT, that's a joke, man. Being from Cleveland, I went to the slam dunk contest at St. Francis at the high school. Nike confiscated Everybody's phone and tape at that slam dunk that Shannon Brown originally won. They went on to the Lakers and got a ring. They don't want you to know about that, but it's coming out now.
Absolutely dig it, Charles. Absolutely. What do you think of that? Do you think the sweep affects that GOAT conversation for LeBron?
No, I think it'll be a part of any conversation or debate. Like if you're a Michael Jordan guy, if you're a Bill Russell guy, Kareem guy, like you're going to use the things that you feel like weaken the case against the other guy.
Oh, absolutely.
Like they just do. But it's a similar debate that we see in other sports where it's really difficult to compare eras, right? So then that also then brings some challenge into trying to compare how a guy led his team to a title or didn't, when if a playoff series in the first round used to be 3 games or 5 games and now 7 games, and the way teams are constructed now, like it's all very different. Charles is fair and valid to have his perspective on it like that. We want people to call, and we don't all have to agree or see it the same way. But yeah, I think anytime you're comparing, companies, teams, players, yeah, you're going to go down the list of accomplishment stats and then also the things that didn't go so well.
Absolutely. And Charles from Hollywood, thank you so much for the call. Give us a call, 855-97-LA fan. When we come back, Western Conference, my God. Banger of a game. We're going to talk about it right here on Derek and Decker.
Sports with 5-time NBA champion Derek Fisher, a former ball player with zero fear and a mic that's always high, Cody Decker. This is Derek and Decker on 97.1 The Fan.
Welcome back. Derek and Decker here with you right here in Los Angeles, California. A beautiful day here in sunny Southern California. And, of course, our phone number here at The Fan LA, 855-97-LA Fan. That is 855-975-2326. And we just had a caller that just called in with a lot of very strong points, and that was Charles in Hollywood. And Derek, you kind of started getting into the conversation about, he was kind of questioning the legitimacy of the LeBron GOAT conversation. I know it's one of those old conversations, but I know you wanted to hit a few more points on this idea of, should he be considered this? Should that moniker be removed because of the sweeps? And I also really do wonder, because I know a lot of people always, when we're having the GOAT conversation, Fish, it's like you're always trying to pump up your own kind of guy by tearing down the other guy's guy. Yeah. It's just like, I'm a LeBron guy, so MJ sucked. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He was very good. I'm an MJ guy, so LeBron sucks. He's pretty good. Pretty good. Where do you kind of come down on that? And he even mentioned like the 2020 season. I do push back on that. That's the one narrative in all of sports I've really hated for this last 6 years. We heard it about the Dodgers, heard about the Lakers. Like, the bubble championship doesn't count because they didn't have to travel. I'm sorry, was not every other team in the same exact tournament situation? If your team won that title, you'd be running up and down your main street holding that ring as if you got it yourself, and you know it.
Yeah, it counts. It's just different than the others. Like, it can still count and be different from other championship teams or years. But no, I like, in terms of Charles's thoughts, like, first of all, we want this place to be a place where people feel comfortable.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, calling, sharing thoughts and opinions.
Like, I disagree with Charles, but I want to hear Charles's thoughts, and I want to have that conversation.
So we can have the conversation. The GOAT thing, I really don't get into that much, to be honest. Like, my opinions are always going to not be objective. Like, Magic Johnson's my favorite player of all time.
Same. Without
getting into the GOAT and whether he's better than Kareem or Oscar Robertson or Michael Jordan or Bill Russell. I don't even really get into that. Even the Kobe conversation, people ask Kobe or MJ or LeBron, like, I'm going to choose the guy I played 13 and a half years with, Kobe Bryant. Regardless of
I'm going to choose Kobe because I grew up watching Kobe, man.
Regardless of how good the other two guys are. Specifically, the LeBron era for me, I think we have to keep in perspective, like, how cyclical these things are, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Lakers in the 80s were, nobody barely is ever going to compare to what the Lakers did in the 80s. It goes to what the Bulls did in the 90s, back to the Celtics in the 60s. There are very few teams that you can compare that dominated a 10-year stretch. And then in the 2000s, we kind of had our iteration of, like, early 2000s three-peat, and then bookended and ended the early 2000s with a back-to-back run of titles. And so, and then you have the Spurs over a 15-year window where they've, won 5 championships. I think LeBron's era can't be summed up by whether or not, like, championships were won necessarily. Like, I think the Lakers organization was, like, floating in outer space.
It really was.
Before LeBron.
We were talking about it in the break before we got into this. That's actually kind of why I remember what 2018 and like 17 and 18 were. The Lakers, and by the way, this is a Laker city. This is a Laker and Dodger city, flat out. Somebody asked me the question, is it a Laker town or a Dodger town? And my answer was, yeah. The answer is yeah. The answer is absolutely yeah. The thing was, in those years, it wasn't a Laker town. The Lakers, right before LeBron came out here, the Lakers somehow became a borderline afterthought. That was during that, the big baller brand era of the Ball family thing, the Iggy Azalea things that were taking place. It was just
the Lob City, the Clippers were actually,
they were kind of the
really
team
good
here.
Basketball, and
And it was just a different type of feel. And then LeBron shows up and kind of gave, I don't know if the word legitimacy is, especially to a team that's as storied as the Lakers, but at that exact moment, he brought in a legitimacy that we sorely needed at that time.
Yes, and has it kind of reawoken. Well, I don't even know if that's a word.
It works. It works.
Revived, resuscitated, like the since Dr. Buss purchased the team, bought the team. It's always been about putting a product out on the floor that is going to be entertaining and exciting for the fans to watch, and you're going to win. Like, it's not just let's just show up and play hard. It's like we're going to win at the highest level. And so LeBron's arrival after Kobe's departure in 2016, like, there was millions of question marks around when are we even going to feel that way again, that this team can or could or should be able to compete for championships. Jerry West, God rest his soul, passed away recently. Hopefully you guys have watched the doc on Amazon Prime, Jerry West, the logo.
I have not, but I will tonight.
It is amazing. you can't lessen Jerry West's impact on this league, on whether or not he was the GOAT of his era. He's on the freaking backboard of every basketball backboard in the world, basically, that says the NBA logo on it.
Crazy.
Think about how many times he went to the finals and lost and how it tormented him. And just like he struggled personally. But how dare we question Jerry West's greatness and his impact on the Lakers organization, and that it was a waste of an era because he didn't win more championships. We would never utter those words about Jerry West.
No, we would not.
So then we don't get to utter that about LeBron if the Lakers don't win.
Yet we feel very confident and comfortable doing it, don't we?
We don't get to, we don't get to do that. Yeah, the Lakers haven't made it to the finals every year, but this is a completely different era of competitiveness.
It really is.
The way the salary cap system is set up is designed not to have the same guy or the same teams winning multiple championships in a row. That's not what the system is designed to do. So, again, I don't work for LeBron. I don't work for the Lakers. I don't work for Clutch Sports. So this is not a LeBron personal thing. To me, when we get into the GOAT debate and all of these debates, we just entirely lose perspective on
completely
what actually happened, and how it's fair for us to not see it the same way without denigrating or tearing down or negatively speaking on somebody that we may not feel is the GOAT or the best.
Absolutely. But, speaking of those teams that are not supposed to win every year, seems like OKC seems pretty content that they're going to try to go ahead and win every year, but that did not happen last night because the Spurs and Wemby had – that is one of the single best played basketball games by one person I think I've ever sat and watched, to the point where – last night, watching this Western Conference Finals matchup, I must have yelled out loud watching the TV at home by myself a dozen times. The two that really did it, obviously that logo 3 to tie it up in OT. I couldn't believe the ice in that man's veins that he, 1, took that shot, 2, drained that shot, 3, did it with how exhausted he looked at the same time. We are really talking about a different cat in Wemby, aren't we?
We are. And it's not hyperbole. It's not hype. It's not because we want it to be, and it's not actually true. It is real. We are literally watching a young player take over the league, not just through, these insane offensive performances and, we've watched Steph Curry light the world on fire with his ability to shoot the ball and score the ball from every spot on the floor. And, that lit the game on fire. Steph has created a passion in smaller players, kids from all over the world that feel like, he's not 7 feet tall. I could maybe become that one day.
Dude changed
right?
the game.
Changed it. We're watching somebody that is he's 7'4". We're not all going to be 7'4".
No.
We won't be. But he is changing the game in real time in a very similar way that Steph did in terms of just how you impact winning. It can come in different shapes and sizes. And this guy, offensively and defensively, he's changing the NBA. Literally, he made it impossible almost for OKC to get any points at the basket.
You know who else was really good at shooting in his time? Reggie Miller. And when you make a shot that seemingly breaks Reggie Miller, here's the play.
Spurs got numbers hungry now behind the plate. 5 on 4. Wemby's going to pull a deep 3.
Oh my goodness! A logo shot.
28-footer, ties it at 108. Timeout, Thunder.
That right there, hottest play of the game from Next Gen, the next generation of home comfort. Man, it was one after the other. Raj, do we have another clip of his alley-oop as well? Because, It's just it was one thing after another in that game, especially at the end. And when he took over, the other moment, obviously, that I really also went crazy for was what the announcers even said, solidified the win. It was that final just swap.
Lobbing. Wembanyama! He's unbelievable, folks. He's unbelievable.
It is. It's unbelievable to watch it. And these, again, Reggie Miller, Jamal Crawford, Mike Tirico, co-workers, peers. You know, I do some at NBA on NBC work as well. Like, I love those guys.
They crushed it.
And they crushed it last night because it's really hard to, like, be present in the moment and analyze and broadcast the game play by play in a way that every fan can appreciate. Some fans that know basketball, some fans that don't. But the best thing you can do is like naturally react to what's happening because that's what most people at home are doing.
That's what I was doing.
And the three of those guys, like, yeah, they were amazing. But think about how much basketball they've seen and played, and this guy's making them react the way they were reacting to the plays he made last night.
What was when you were playing? Was there a guy that you played against where even you kind of got out of your zone, going like, "Come on, what was that? What is happening?"
I mean, Michael Jordan for sure was that guy for me. Like early in, the first 4 years in the league, 96, 97, 98, 99, like he was, he and the Bulls were on another level.
So I feel like it kind of gets lost in the sauce as time goes forward, because now the debate conversation of the GOAT is like this standard thing we just do in sports media, right? But people seem to forget MJ a little bit, just because the 90s are a little bit more removed. Like, you're on the court with him. What was it, like, one or two things or five things that he did that were just like, come on, that just really kind of separated him?
He was insanely competitive.
Yeah.
Like, it just, guys that are that great from a talent perspective, sometimes they don't bring like the obsessive level of competitiveness to like every single thing. And it was like you could feel that from Michael on the court with him. Like it was like pheromones or whatever that like comes out.
It just
happens. It
happens.
was like you could feel the competitiveness coming off of this guy. Like in every bead of sweat was like competitive spirit. And so,
I mean, I saw The Last Dance, and listen, seeing how he would turn everything into like a personal, which I do understand completely. Yeah. But man, like the commitment to that as an athlete is something else, because I couldn't ever always commit myself to that, because a part of me in my head knew I'm lying to myself to get myself kind of going. I know this guy and I don't hate each other, but I'm convincing myself that I hate him because I need to right now.
Yes, and everybody's competitiveness shows up differently. But yeah, Michael was different than most everybody else that we played against, that I played against at least. And I could it's fair to say too, like, because I was on the team with, like, Shaq probably brought that out of other people. Like, Shaq was a guy that no other team could figure out. Like, you just couldn't do anything. Because I played 8 years with that guy, then I probably didn't get to experience what it felt like to be on the opposing team of a guy. Nobody made you feel the way Shaquille O'Neal made you feel playing against him. And so I saw it in practice every day. I played with him for 8 years. And then, of course, Kobe, 4 or 5 years into our time together, closely became the second guy that made everybody else feel that way. So I'm on the team with two guys that everybody else feels like
That's got to be wild.
there's nothing we can do. It's nothing we can do. And so it was a treat, man. It was a treat for sure.
By the way, 855-97-LA fan. That is our phone number, 855-975-2326. And, of course, you can join us live video right now. See our handsome mugs on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's bring in the hype man, Raj.
What up?
Raj, we got some YouTube comments going.
Yeah, man, it's active over there in the comments section, and like Good Karma Sucks, he's saying, hey, we'll never get to the finals with SGA and Wemby in the league. Other people are saying both OKC and the Spurs built through the draft. Things like that.
Something that the Lakers don't do famously.
Yeah, Spurs are a problem, says High Off the Glass, 1979. So there's a lot of people looking at this and from a Laker perspective, and they're like, damn. Well, it's tough out here in the West.
It's funny you say that. So, Fish, like, we actually mentioned this yesterday. We were talking about Mike Tomlin briefly when we were talking about the Steelers. And I'm a diehard Raider fan, and I've always made this abundantly clear as a Raider fan. Yeah, it's a bit of a problem sometimes rooting for my Raiders. In that, I know we're in arguably one of the toughest divisions in football. I know the Kansas City Chiefs, even though they had a down year last year, that's Patrick Mahomes over there. I know what that cat's doing. I know what Justin Herbert does in every month not named January, so I know they'll be good during the season. And the Broncos are now seemingly going to be a perennial threat going forward. But I look at the Steelers, and I hear Steelers fans. Now, I've done a lot of national radio, and I've had to deal with a lot of Steeler fans calling in and complaining about the Steelers. Well, we're always just over 500. We just get into the playoffs, and we always get knocked out. Tomlin's got to go. And I just sit here going, like, 20 years and not a single season under 500, and you guys are bitching, whining, and complaining. I don't fathom it. But I also somewhat understand it. Based on the system that's in place, you're not able to rebuild through the draft. The Lakers are very similar to that. But my question for you is simply this. Isn't that kind of what the Lakers have to be? The Lakers can't be a team that ever tanks for draft picks. I mean, they're the Lakers. The Lakers, the Yankees, the Dodgers, like, there are only so many Mount Rushmore teams that can't do that.
Yeah, Meryl Streep, one of the great actresses of all time.
Absolutely.
You tell me a movie that she would willingly choose to play in that she knows is going to be a bad movie.
Never going to happen.
A bad script.
Never going to happen. She's too busy being the greatest actress of all time.
Tell me that.
No,
right?
Not going to happen.
Beyonce.
No.
She's one of the most amazing.
She's going to release Lemonade and then stop performing for like 3 years.
You tell me an album she would willingly put together that is going to be a bad album.
No shot.
Wouldn't do it. It's the same thing, bro. The Lakers would not ever willingly choose to be bad year after year after year in order to then get to a point where you could say, okay, now the team is built for success. Now, part of that is because the standard has been set, right? It's just like any other brand that we support or believe in, right? If hair products, the food we eat, the bottled water company we choose to support, like, you do it for certain reasons. If all of a sudden you went to the store to buy that and they changed the formulation, the quality was less, unless they told you that from the beginning so that you could choose to go do something different, you would feel pretty pissed off. And then after you feel pissed off, you would then go probably buy another product that you feel like rises to the level that you need in order to enjoy what you want to enjoy. It's the same thing with the Lakers. I don't see that happening. One day, maybe. There's a new ownership group, and sometimes that shift does.
That could change
could change it.
The whole dichotomy of the organization and what they want to do.
Yeah.
Also, on top of that, isn't this kind of just, it's the way the league kind of is structured out because of the salary cap situation that the league is kind of in. Doesn't it kind of leave an organization no choice but to tank to then build through the draft because of the salary cap?
Yes and no. I think the play-in tournament has, I think, changed what our view is of, like, you know, teams that actually can win the title and then teams that aren't as close as, you know, the bottom 10 teams, right? There's 10 teams that don't make it at all. There's 20 teams essentially battling for playoff spots, and then we end up left with 16.
Mm-hmm.
The play-in tournament has changed kind of how teams feel about how close they are. And so it's not and not even changed in terms of how close they are. They actually are closer than we think. Some of these teams have an opportunity to win at a high level, and they just don't, and that's part of it. But the tanking conversation, I don't know. There are very few teams that are trying to lose. Mm-hmm. They're actually trying to improve, right? Which is
just another perspective of looking at it.
It's to the point of your question. It's like we're not going to – in football, you don't win without franchise quarterbacks. So
that's just factual.
It's why the Steelers are in the position that they're in, where they're waiting for Aaron Rodgers to decide if he wants to play football again. Because when you make the playoffs for 20 straight years, you're not going to be able to draft a franchise quarterback. Mm-hmm. So then guess what? The Steelers probably aren't going to win a Super Bowl anytime soon. In basketball, it's the same thing. There's certain things, certain types of players, you're not going to win a championship without those types of guys. And so if you aren't willing to kind of go through those bad years, lean years, build through the draft, it makes it incredibly harder to get one of those guys. LeBron is one of those guys. It's just more on the back end of his career than the front end. There's question mark. Like Luka has the talent, the skill, the ability, hasn't done it yet.
Yeah.
But can he do it? Is he going to be one of those guys that we look back 5, 7, 8 years from now and say he won a few titles and now he's one of those guys that you could build with? He's your franchise quarterback type guy. Mm-hmm. And so, it's scary to think about how the Spurs and Thunder are set up. And those are questions the new ownership group will kind of have to think about with the Lakers in terms of, if LeBron chooses to stay or not. Okay, Luka and Austin Reaves. But then how do you position yourself as an organization to sustainably win year in and year out? At some point, the draft has to be part of the plan.
Absolutely. And it's so tricky, though, when you do have like that, we're going through that transition period where like the handing of the torch is being handed over to kind of Luka. And you can't waste Luka's prime, so we can't like just go back in the draft and tank for a year, can we?
No, but the prime conversation is also changing. Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, prime for pro athletes now is probably mid-30s. Mm. It used to be early 30s.
Oh, you ain't lying. I used to be when I retired. I retired at the age of 32. Every guy in my clubhouse was calling me Pops.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm 32.
Yeah. Now they call them Unc.
Yeah.
And they're like 20, 25 years old. And
I wasn't cool enough to be Unc, man.
But yeah, so again, like if LeBron decides to do something different, are Luka and Austin Reaves, with the cap flexibility the Lakers have right now, they're young enough that you don't have a lottery pick, mm-hmm. So you're not going to necessarily find a franchise level player in the draft, but they're young enough to intentionally build this over the next couple years in a way that, like, you have to look at the Spurs and Thunder and decide how you're going to build your roster to get past those two guys. And let's not forget about the Denver Nuggets that aren't that far behind with Nikola Jokic. Mm-hmm. And then let's also not forget that the Houston Rockets, who the Lakers beat in the first round, with no Durant, no Van Vliet, no Steven Adams, like, those guys will be back next year. They were a top 4 team in the West. And so you have to think about, can your team beat those teams in a 7-game series? And how do you build your team to do that?
Absolutely. Well, guys, you heard what we think. What do you think? 855-97-LA fan. And, of course, you can join us in the chat on YouTube. The chat has been absolutely live this entire time. Where do you find that? The Fan LA. And, of course, it's also on Twitch and Twitter. We're going to take a quick little break. And coming up, the Dodgers. Man, we got to talk about them first place terrible Dodgers, huh? Well, their bats did take a night off. But will that happen again tonight? We'll discuss. It's Derek and Decker right after this.
Wesley Financial.
Welcome back, Derek and Decker, right here on 97.1 The Fan LA. Our phone number, 855-97-LA Fan. We've been doing a lot of talk about the Lakers, talking a lot about the Western Conference Finals, and of course we got an Eastern Conference Finals that are starting tonight. We will discuss that as well when we call our shot later, but right now we got to talk about them quiet bats for the Dodgers. Last night dropping the game 1-0 in San Diego, and listen, I am a very, very measured and tempered guy when it comes to this. This Dodger team, by the way, I firmly believe this is arguably the best baseball team ever put together. It's ridiculous. It's chock-filled with Hall of Famers, role players, but I will freely also admit a lot of injuries right now. We already mentioned the Blake Snell injury. We've seen other injuries take place so far this season. Yeah, they are concerning, but while these injuries are taking place, lo and behold, the Dodgers are still standing on top, right there with the San Diego Padres, only a half game behind them. 29-18 the Padres, Dodgers 29-19 as we currently stand. 2 more games left in this series. I try not to get all panicky when it comes to the month of May when it comes to Major League Baseball. The one thing that I have noticed, though, and I think everyone else has noticed, is their bats have been a little quiet. And I have seen the chat today, and this is one thing that I do agree with. The Dodgers do have an outrageous amount of money. Outrageous amount of money. Now, that being said, I don't think the Dodgers are doing anything any other team can't do. It's the laziest narrative that currently exists. Oh, you can't compete with the Dodgers' money. Yes, you can. You're choosing not to, and that's just your decision. That's fine if you make that decision, but you don't get to use the Dodgers as this big bad wolf because they're using a system that is very available to everybody else. I don't have any sympathy for a single one of these teams complaining about this. That being said, the Dodgers have found their way to overpay sometimes. And I've seen in the chat, a lot of people are pointing at specifically someone like Kyle Tucker that the Dodgers, quote unquote, overpaid for. I would agree that the Dodgers overpaid Kyle Tucker probably $10 million a year because that's what apparently, allegedly, what the Mets were offering him. They were offering him $50 million a year. The Dodgers go ahead and throw $60 a year. Now, that's a drastic overpay. That is such a drastic overpay that I was actually confused by it because I honestly thought you could have gone Cody Bellinger for half the price and roughly the same player. That being said, Kyle Tucker's a hell of a ball player, and the Dodgers are good that they have him, and he has underperformed so far, but it is, again, May 19th. I'm not going to panic about the Dodgers on May 19th. But I also understand how some of you guys feel out there. You guys are a little worried that Shohei Ohtani isn't hitting at his MVP clip. I hear what you're saying, but you know what I also noticed that Shohei Ohtani's doing, Derek? He's pitching an 0.8 ERA right now because the cat wants that Cy Young.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the baseball part of it, like you that's all you, brother. I'm not even going to try to dive into that part in any major detail, but getting through sports seasons is like it's an energy thing.
Oh yeah.
And every season you can't, like, your body feels different, your brain, your nervous system, like it's all in a different place. And so it's not going to always kind of flow the same way. You've seen in other sports, even in basketball, like you see these great teams put together, but it takes a while for people to kind of figure out, what their role should be now that he's here. How do we balance the scoring? Mm-hmm. Who's going to be the guy to take the last shot, make the big plays in the fourth quarter? Whatever those similarities are in baseball, like a lot of these guys I'm sure are going through the same thing. It's like the way you're needed on other teams is different when you're on the Dodgers.
Yes, completely.
Like you kind of know you have a responsibility to show up and be at your best every single day, but you don't necessarily have to be in order for the team to win. Mm-hmm. That's a tricky place for a professional athlete to be.
Very, very much so. But I will admit, like, looking at these numbers, like, Freddie Freeman is not playing like Freddie Freeman right now. He's hitting 250. That's not what Freddie Freeman does. Freddie Freeman is a professional hitter of the highest possible caliber. Pejas right now, yet again, and this is why he's amazing to me, he's like this unsung hero for this team. He had 30 home runs last year. No one paid attention to it. The guy's hitting 299 right now. He's got another 10 home runs right now. Like, the guy is unbelievable. You got Freddie Freeman not doing his normal thing. And I know a lot of people are worried about Ohtani only having 7 home runs right now, but keep in mind, if Shohei Ohtani hits 265 and finishes the year with 30 home runs, and that's his bad year, and also wins a Cy Young, I think we're good. I think we're fine. I think that's an incredible thing to be getting out of him. Not to mention, we saw a lot of high notes from Dalton Rushing as he was catching there for Will Smith. He hit 7 home runs. He's hitting 260 on the season. That being said, he's seemingly pissing off every single player on every other team because of the things and antics he's pulled, but I actually kind of like that. Have you seen anything that Dalton Rushing has done this year?
No.
Dude, Dalton Rushing has like sneakily kind of become like my favorite Dodger because he's like one of those guys. He's like a hockey rat, it seems like. He's that guy you love on your team, you hate him on another team.
Yeah.
You want to kill him on another team.
Okay.
Because apparently, like he's saying like things about umpires to their faces. He's talking trash to other players on other teams and saying it to their players. He's taking out guys at second base, sliding in hard against the Giants. And he accused the Colorado Rockies allegedly of cheating, which I thought was, they're the Rockies. They're not cheating. I can't stress enough. The Rockies aren't cheating.
Yeah, that sounds like a, Dylan Brooks. Or,
yeah, a little bit. He's got a little Dylan
Draymond
Brooks to him.
Green, like guys that like their teammates absolutely love, and then, when they're on the other team, though, it's all bad. But you need guys like that sometimes just to keep it spicy and keep the roster with an edge of competitiveness and kind of some of that, some of my coaches used to say reckless abandon.
Oh, yeah.
Guys that just like get after it. They don't worry as much about how it looks or, how people feel. They just want to go out there and get after it and compete hard and do whatever it takes to win. And so, and the Dodgers need some of those guys, over the course of a long season, going for a 3rd straight title.
Yep.
Like, everybody can't be, low heart rate, calm, cool, composed guys. Like, you need some guys that just kind of
hair on fire, ready to go out and do work, man.
All the time. So I'm going to have to watch him more closely moving forward now that you gave me the heads up that that's how he rocks.
Oh, and by the way, also on top of that, those of you that have been complaining about Shohei's been playing great for the last 4 games. He's kind of been turning it back around, hitting like the Shohei that we're used to. He had himself another 2 hits yesterday. He had a great series against the Angels to kind of get himself right. And he's back up to hitting 265, which is, again, batting average really doesn't matter in today's day and age of professional baseball. It's one of those stats. It's a pleasant barometer when we hear the word 300 to 200, but that stat has seemingly not mattered nearly as much as it once was.
Yeah, so in baseball, like how many seasons have like the team with the best record in baseball then also won the World Series?
It's funny you say that. It's not always the case. The Dodgers these last couple of years, yeah, but often the best team in the regular series is not the last team standing.
Yeah, like did the Dodgers have the best team? They won.
God, I think they might have last year,
games.
But the year before they did not. Hell, there was one year they had the gall to not even win the NL West and let the Giants get one with 107 wins. Don't worry, I think the Dodgers went to the World Series anyways that year.
Correct. So, and the reason why I asked is because in basketball that doesn't happen as often as people think either. Like it's not just the team. Like OKC has maybe broken the mold to that, but it depends on how they finish this season, right? Last year, best record in the league, won a title. This year, best record in the league. Will they win the title? Will they not? We'll see. But there were a lot of years we didn't have the best record in the regular season and still won the title. Because it's really difficult to do that every single season. Even if your roster is talented enough to do it, it is challenging to show up, for baseball, I don't even know how you do it. Like 162 afternoons, nights, travel, etc. Like it's hard to show up and be the best version of yourself more than everybody else. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and counting. And that's what the Dodgers are going through during the regular season. And they still end up most of the time winning their division, and with like a top 2 record in the league.
Yeah, they're a half game out of first place right now on May 19th. They're doing just fine. And by the way, this is how fine they're doing. And this is what I want to make abundantly clear. This is what I have 2 of the last years to really have a sample size to show what the Dodgers have really kind of accomplished. Because right now, you got Blake Snell. He's on the IL, right? He's about to have that surgery, allegedly on Thursday, to have those loose bodies removed from his elbow with that microneedling surgery that Tarek Skubal just got. You have Tyler Glasnow, who is currently on the IL. He's on the 15-day IL with back spasms. So no Tyler Glasnow. No Gavin Stone, who's been on the 60-day for a while. He's got a shoulder injury. No Bobby Miller. He's on the 60-day with a shoulder injury. Landon Kanak, he's also on the 60-day. Not to mention Edwin Diaz, Evan Phillips, Brusdar Graterol. And with all those injuries to their pitchers that I just said, the Dodgers are currently first in WHIP. They are second in ERA. They are number 3 in strikeouts. And their bullpen, and they also are 5th lowest in walks given up so far. The best team in baseball is the team with the best arms. The Dodgers have the best arms still.
Okay. That what you just said.
Yes.
That's how I feel.
But that's how we feel. How do you guys feel? Get in the chat over here at The Fan LA. Check out Derek and Decker there. Of course, you can check it out on Twitter. You can check us out over there on YouTube. And, of course, most importantly, 97.1 The Fan. You can also take us on the go to the Odyssey app. If you're getting out of your car here in LA and going into work, go ahead and take us on the go anywhere you go. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. We want to hear from you. What are your thoughts on the Dodgers? What are your thoughts on the future? And when we come back, coming up, I did it both ways, Raj. It works. It's time to call our shot. Eastern Conference Finals begin tonight. And D-Fish and I are calling our shot. Derek and Decker right after this.
Wesley Financial.
Coming at you right here on your LA commune. Of course, you can check us out on the Odyssey app, and you can watch our beautiful faces right now live on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. And, of course, you can find us right there at The Fan LA. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. We want to hear from you, The Fan, here in Los Angeles, California. But real quick, a big thank you to a few of our Day One fan supporters like Kalshi and Rooter Hero. We appreciate your partnership. And, of course, we do have ourselves, after we've spent this entire morning talking about the Western Conference Finals and how amazing that start was, dear God, I cannot stress enough how excited I am for the Eastern Conference Finals. We're going to get into that real quick. But Raj, hype man, do we got some comments in the chat?
Yeah, we had a little something earlier on Hit It or Quit It about aliens, 4 type of aliens. One of our friends there, Good Karma Sucks, he says, the angels are aliens. The angels are neighbors right down the street.
Uh-huh.
Says they are aliens.
Alien, they're not in the way Wemby's an alien. They might be aliens in that they're aliens to winning baseball of some semblance. That being said, congratulations to the Angels for getting that win yesterday. Zach Neto with a sweet walk-off home run after being down to their final out of the game and actually getting rid of the no-hitter that was being placed upon him. What a tragic way to lose a no-hitter, Raj. We got that. Do we have the A's sound? Because the funniest thing happened after that game. The depression of the Sacramento Athletics' announcing staff for that final home run was quite hysterical, dude.
Yeah, it was. Real quick, do you know who the fitness guy, and I'm going to get that in a minute, a fitness person, a Dead Meow W5 on our says you look like the fitness dude whose supplements he used, Jim Stepani.
I look like a fitness dude named Jim. Did you hear that, Raj? I didn't hear a name. All I heard was I look like a fitness dude.
That's all you hear.
So you can apologize to me for that fat shaming you gave me earlier.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Apologize.
Thank you.
Hang on. Let's hear one of those calls, though, that you referenced before you guys call your shot.
Let's do it.
To center field, going back is Henry Bolte. At the track, leaping up. And a home run for Zach Neto.
Just the saddest home run call ever. They were 20 seconds away from a no-hitter. And by the way, to the Angels' credit, you know, they have gone the longest in Major League Baseball from being no-hit. So congratulations, Angels.
Maybe. Sure. Yeah, we'll take it.
We'll take it. All right, we got ourselves an Eastern Conference Finals matchup starting tonight. We got ourselves between the Knicks taking on not the Detroit Pistons, but the Cleveland Cavaliers. And let's set it over to you, D-Fish. Call your shot. What do you got on tonight and ultimately the series?
Ooh, man. So yesterday, the rest thing, right? I'm not a told you so guy, but in terms of like the Spurs' opportunity to beat the Thunder in Oklahoma City, the best opportunity to do that was last night. Mm-hmm. They're coming off rest. There's going to be rust. Like, you have to sneak them in game one. I don't know if you can go into the Garden and get the Knicks like that. It's tough. The Cavs showed me something in Game 7 in Detroit, but rest or not, like the Knicks in the Garden, like they're not even going to be allowed to be flat. Mm-hmm. Like it's not going to happen. I'm probably going to go with the Knicks tonight, man. I want to go with traditionally I go with the team that played more recently.
Okay.
I really do.
It has been a long break for the New York Knicks.
Yeah, it has been. But just something about the way they defend and how competitive they're going to be in New York City, like, it's going to be hard to win a game in the Garden, man. It just really is. So I would lean towards the Knicks, but should we be shocked if the Cavs are knocking on the door? No, we should.
No, and you actually mentioned it last night. We were actually texting back and forth watching the game because, Wemby and the Spurs went on that 7-0 run to start the game, and you immediately wrote in the chat, that rust is real.
It is.
I mean, the only thing I'm not pushing back, it's just a question I more or less have about the Garden. Now, I've been to the Garden a bunch of times. I lived right across the street from the Garden these last couple of years. Thrilled to be back in L.A. because I actually liked Staples way more than I liked the Garden. But the Garden does have that kind of mystical kind of feeling to it. I'll freely admit that. You go in the Garden, you're kind of in a different spot. But, it's not just the rust. It's also I get that the Garden's a legendary place, but the Knicks haven't won a title since like 76. So I've always kind of had a little bit of trouble thinking that idea of you can't go into the Garden and win, because seemingly a lot of guys have gone to the Garden and won.
Yeah, in the regular season, I mean, you've had these, performances of a lifetime.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw Kobe score 61 or 62 in the Garden.
Legendary game.
I get, that happens in the Garden.
Right in front of Spike Lee, too.
Yeah, I mean, the postseason, the teams, they haven't had as many good teams, to be honest. So, yes, I think, the teams have gone in and eliminated the Knicks from the playoffs, in the Garden, but not for lack of, competitiveness, fight, energy, grit. Like the attributes of New York City normally play out through the team. And I think this team does have that makeup. I think the Knicks are kind of destined to make it to the finals.
I think you're right.
So I just think they'll find a way to win the game tonight.
So I'm with you. I got the Knicks. This is my shot. I got the Knicks tonight and in the series. I'm going Knicks in 6. It's not what I want to happen, though. I really like it when a player bucks the system when it comes to a narrative.
Yeah.
I really, really do. Especially if a narrative is justified or sometimes not justified, often not justified. However, that James Harden narrative is kind of hard to ignore sometimes, that he just can't get to the finals, all this, the playoff narrative that's surrounding him. I really would love to see that narrative come crashing down if Harden were able to get this team over the hump in the Garden, get this team to the finals.
That would be well-deserved. James is like a good human being, a good dude. He's an L.A. guy. He's played a lot of basketball, man, helped a lot of teams win a bunch of games, and it would be great to see him on a team, to make it back to the NBA Finals. It was teammates with James in Oklahoma City in 2012. We made it to the NBA Finals, and to see him, 14 years later.
Still going for it.
Still going.
Does that trip you out, knowing that how many years and he's still there?
Yes. I was Unc then. I'm probably grandpa now. But it would be great to see that happen, for him and for the Cavs as well. But the more we're talking, Max Strus for Cleveland, he was really good defensively against the Pistons. And I would suspect he'll get the Jalen Brunson matchup. He gives them the best chance to cut into his production. I'll counter your Knicks in 6. I'll go Cavs in 7.
Let's go! I'd love to see it. I just can't stress it enough. I would love to see it. Donovan Mitchell get into the finals. I feel like Spider Mitchell has become this name that's been just kind of bantered around. He's right on the cusp of becoming that guy. And would it take him going to the finals to be finally recognized as that guy? The way we saw Halliburton kind of take that step last year.
Yeah, he would, because there are a lot of questions, or were at least, even when he left Utah and moved over to Cleveland, there were some of those questions around great regular season performer, puts up great individual performances, but is he a guy that can really lead a team to a title? Questions around whether or not a team built, to win around a smaller guy, right? 6'4", 6'3" type of guy compared to 6'6" and up type guys. Can a team do that? Okay, Steph has done it. Obviously, the guys around Steph, were built to support.
It's also kind of the knock over with the Knicks with Jalen Brunson too.
Correct. So we're gonna see a series where the best players on each of these teams are 6'4" and under, which will be really interesting. But the Cavs, what could make a huge difference for them is Evan Mobley has really made, I think, a jump to where he's more comfortable offensively. He made some big shots in that series against the Pistons. And then Jared Allen with a Game 7 performance for the Cavs that was, at another level. So ultimately, man, as a sports fan, you just want all of these games to be super competitive. I don't know if we'll get anything like what we got last night.
No, I mean, that game last night might go down as an all-timer.
Oh, man. I mean, instant classic.
Unbelievable.
For sure. That should be on replay on NBA TV every day.
I
24/7.
might watch it again today.
Yeah, it should be. But, yeah, I'll go Cavs in 7 just to keep it spicy. I think the Knicks will win tonight, and then the Cavs will kind of adjust to what it's like to play the Knicks compared to the Pistons, and then we'll start to have a series from there maybe.
And make no mistake, we know out there in L.A. there's a lot of Knicks fans probably driving around, a lot of New York commuters that moved here. Question for you real quick, as a former Knicks head coach and all that, and the fact that I've been in New York a lot over the years, it's just the parade if the Knicks were to win the finals would probably be the biggest New York parade of all time.
I'm all in for it. I just said Cavs in 7, but I want to see.
Like, I kind of morbidly want to see it.
I want to see Knicks fans get to celebrate their team winning a championship.
I kind of like how miserable they've been, though, for a long time.
No,
you know why I like it? There's a reason why I like it.
Okay.
Because the Knicks fans specifically have like a pompous is not the word, but the way they look down at Philadelphia fans has always fascinated me. I'm like, dude, you guys haven't won since Moses Malone. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, no, bro. Knicks fans will be insane over the top.
They would.
Even just getting to the finals is going to take it to another level.
Dude, it would make every New York Yankee parade look like there wasn't a parade.
True.
I mean, it would be that
Very
type
true.
of crazy parade.
They deserve it. It's time.
Go Cleveland. I'm rooting for Cleveland. I'm definitely rooting for Cleveland. All right, guys. We're going to take a quick little break. When we come back, I have a whole minute, so I better stretch this out, don't you think, D?
Yeah, you should.
Here we go. Don't worry. I'm going to stretch it out because here's the thing. We got ourselves a chat going on Twitter right now. It is and on Twitch and on YouTube, completely going off the rails. You guys are absolutely crushing it on there. Our phone number is, of course, 855-97-LA-FAN. That is 855-975-2326. And we want to hear from you, of course, like I mentioned, get in the chat over there on YouTube. And, guys, coming up, let's be real clear. We got the final hour of the show, the power hour of the show. We got to talk about that Western Conference game. It has just been incredible. We got your calls, of course, 855-97-LA-FAN. It's Derek and Decker right here on the Fan LA. Hour, the Power Hour. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Derek and Decker live here on 97.1 The Fan LA. Our phone number, 855-97 LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. And of course, we are also live on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, and you can definitely check that out over there at The Fan LA. And everybody, the chat has been absolutely live all day long. We've talked a lot of Dodgers, we've talked a lot of Lakers, and we've talked a lot about the Western and now the Eastern Conference Finals. But we got to talk about this Western Conference Finals game again, because this is not hyperbole. This is not a joke. This is not a sentence I like to throw out all that often, because when I feel like when we ever put on like a radio show or a TV show, it's like, it was the greatest game that ever happened. Oh my God, you see, we'll never see anything better. We might not ever see anything better, D-Fish, because that game was bat bleep crazy, especially when we got into the overtime.
I don't have many words to describe. Like, I'm still adjusting to even doing this. So yesterday evening, I'm like, all right, now I got to try to figure out how to get stuff done, from this hour to this hour. So I got to be in bed and then wake up.
And God forbid you run into the traffic that I ran into this morning at 4 a.m. Get it together, LA.
It was strange. So I'm trying to get some things done. I have the game on. I'm going to watch it. Mm-hmm. But, I couldn't get work done because of how good the game was. Because every time I looked down, then I would hear the call, and then I would watch a replay, and I'd see how competitive they were playing, and it was just real. I'm a sports fan in general. Obviously, I'm super biased towards basketball, but
clearly
it was just a great competitive night of basketball, man. Both teams, that was worth the price of admission.
Yeah.
It just really was.
And you know what's amazing? And I know it's so easy to get so hopped up on what Wemby did, but it wasn't just Wemby. I mean, Castle, you mentioned earlier on, Dylan Harper had 7 steals. And it was kind of wild to watch OKC. Did it surprise you at all? I mean, we mentioned the rust. We've talked about the rust with the OKC. You mentioned in the chat last night, you were saying, well, man, the rust is real. You're worried about the Knicks a little bit today with that same rust, and I understand all of that. The only thing that surprised me, I was a little surprised with the amount of turnovers OKC kind of gave up last night.
Yeah, but that's part of the rust to some degree. Mm-hmm. Is when you haven't played basketball live, in over a week or in a week, and then you think about the fact that they swept both of their series, losing their first game of the playoffs last night. They've essentially had 2 weeks within this first month where they had no game, and so your body is not ready for that game-like competitiveness the same way. The timing is off, and then obviously each round that you advance, you're going against and playing against better teams, better defensive teams. They have 2 rounds of video and film of how opposing teams have covered you this postseason, and so now the schemes, the coverages, and all those things are even more dialed in to play and fit to take away things from you, and so. The Spurs turned it over 23 plus times, and that's what the Thunder do to you. But it was just the Spurs were so dominant, 52 points in the paint to the Thunder 38 in the paint. And then the rebounds, San Antonio 61 rebounds, OKC 40.
Hold on. I also want to point out 24 of those rebounds was from one guy.
Yeah.
Good Lord. 24 rebounds, not to mention, what was it, 41 points from Wemby?
Yeah.
Dude. I feel like, when Wemby was drafted, and obviously the fanfare that came with the Wemby thing, the aliens coming, and I remember the thing that happened with him and Britney Spears in Vegas. She tried to hug him, and security had to remove Britney Spears from him.
I forgot about
I'll never forget about that. What I would give for security to pull Britney Spears off me and have that story in the back pocket.
My goodness.
You kidding me? I need that one. But
And speaking of pulling celebrities off of you, we'll get to that later down the line.
Down the line, we definitely will. Oh, I got stories.
Oh, I was like,
Don't let this
Okay.
bald head. But just because I shave my head now, Daddy used to have a great head of hair. Like it was like a proceeding hair. I couldn't get a comb through this 5 years ago.
All right.
Yeah, now I mean, it's sad. But back then, what can I say? Back to the game though. What talking about Wemby, dude, just like how he's come up to this point and how he's grown at this point. And the other thing that we haven't even gotten into, and really kind of blew me away, just how physical he was last night. Like every time I see that guy go to the ground, I'm always worried he's just going to break like a grouping of Legos being dropped on the ground. Like he just looks like that because I've never seen a guy that size move that gracefully. So when he hits, it scares the living hell out of me. But watching how physical he played last night, elbows all over the place, just going at guys going at him, especially after the way he kind of got stifled in that last series and getting that technical foul. I'm just overly more impressed by him every single time he plays.
Yeah, you what you see in him is like an athlete that's been like really intentional about preparing himself for what he feels like he's going to experience. Mm-hmm. Like these are not accidents that are taking place out there. Like you could see him like training himself on how to fall because he knows he's going to fall a bunch of times.
And by the way, there was a couple of falls. There was a fall where Chet like sat on his head at one point.
and the physicality you mentioned, like, watch a San Antonio pregame, video of any kind. And he's literally spending, 10 or 15 minutes straight arm wrestling, MMA combat with assistant coaches, preparing himself for the physicality that he's going to see once the game starts. You see him like literally tired and exhausted in 1 second. And then you see a switch in his brain go on that tells himself, I still have to sprint back on defense. I'm not tired. And he just takes off. And he doesn't give in to some of the things that like we all give into.
That's
like
the phrase, giving in.
Yeah, he chooses not to.
Which, a great example, here's that 3 in overtime where he just drains a logo 3 to tie it up with, 20 seconds left in OT?
While exhausted.
While clearly
Got
exhausted.
numbers hungry now behind the plate. 5 on 4. Wemby's going to pull a deep 3.
Oh my goodness! A logo shot.
28-footer. Ties it at 108. Timeout, Thunder.
Can I just point out I really like Reggie Miller on the call? Like, I really like Reggie Miller on the call. I always have. I love, like, listen, you've done it. Like, we've all seen guys. Not everybody that played can do it, can call a game, really. It's a tricky skill set. Some people can do it, some people can't. But when you hear a guy like a Reggie Miller or like a UD Fish that, like, sees something, a guy that did it at your guys' level, seeing something on the court that just blows your mind, it's wild that can actually still happen.
Yeah, now Reggie is great at the job. He's been doing it a really long time. He's on another level as a broadcast analyst. Obviously, he was on another level as a player.
Can I ask him? Can I ask you a question? What do you think his skin routine is? Because he looks like he was on Hanging with Mr. Cooper last week. He hasn't aged an hour.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure. I will ask though.
It's frustrating.
Yeah, no,
tell him he's frustrating to lolook at.
Yeah, no, he and Mike Tirico and Jamal
Tirico's great too.
Yeah, they were great last night. It's like, they took us inside the experience. They, I think Jamal does a good job of sprinkling in some things about the game and some of the strategy type stuff. Reggie gives us that authentic just energy and excitement and passion that all sports fans kind of have. And then, Mike Tirico is the GOAT. He's
incredible.
The voice of everything.
That guy has been like world traveling hardcore this year, man. Olympics, football, you name it. He's all over the
place.
Doing
his thing. But I think that was a big part of the experience last night, though, as just a fan of sports. It's like they brought us into Oklahoma City. We weren't there.
Mm-hmm.
but they made us feel like we were there.
Dude, and you know what's also wild about that team? By the way, Derek and Decker here on 97.1 The Fan LA. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. We definitely want to hear from you, but, man, the chat is going crazy here on YouTube right now and Twitch and Twitter. We are going to get to your comments and, of course, your phone calls. The other thing is that crowd in OKC. You and I discussed it briefly yesterday. And, obviously this is a town that has the Staples Center / crypto.com arena. Yeah, we've talked about the Garden and kind of like the ethereal plane that the Garden is. But when I watch that OKC fandom, they're, matching outfits, matching colors, loud as can be, seemingly never out of their seats. Because, that's what everybody always complains about us here in L.A. Look at all the empty seats. Guys, we're stuck in traffic. We're on our way. We're trying to get there. OKC, not exactly the same problem. But I got to say, those fans over there, that you can tell, they want it bad.
Yeah, it's like, Oklahoma City Thunder, moving from Seattle to OKC, like it validated the city as a community.
Yeah.
And so there's a relationship and a tie between the community and the team that's a little different than other sports cities.
And you got to experience that
firsthand, and it is real. It's not fandom, just because. Like, there's true purpose, passion, and energy. Like, they're supporting the guys, the team, everybody in a real way. And it's not based on wins and losses even. Like, OKC hasn't won 20 titles. They've won one.
Yeah.
These fans have shown up this way for years.
Yeah.
I mean, for years. Now going on, 18 seasons? Almost 2008, I think. Was the year there?
It is crazy how long their dominance has been around.
How fast it went. And, those young teams with Durant and, and Westbrook and, like, those guys learning how to win and going to the finals in 2012, team that I was on and making the playoffs year after year. But, like, the fans have consistently shown up this way. That was one of the things I was impressed with the most. Like, my first home game when I played for the Thunder, I was accustomed to the energy in the building not really growing to, like, fourth quarter levels until the fourth quarter. In OKC, I'm going out to warm up an hour before the game, and the fans are already revved up like it's the fourth quarter of the game.
Yes.
Like, it's that type of energy all the time.
Well, let me ask you this, because the team that I've always heard about, and I had to, I'm going to say had to, because I actually love Tim Hardaway. I can't stress this enough, but I had to, during the Heat's run to the finals, sit next to Tim Hardaway every single day on FS1 as he's sitting here lamenting Heat culture. I'm like, oh God, we're back in Heat culture again. Is there any realism to that the Heat culture, or is it other teams that have the culture that, like, a team like the Heat claims they have?
No, I think Heat culture is real.
Yeah?
Yeah. They've always approached it in a very intentional way.
That Pat Riley?
A lot of that is, a lot of it is Pat Riley, and there are standards and expectations that come with playing there, coaching there, being there. I was close to experiencing it. And when I was a free agent in 2010, almost followed LeBron to South Beach. Very close.
Oh, we could have gotten a D-fish decision.
Very close. We'll talk about that.
I cannot wait to talk about that.
Yeah, very close. But one reason brought me back to LA, and that was Kobe. That's
a pretty good reason.
That's the only reason.
It's a pretty good reason, though.
But yeah, the Heat culture is real. But I think more organizations have moved into, like, intentional about building organizational culture and standards and a way of doing things. It's not just, let's go spend money and get the best players we can, and then we'll see how many games we can win. Bubba
says it right here on YouTube. If Fisher had been there, they'd have gotten more than 2. That's right. I can't disagree. This is pretty funny. Good Karma says, ain't nobody going to a Laker game sitting in the front row putting on a blue shirt over their clothes.
That is true.
Oh, What's up, Raj?
Yeah, we got some more comments though. You know, they got some things to say. Remember we were talking about earlier watching the game, and Derek Fisher said he had to get some work done. What's this game? Nelly Cat 6 says, what work was Derek trying to get done?
Yeah, Derek. What work were you trying to get done last night? What's up?
I have multiple
streams of income.
responsibilities as
there's
an
another
adult.
one from
I'm a father. I'm a husband. I have more jobs than just this one.
They just wanted some clarification.
Okay.
And before we get to
Understood.
the phone,
He had to finish his paper route.
Yeah, okay.
I've had one of those.
I have too.
Yeah, I have one too. Hot dog. Hey, before we get to the phone lines, Bubba Holmgren 705 says he thinks remember we were talking about the what do you call those? The Padres, right?
Yeah.
Right? They say, I believe they've had the Sadres, he calls them, have had it combined 11, 12 days in first place over the last 4 years combined. True. And he goes on to say their eagle for always being runner-up is pathetic. Ooh, that's sad.
Oh, coming after them Pods.
Some smoke in the city.
Hey, don't look at me. I'm not defending the Pods in this. I've counted their titles, and I'm done counting. Just a fact. No titles. Dodgers, not the case.
I mean, can't complain until you get it done.
It's just a fact. I got to say it. All right, let's go to the calls. And, of course, that phone number, 855-97-LA fan, 855-975-2326. Let's go to O the Great. What up, O?
Little P, a.k.a. Cody Decker, a.k.a. Deck. What up, my dude? How are you?
What is going on, my guy?
So, man, okay, so let's pick it up from when I last talked to you. Pacers versus Thunder in the finals last year.
Boy, it's been a while.
Wow.
O was a regular caller on a show I used to do, and this one is superior, O.
You got that right. Number one, okay, let me tell the producer, play the show in the background while I'm on the phone so I can hear what's going on so I know when they coming to me. I didn't know what the hell. I'm getting ready for work.
I will make sure Raj knows that he's a terrible engineer. Raj, bad job.
Please let the bosses know I'm a terrible engineer. I should not be doing this.
Like, they got to play it in the background so we know what's happening. Also, too, I went to the YouTube page yesterday because I told you I was going to go back and listen to the whole show because I wanted to hear you and Fish. Could not get it. All I got was the clip of.
Oh, no, we're all good now. We're all good now. The show is all on YouTube, live on Twitch, Twitter, you name it. We gold, my guy.
All right, that's what's up. I got to say this. D-Fish, man, I'm a fan of yours. You are dope. You played with an icon.
Yes,
and,
I appreciate you.
Oh, you more than welcome, brother. I remember where I was when you hit that shot against the Spurs with, 0.4 seconds. I was in a club. I was standing there looking at the TV at the bar. I thought for sure it was fake the way you threw it up so fast and y'all ran off that court. Oh, my God, that was so – and, of course, I was going for the Spurs because I can't stand y'all. I'm a Celtics fan. But
yeah, I forgot. I should have told you. Part. He hates you also.
Okay. All good. All good.
I can't stand y'all.
This is a safe zone. It's a safe zone.
On no level. On no level. But I got to say this, though. The season that you're I call them the Fakers. I'm not going to stop. The season that the LA Fakers put together this year was ridiculous. I am proud of them. If they're smart, you need to tell them if they're smart, they'll trade AR right now because you get a haul back for him because he cannot hold up a whole 82-game season. But I just got to say this for tonight. I got Knicks all day. I'm like Deck with this. I think they're going to go to the next round. Jamie Harden is going to Jamie Harden. He's going to let him down like he normally does, just like he did in Game 7. My man did nothing. All he did was pass the ball. They're going to need everyone to do their thing, and especially them two bigs. Jarrett Allen really showed me something. The dude has constantly been soft, but he showed his butt the other day. I was proud of him. Evan Mobley has been cold-blooded, but I really think even with the rest and them being rusty, because what Fish is talking about, that's 100% correct. We saw it last night. But I really think the Knicks, they almost look like, to me, they especially this postseason, not in the regular season, because the regular season they had to figure it out. In the postseason, they look like the 2014 Spurs. They just look like they got blinders on, and they are trying to mow down whoever they deal with. And when they deal with OKC or San Antonio, because I thought for sure it was going to be OKC in this final, but it might be – we shall see. But I just, man, whoever the Knicks go up against, Knicks got something coming, and I think this might be a historic year for that team. I hate to say it. I'm a Celtic fan. I'm not doing this, but I really think the Knicks are going to do this, Deck. I really do.
I love it. Oh, the great, phenomenal call. And one thing, what are your thoughts on that? O thinks they should trade AR as quickly as they can. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. We talked about a possible sign-and-trade situation, but I don't know. With the words that are out there that Luka wants him back, I have to assume we're getting AR back.
Yeah, I don't see a scenario where, I mean, that would have to involve Austin wanting to leave, essentially.
I can't imagine he wants to leave.
I don't think so either. I mean, if the Lakers financially feel like they can't afford to keep him for multiple reasons, like, okay, that's a different conversation.
Absolutely.
But I don't, to me, again, which I think I said yesterday, with like what Luka experienced, like getting traded from Dallas to the Lakers and all that he's gone through to get to this point where he is, I don't think you can pull the rug out from under him from that perspective.
Yeah.
Where, like, the possibility of LeBron, even if LeBron plays another year, like, he's going to be retiring soon, and then you do a sign and trade with Austin Reaves, and now Luka's looking around. Rui Hachimura's potentially a free agent. You know, a lot of these guys maybe have one more year if they pick up their player option. Like, now he's surrounded by a bunch of guys he doesn't even know. I don't see that being the best scenario, you know, for them to maximize Luka's tenure as a Lakers player.
Man. Whew, so many questions going forward for the Lakers, because here's, at the end of the day, we see these teams that are in the Western Conference. And by the way, I know we're sitting here talking up the OKC, and we're talking up, obviously everything that the Spurs are doing, but we seem to also forget the Timberwolves are pretty damn good as well, and they don't seem like they're going to be going anywhere anytime soon. The Denver Nuggets had a down year, but that man is Joker, and I know he's going to come back next year ready to go. Like, it's just the Western Conference, man.
Yeah, and the Houston Rockets, again, they were missing a few guys as well. So yeah, the Western Conference is going to be tough for another few years, and so you have to build your team with that in mind.
Absolutely. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. Coming up, just how well do I know D-Fish? And follow-up question, how well does D-Fish know me? We're going to find out right here on Derek and Decker, right here on The Fan LA.
Hey, it's Klein.
97.1 The Fan, L.A. Derek and Decker coming at you right now here in sunny, beautiful Los Angeles, California. And, of course, we are with you guys every day right here from 6 to 10 a.m., Monday through Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and, of course, all of you. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. We've had some great phone calls. And, of course, the chat is absolutely going crazy today on YouTube and Twitter and Twitch. We've gotten to a lot of chat comments. But right now, we got to go ahead and bring in our hype man, Raj. But before I bring in my guy, Raj, I just want to give a quick little thank you. A big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like Next Gen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support, and I also appreciate the support of Hype Man Raj. Raj, what are we doing?
That's right, guys. As you know, we're doing a radio show every day, 5 days a week. And I think you just said that, 6 and 10 a.m. And we got two superstars up here in the building, guys that have played professional sports. Now, I can emphasize with you guys because I was the Turkey Bowl MVP a couple years on Thanksgiving in flag football. So, you know, I'm a little bit of athlete myself. Yes, indeed. But unfortunately, those games were not televised. But yours were. So I want to know how well do Fisher and Decker know each other? Watch as I reach way over here. All right. That's right. How well do you guys know each other? So I'm going to give you I'll ask you a question, and I'm going to give an over-under on the career of the other person. So let's start with, let's see, Cody.
Okay.
Derek Fisher, how many seasons in the playoffs was Derek Fisher in? Over, under of 17.
Oh, okay. Got those Thunder years. I'm trying to think how good the Denver Nuggets run was.
But no Joker on that team.
There was no Joker on that team.
I don't know.
You said 17?
17, over, under.
I'm going to take the over.
You're going to take the over?
Oh!
No, it is 16. It was just 2 seasons that Derek didn't make the playoffs.
Damn it! You know what? I'm blaming that 9 games with the Mavs. That's what it was.
Yeah, it ruined it. All right, now, Mr. Fisher, you're looking over there at Cody Decker. You see his bobblehead back there in that beautiful batting stance he has, and you see that license plate's Upper Decker. Oh, yeah, Upper Decker.
It says Upper Decker,
yeah. I was going to say some other stuff. Might have got an FCC fine. Anyway, so Derek, over, under, Cody's minor league career numbers. We got a lot of home runs in there. Over, under 200 home runs, Derek, for Cody Decker. Your partner sitting right to the left of you.
I'm Cody.
Over, under 200 total home runs over the course of the 11-year career.
With the minors. We're not even counting the majors yet. I'm just doing this to make it easy, what I'm looking at here.
Okay. Man, Cody can swing the bat.
He could.
I'll say under.
Ooh, you ain't got that much faith in Cody. Incorrect. He's got 204.
Apparently, you don't know how good Cody could swing the bat.
204 career home runs down there.
204,
Cody.
baby.
Yeah.
Thank you. Did it all in the Bush Leagues.
That's right. Oh, here's a highlight right here. Look.
I like it.
Woo, that's a sweet stroke there. Okay, back to Fish. Okay, you see, let's see, we just say Fisher, Derek Fisher there. You see the size of my man. You know,
do.
Not the tallest NBA player I think that we've seen.
Which is why he's even more of my hero.
Yeah, but he told me in the combines he got on it because he dove on the ground for every loose ball and made a name for himself and got himself drafted. So over under on rebounds, over under 3 rebounds for his career, Derek Fisher's career, over under 3 rebounds.
Because he's a dog, I'm going to say it's over. It's going to be like 3.2.
Ooh, you were confident with that.
Yes, I am. 3.2 is the answer.
Derek, do you know the number?
I don't know the number, but it's probably under that.
Damn it, Derek! Play harder! Why didn't you play harder?
I didn't have to go rebound.
Damn it, Derek!
You think you had Shaq and guys on the team for that.
No, he was diving. He should have dove.
2.1.
Yep.
Yeah,
2.1? Why are you even here, Derek?
No need to even go near the paint on defense.
All right. Let's see. Talk about hustle. A little hustle. Although this doesn't have everything to do with hustle. Sometimes you just got to work with what God blessed you with, what your parents gave you. Speed, stolen bases, Derek, in Cody's major league career, over or under, or minor league career, over or under 7 stolen bases for your boy there.
Over.
Oh, he said that with confidence. Them thighs are sticks. Them thighs
baby.
they for deadlifts and squats.
This is built for power, not speed.
7.
I'm built for comfort, baby.
7 total days.
Listen.
In how many years?
Enough of them. This is actually true. I didn't get a stolen base until my 8th season playing.
Cody, how much space is between first base and second base?
90. Those guys can throw the ball
one
hard.
time?
No, I did. I stole like 5 bases in my career, but I didn't steal one until like my 8th season, and I'll tell you why I did it.
It was 6 stolen bases. Give
Was it
yourself
6?
some credit.
Let's
Yeah.
go. God, Daddy's got wheels.
Yes.
I'm just saying, I was in the bathroom during a game, and I heard the announcer saying, Decker just scored. You know, he's got no career stolen bases, so definitely not a speed threat. I took it personally, got a single. I stole my next bag. Wasn't even a throw made. You know why?
Why?
Because they knew I wasn't going to do it. So I surprised them, baby.
Surprise! Wow. All right, love that. Love a surprise. Okay, let's go to our man Fish here. We did rebounds. All right. You picked a category. You want to go free throw percentage on Fish or total playoff games?
I want to do total playoff games.
Total playoff games. Over or under 255 playoff games for Fish?
God, let's see. 16 playoff appearances, 5 rings. You went to the finals with the Thunder as well. So give me the number again.
We're going to go 255. Over or under for Derek Fisher?
Oh, God.
Playoff games.
I'm going to go under. I'm going to say D. Fish played 245.
Derek Fisher played 259 games. You guys don't know each other at all.
Dear God, man.
He played a lot of playoff games.
Is anyone going to win this game?
We'll be here forever.
All right. Batting average. Batting average for Cody Decker, Derek.
Under.
Oh.
Wow. I could do one thing. It was hit. It was hit a baseball.
I didn't even give you a number. Over or under a 259 batting average?
That's a good number.
Actually, that's a good number. I actually don't know the answer to this question. That's close.
Oof. I'm gonna say over. I'll give it like 261.
You know what? I'm gonna say like 264. I think you got that one right.
260 on the dot.
260!
Derek is the winner. Derek has won. Derek knows his partner. All right. Hey, speaking of batting averages, guys, what the hell happened to the Dodgers batting last night? Cody, you said something earlier about being contagious.
Yes. Listen, D-Fish and I were talking about how annoying it gets when things just go wrong and somehow everybody forgets how to play their respective sport. D-Fish, how many games were you a part of? I bet you can, remember when we're nothing did go right.
I mean, sometimes there are, entire playoff series where, you don't shoot the ball well. The ball doesn't go in. You're turning the ball over, et cetera. But I don't understand why it happens all at the same time.
It's crazy, isn't it?
I don't get it.
So to the Dodgers' credit last night, they came up against a buzzsaw. Pitching staff was just on it. You get to the 9th inning, Mason Miller goes in there. He's going to shut you down. He throws 104 miles per hour. But I'll freely admit it, man. I'll never understand how it happens. It just sometimes does. There's something in the air where we all just collectively forget how to hit. And that happened to the Dodgers, period, stop last night. The only run that was scored in the game was the second hitter of the bottom of the first inning in Enyar. He goes yard, Yamamoto does his job. But I firmly don't worry about this Dodger team. It blows me away that so many people are worried about this Dodger team, man.
Yeah, it's too early for...
It's May 19th.
Concern. And when you're tied for first, especially. I mean, half a game back now after last night. But... It's too early to panic. You can have reasons why you're concerned,
especially if you're a half game out of first.
Yeah, there's certain patterns you don't want to see continue. You definitely want to see the bats light up a little bit, but once the lineups are whole and the team is in a healthier spot, then you can kind of start to evaluate it a little better and start to see can this team, are they going to win the World Series again? I still would think they have the best chance of anybody right now. Mm-hmm.
I do too.
We'll see in a few more months.
By the way, we have a ton of people in the chat right now. One guy thought I hit 245. How dare you?
Oh, that's disrespectful.
15 points lower than what Daddy pulled. Does Cody think he would have a shot against Mason Miller? No.
Oh, I can answer that for you.
I can answer that for you right now. No. I haven't. I've been retired since 2019, and even then, when I was washed up still playing in 2019, probably would not have had much shot hitting that guy. I will admit this, though. At nearly 40 years old, D-Fish, how often are you out and you still play?
Oh, no.
You don't do it at all?
No. I'll demonstrate certain things and, show the guys, defensively what it should look like, or, offensively this is the type of movement or way to come off the screen.
Yeah.
But I am not playing live basketball. No, not a chance.
So I don't either at all, except at my UCLA baseball alumni game. I have played the last 3 alumni games against the current team.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. As much as I want to say, yeah, I don't got it anymore. I'm old. I shouldn't be doing this. They keep asking me to play, and I, for some stupid reason, keep saying yes because I'm an egotist. I hadn't had an at-bat in 4 years. My first at-bat, I homered. I couldn't stop laughing as I was rounding the bases. I'm going to probably play in one more alumni game, and I'm going to make it my final baseball game I ever play in because I'm going to be 40 years old. And I should not be playing baseball anymore. It's irresponsible at this point.
I am not interested. I was very fortunate to be healthy 90+%.
I got away with murder that I'm not broken.
I am not trying to roll the dice on that one.
Oh, man. But also, what about a game of horse? How when you go out, do you just shoot the lights out still?
Yeah, no, I'll do a shooting competition. Me and one of the kids at high school against a couple other kids, just for fun, just to shoot the ball. Yeah, I'll do that.
When you played, did you guys ever do one-on-ones? I've asked around a few people in the league now. I'm like, who's the guy that one-on-one? Because they're talking about the NBA game, the NBA All-Star game. They're thinking about adding a one-on-one game, which I would love to see. But everyone keeps telling me, yeah, you don't want to play one-on-one with, and I couldn't believe the name, Peyton Pritchard. Peyton Pritchard one-on-one is nasty one-on-one. He just torches everybody.
Yeah,
I'm like, that is not the name I would have picked, but awesome.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, he's got a tight handle. He can shoot it. He's crafty in terms of finishes around the basket. I feel like one-on-one in an All-Star game there would just be a lot of fouling going on. Nobody's going to want to lose in a one-on-one type of situation. They're not going to call a foul with the game on the line. Somebody's going to win on a free throw in a one-on-one challenge.
All right, that would suck.
That would kind of suck.
That would be pretty bad. By the way, BCush8 on YouTube says, Fisher, want to run in my team in the men's league? We need a one.
At this point, I would be a small 5, not a 1.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick little break, and when we come back, we're going to have on a little crosstalk. Brock and Alex will be joining us here on Derek and Decker here on 97.1 The Fan LA.
Carbine.
Live here on 97.1 The Fan LA. And of course, Derek Fisher and I are with you guys every day, Monday through Friday, right here on 97.1 The Fan. Of course, you can listen to us on the Odyssey app, and you can check us out at The Fan LA right now on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. And yeah, the chat has been absolutely wild all show long, and we got to pay off the tease because it's time for Crosstalk. Hi, Brock and Alex.
Hey.
What up, gang? What up, gang?
How was the first show yesterday?
Dude, so fun. First time ever doing live callers on a show.
Really?
Like, I had a radio show, but we never did live callers. So, like, LA was, like, ready to start talking.
They've been waiting for this, man.
We had a guy yesterday that was ready to start.
Oh, yeah. There was a guy yesterday who called in. This guy's been waiting since 1994 for there to be an FM sports talk station. He's just like, I got this OJ take. They ain't ready for it.
I laughed so hard when I heard him.
Very current of him.
He nailed it.
Yeah.
He was so ready for you.
By the way, in case you guys don't know, Brock and Alex is our mid-morning show right here on 97.1. It's a killer show. I was listening to it yesterday while I was in the gym. And Fish, while I was listening to their show, you know how they came on here and they immediately ambushed me. Specifically you, Brock.
I did not.
Yeah, sorry. Alex, I apologize. Brock, you came in here.
Positivity here.
Yeah, Brock comes in and ambushes my ass.
This ran deep for you.
I know, but
this ran deep.
By the way, I'm gonna die on this hill that Shrek 2 is the superior Shrek film.
In no way is it better.
I hate how wrong you are.
It's the worst in the Shrek verse. We're
such
talking
a
Puss
weird-
in Boots and Shrek.
It's
Shrek
really
is the worst one.
It's really weird being surrounded by people who don't know anything. Anyways, my point is, Brock, you said something on your show yesterday that really baffled me. Just baffled me in a way that I looked. I took my headphones out. I started asking questions at the gym. Like, have you ever heard of this? Fish, have you ever heard of a guy that can only drink coffee starting at 1 p.m.?
The first cup?
Yeah.
Yes. Not allowed to do coffee until 1
And it's
p.m.
a strict rule, specifically.
Like, right at the dot.
At 1 p.m., he can have his first coffee.
I mean, it sounds like a person that's had some experiences.
Experiences what? Murdering people? Are you a serial killer?
I'm not going that far into it.
I am.
Okay.
A caffeine addiction.
Okay.
It's something happened, and then he made the decision.
Are we done?
That was the first.
Are we done?
Where did this come from, Brock?
I made my piece yesterday. I said it's insane. There's no.
Brock.
The whole point of coffee is the morning and for your shows and when you need to work
Get
and
it
do
out.
things
Everyone get
to
it
pick
out.
you up. And you
Laugh
are
it up.
the exact opposite. You're like,
Laugh
I'm
it
just
up.
gonna
I'm not
I'm
laughing.
gonna raw dog life and then I'm gonna do it right at
I'm
1 p.m.
concerned.
Okay, so on work days, specifically work days, I do not have a cup of coffee until 1 p.m. Leading up to 1 p.m., I only have water, tea. She's got me on this yerba madre stuff.
mate.
It's pretty good. Mate. I
like
do not
madre,
have
though.
coffee before 1 p.m. I cannot control my coffee intake. Some would call it an addiction. I call it support, obsession,
I would agree with
helping the coffee economy. Once I start, I cannot stop.
Yeah.
Once you pop, the fun don't stop.
Yeah, so by waiting until 1 p.m. to start drinking, I naturally limit my caffeine intake because I have no self-control around it. And I am not the only one. There are afternoon coffee drinkers out there. There's dozens.
There's dozens.
No,
Raise your hand.
I drink coffee in the afternoon. It's just not the first.
Yeah.
It's my 8th cup.
Yeah.
I'll organize a meeting. I will take a photo of all 15 of us.
No.
If you are out there, reach out to me. We're going to start organizing. We're going to start marching. We deserve support
This is
in
the
this
saddest
community.
thing I've ever heard.
It's what we're actually going to make a segment out of it today called Spill the Tea because right before 1 p.m. when he can actually have his first cup of coffee.
Insane.
We're done with the tea.
Did you guys see Oppenheimer?
I have.
Yeah.
Of course,
movie?
I love that movie.
So, you know, the iconic final moment where Cillian Murphy / Robert J. Oppenheimer is sitting there and he's imagining the natural nuclear war that he's created.
Yes.
I believe that is how every member of Team USA Men's Basketball 2024 gold medal team should be feeling because the monster they've created in Victor Wembanyama, who lost that gold medal, and immediately said, the world will pay. And then a reporter asked him, like, do you mean, like, which competitors? He said, everyone. That's what we saw last night.
Yeah, it was killer.
I was
That
like,
was an
where
Oppenheimer
are you going
moment.
with
It was
this?
killer.
That was a
Yes.
beautiful transition.
Boy,
I had no
I was like,
is this going to
I thought
coffee?
this this was your coffee thing.
Coffee?
Like,
from
why? Wait. Can we talk?
I was so lost there
Brock,
for a second.
why are you trying to talk sports on this sports show? We talked our 5 favorite cereals this morning. Talk about that.
What were you guys' number ones? It better be Frosted
baby.
Flakes.
Damn.
Number 1 for this cat was Frosted Flakes.
We are aligned on Shrek. We're aligned on
Hold
Frosted
on.
Flakes.
All right, fine. Alex, what's your go-to? What number 1 cereal?
Granola.
What?
I'm sorry. Alex, you're no longer allowed to talk. Cut Alex's mic now.
No, you guys.
You can't cut her mic. She can't say granola.
You have to understand, like,
Alex,
I
what's your
grew up-
favorite color? 22.
Turquoise. I grew up in a very healthy family before, like, health food and organic food was a thing. So I didn't grow up with sodas, fast foods, or cereal. So, like, granola, if we were having something in the morning, it was on yogurt with fruit. Like, that's what I had. Like, I was a weird kid at school who had, like, a turkey roll-up with, like, avocado and sprouts in it. People had Lunchables. They're like, what's that? I was like, it's a what? It's a turkey roll-up. So, like, I am granola. Like,
I am granola.
I am granola. Like,
Insane.
my mom was a
And
hippie.
granola is me.
Yeah, we are. It's so good, you guys.
Insane.
I'm gonna bring you. It's not what you think in granola. I'm gonna change your minds.
Like, slow down. Like, I love
gonna change your mind.
granola. Like,
It's just not a
granola's fine.
cereal.
It's just, I asked you your favorite cereal,
Yeah, with milk.
and you might as well have said, have you seen Oppenheimer? That's might as well about what you've said. All right, Brock, go ahead and tell us about Wemby.
Wait, no. This actually will be a good, before we get to that, a good little transition, because my favorite thing you guys were talking about on the show this morning, on my drive in, I was listening. One of my favorite topics. Cody, you're so wrong. D-Fish, you were so right.
This is a hostile work.
I already like this topic. I don't even know what it is.
Aliens.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're here.
They're not.
Yes, there is so much proof. Like,
There is no proof.
there has been so many documentaries.
Literally
especially,
zero.
Especially the most recent one. Oh, it came out last year, and it was led by a government official. His entire job, his entire sector was collecting all the information that the government has on aliens. You guys, I've seen every single documentary. I fall asleep to Ancient Aliens. Like, it is one of my favorite.
Ancient
genres.
Aliens is literally a crackpot show
That's
filled with insane people.
Oh, I know. That's just
The
comedy.
guy with the hair.
That's just comedy. That's just comedy to me because I find it hilarious. But no, there's a documentary that like has like legitimate facts that came out last year, and the guy that's in charge of it.
It's a movie. Yeah, this documentary she saw called Independence Day.
No.
What they did to the Statue of Liberty?
No.
I can add a little tidbit here. I was once sent by CBS to Area 51.
What? That's sick.
We were not allowed in, but we were allowed as close as civilians are allowed. And what I can say is that talking to everyone in that community, there's definitely aliens.
No.
Yeah, the Age of Disclosure is the name of it. The Age of Disclosure. It was, you guys, I'm telling you, you want to like a legitimate documentary, The Age of Disclosure.
You guys are just doing Steven Spielberg's work for him right now. He's got Disclosure Day coming out in a few months.
I'll be there.
Oh, I'll be there too. I love me a Steven Spielberg alien film, but you guys are doing all the marketing they need.
In a fictional world where the Odyssey and Disclosure Day come out on the same day, and you can only see one. Where
Odyssey.
You going?
I'm seeing the Odyssey.
Same.
And it's because it's not because I'm a Christopher Nolan freak. I just the man don't. There's only 2 directors in Hollywood that don't miss, and that is Mr. Christopher Nolan and Mr. Ryan Coogler. Those are 2 directors I will go so out of my way to watch their films.
You're not adding Steven in there?
I'm not. Ryan Coogler, I think, is honestly, I'm actually putting him above Christopher Nolan. That man do not miss.
Okay.
Fruitville Station is a masterpiece.
Yeah.
And Sinners, I don't need to say anything about Sinners. It's perfect.
Speaking of aliens, tie this all together.
So,
He's doing the X-Files.
He is doing the X-Files.
Yes.
Dude, Ryan Coogler is doing the X-Files, dude.
Yeah.
So that means they are real.
Yes. Thank you.
If Ryan Coogler believes,
They're
you have
not
to
real
believe.
because
That's what's
Agent
up,
Mulder
D-Fish.
and Scully have stopped them.
No.
That's why they're not real.
No.
It's a hostile
They
work
are.
environment.
But the connection I was making is Wemby is our real life alien.
Yeah, he is.
On the court. Like, he is real life Space Jam.
He really
So go
is.
back to your point.
My favorite thing to watch, not as a LA fan, just as a fan of sports, a fan of competition, you could see it in Pop Warner, you could see it on the professional level, is when one player on that court or that field says, I'm not losing today.
Mm-hmm.
And with 1 minute left in the fourth quarter through both overtimes, you just saw a guy, a 22-year-old. Yes, he's a freak of nature, but the mental capacity to just say, I'm not losing. I don't care what you do. You can block my shot. Who was it? Caruso blocked his shot, or Chet tossed his stuff. It didn't matter. Like, I am not losing tonight, and it's my favorite moment in sports when athletes tap into that.
Well, it's amazing. We actually didn't get into the show, Fish, today, but like last night after the game, they asked Wemby how did he have extra motivation because you just watched that trophy go, the MVP trophy go that, and he said yes.
Yeah.
To everything you just said. Yes.
I love
and I was
him.
just like, God, I love this guy.
I love him.
I like it.
Yeah.
Well, you heard like in what? Oh my God, why am I blanking on Jordan's documentary that came out during COVID?
The Last
Dance.
That we all watched religiously during that time. He would find different pieces of motivation and just kind of clock it. Like he needed those things.
Yeah.
He needed that spite list to be like, all right, I'm coming for you.
Yeah.
Give me that. So by Wemby watching that,
It's scary.
Yeah.
yeah, bye.
Oppenheimer created a monster. Should have just let him win. We should have just let him win the gold.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's going to be doing this for 20 years.
Well, guys,
What
we learned today is that everyone, 1, needs to see Oppenheimer. 2,
aliens are real.
aliens are not real.
Aliens are definitely
The
real.
only alien that's real is the one that's in San Antonio. That guy's real. The rest of this nonsense,
They're real.
not going to be standing for it.
They're real.
All right, guys, you want to stick around right here on 97.1 The Fan so you can hear Brock and Alex for the next 4 hours try to convince you desperately that aliens are real. And most importantly,
Yeah.
you got to make sure you guys are checking out the entire channel here on 97.1 The Fan. Make sure you're checking us out on YouTube, Twitch. Make sure you're joining us on Instagram at The Fan LA, all over the place. We're putting up a ton of social clips. Guys, the world of sports media and sports talk in LA has officially changed, and we are in a new world here in Los Angeles, California. So you definitely want to stick around for Brock and Alex, and of course, D-Fish, you and me, we'll be back here again bright and early.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. We are so excited to be hanging out with you today from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We are live everywhere, whether you're listening to us on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter. We want you to be a part of this show, so make sure you get in the comments. You can also call us throughout the show at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. That was a funny crosstalk that we just had with Cody and D-Fish. We were learning a lot about everybody
anti-alien.
here. Weird.
Very strange to be anti-alien.
With all the information that's coming out now from our government. Like, it is a legitimate thing these days. The Age of Disclosure, one of the best documentaries out there. In case you missed it, big alien girl here. Like, love it.
All in.
Beautiful thing.
What was the moment or the day that you realized, okay, they're out there? Like, what was there a specific thing that happened?
When I got obsessed with space.
Okay.
And I started really diving into, like, how small we are in the universe. And there is no actual, like,
Getting existential with it.
no
Okay.
possible way that we are the only living, breathing, or whatever that is, creature in this universe.
Okay.
And it's beautiful. Like, it's just, I think it's such a wild, beautiful thing. Plus, like, you know, I love Star Wars and, like, all those kind of movies. And it's
okay.
Let's just, like, it's
Can
out
I give
there.
you some,
It's out there.
I have to give you a little advice just on this. I believe in aliens.
Yeah.
Whenever you bring up fictional things,
Yeah.
it doesn't help your case that
I know,
aliens.
I know,
You
you
can't
guys.
bring up Star Wars.
It's just fun. It is. It's fun stuff. But you know what? We have a real life alien on the basketball court, you guys, that we got to watch last night. The Western Conference Final, all I have to say, first of all, Lakers should be watching this and being like, okay, this is the standard we need to level up to. Yeah. Like, whatever we do this season is based around how do we compete with OKC and the Spurs. And when I was watching Game 1 last night, all I could think was, like, I hope we get a Game 7. Yeah. Like, this is a series where, like, when you don't have a dog in the fight and you're just watching the chaos. And, I mean, it is a different level seeing these two teams built to get to this moment, and the longevity and the athleticism and the youth and the skills and the MVPs that they have on the court. I mean, you have the back-to-back MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and then you had Wemby on the court watching him get his MVP award right before the game started. What are you trying to do? Like, literally, what are you trying to do? Are
People
you
keep tempting him, man.
Are you trying to push him over the edge?
Right.
That was insane. Every moment, like the last minute of regulation, both double OTs, like, that was chef's kiss.
He is unlike anything we have ever seen, and it's obvious that this is his league, regardless of not winning the MVP. Of course, this year he was on a minutes restriction for a huge chunk of the season, and last year people weren't taking the Spurs seriously. But it is undeniable the impact he has on the game. The entire game, when he is on the court, revolves around him.
Yeah.
Offensively, he can bring up the ball. He can play down low. He can do whatever. He can pull up from 30-something feet. He can just hang below the rim and wait for Castle to throw up a lob, and he finishes home. But my favorite thing is to watch him on defense, even on plays where he doesn't even touch the ball or get a rebound.
Yeah.
The entire OKC offensive strategy shifts and moves around Wemby. It's as if there's like a force field around him, and you cannot penetrate. And for the first time in his career, I saw Shai Gilgeous-Alexander not know what to do with the basketball, because in the fourth quarter, and it's winding down, and they had closed the gap. But he said, okay, I can't go to Chet down low.
Nope.
I can't drive and do my push-off fadeaway because Wemby's there, and he's a pterodactyl, and he's going to block my shot.
Alien.
Jalen Williams isn't really on it right now. Like, Shai was frozen, and he had, I think, 2 turnovers there down the stretch. Like causing an MVP to not look out of his element, but to make mistakes and hesitate, things that Shai never does. It's fascinating. Just watching Wemby impact things without directly impacting them. I want to enjoy it, but in the back of my mind, it's how can the Lakers deal with this for the next 20-something years?
Well, he's 22 years old.
And he's going to do this until he's 40.
Like,
why not?
that is absolutely insane when you start to wrap your head around that. Like, not only is the team extremely deep, but both these Western Conference final teams, that is the goal for the Lakers to get to this point, be able to compete with these teams, be able to beat them in a 7-game series. When you look at them top to bottom, this is something they've been working towards and building for years, because they did this through the draft. They did this through free agency. And the way that they constructed both of these rosters, they're built to last.
Yes.
Like, this is not like a short little window that we're going to see from OKC, who are the defending champs, who now have the back-to-back MVP, and the Spurs, who are finally getting back to that relevance place with Wemby and everyone that they have around him.
I mean, Stephon Castle is in his second year. Dylan Harper is in his first year. Not only do they not have to pay these guys for a little bit, even when they do, it's all going to be reasonable, and they can keep this core and keep the extra pieces. And this is, as you said, what the Lakers need to deal with going forward. And as we've been mentioning, the biggest issue with the Lakers is the down-low presence. Well, that's where Wemby likes to reside. So I'm trying not to be doom and gloom. I'm trying to celebrate the Spurs, but at a certain point, you do have to spin it back and say, okay, how do the Lakers get over the hump? And the hump is named Victor Wembanyama, and the hump is also named Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Yeah,
you're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. Make sure you're following us on all socials at The Fan LA. You can be watching us on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Get in those comments. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We want you to be a part of this conversation, because we all watched Game 1 of the Western Conference Final last night. And as Laker fans, and I'm sure the entire Lakers front office, Lakers organization, and team watched that game as well and went, whew! I don't know if this is a quick fix for the Lakers to be able to get to that point. We talked about this. Like, this feels like a 2 to 3 year plan for the Lakers, right? Because the core group that you had together this year, once they were gelling, they looked great, right? Yep. But were they good enough to compete and beat a Spurs team or an OKC team in a 7-game series?
Right.
And I don't know. After watching that game last night, watching what these two teams are able to do when they're neck and neck, when we have a Luka Doncic, and again, like, there's a lot of offseason moves that the Lakers are going to make this season that I think are going to determine probably the next 5+ years of this franchise. And the goal is, if you want to get back to that dynasty level, I don't want to say like you don't this Lakers team can never take a step back to go forward.
The fan base doesn't allow that.
No. This is a team that is figure out a way to win now, always. And especially, like, you have a star player like Luka Doncic. So how do you build around Luka Doncic? He made it very clear that he wants them to keep Austin Reaves, right? So that's already going to be the focus. So then the next big question is, can they keep LeBron James? And that's what all the noise has kind of been over the last week. There's been different reports, not confirmed, but obviously they're getting leaked by someone from LeBron's camp, talking about he doesn't feel respected, he feels taken for granted. But then you have his agent, Rich Paul, coming out, and he's been in the news. So you know what? This is just going to be the summer of LeBron James. We are on LeBron James watch throughout this entire offseason. Kind of similar feeling to like Aaron Rodgers in the NFL, where everyone's just like, well, is he going to retire? Well, is he going to come back? And it's kind of, you just take a back seat and you're waiting to see what a superstar does and what they want to do and how they want to end their career. And the latest with Rich Paul, who, again, he's doing his work. He's doing his job, okay? Last week, he was on the podcast talking about the whole situation, as I mentioned, that LeBron James felt like the article that came out felt disrespected. He was like, nah, guys, you're blowing that out of proportion. Like, LeBron has so many accolades. Like, he doesn't need another game ball. Reading between the lines, he's doing his job, okay? He's making LeBron look humble. Okay, he's not complaining about this. And then yesterday, what came out was Rich Paul telling Shams every contender has basically reached out about LeBron James since the Lakers season ended. Now, is this true? Everyone's calling? What do the cool kids say? Cap. I got all my Gen Z producers and video editors here telling me I had to use that. And he's like, you guys, I'm not going to say a word I don't understand the meaning to.
I also have never used it.
Cap?
Yes, but
Wait, Brock, you've never used it? You kept quiet. You let me make fun of Alex. You laughed at her.
I was enjoying you making fun of her because the target was not on my back. But I at least know what it means. I don't use it. And then if you want to get fun with it, you, instead of saying cap, you say words that start with cap, like that's Capricorn or that's Capicola.
God,
yeah.
you guys got to stop. Oh, my God.
Shay's not gonna
Every 20, oh, my God.
I did.
Cap, it's just a lie. It's a lie. That's cap.
So why cap?
I don't know.
I believe it's Atlanta slang. I think Atlanta.
Okay.
I think Atlanta gets to claim that.
So I'm just gonna say lies then.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say lies. But you know what? Like, I don't blame him. He's doing his job.
Rich Paul is doing his job. Rich Paul and LeBron James and Maverick. The fact that we know the names of LeBron's cabinet is proof of the dynasty of PR and marketing and production that they've built. I love that you brought up Aaron Rodgers because that is a perfect comparison. Usually, Aaron Rodgers dominates the offseason because he does the will they, won't they, I want to be here, I want to go on podcasts and talk to people and leak things out, and I'm going to dominate the rumor mill. But what happened this offseason? Aaron Rodgers signed with the Steelers last week. Nobody reacted the way that they did in recent years. Aaron Rodgers' absence and will he, won't he sign with the Steelers did not make the airwaves and the tweets and everything like it normally does.
Yeah.
And why it's the perfect comparison is because I feel that's what LeBron is going to find this offseason. Will LeBron be talked about? Of course he will. It will be significantly less than previous off seasons. I feel for the first time, LeBron and Rich Paul and the empire that they've built of PR and media dominance is going to lose a battle. They're undefeated right now. They are undefeated, but I feel he is severely miscalculating the willingness of Laker fans and the Lakers organization to move on without him.
Yeah, so I think LeBron's as we know, he is a media mogul.
Yep.
He owns a media company.
He is the master.
He knows how to work the media. He knows what to say, when to say it, and how to leak it in a certain way. Like, there's no way he had no idea that article was coming out saying that he felt like he was underappreciated. There's no way he didn't know that his agent was going on a podcast or telling the NBA insider Shams that everyone's calling. Okay, he's aware, but it's not coming from him.
Who else is going to have that info except like how can we write an article about how someone feels if that person did not tell someone how they feel? It's like he's losing his fastball in a way. Like his media tactics, and tactics has a negative connotation, but it's not. I have been the face of the NBA for a long time. I deserve to manipulate and maneuver and get the things that I want done. I should be a GM one day, and he probably will be. But anyway,
he'll maybe own a team.
Yeah,
he's billionaire status. He's gonna own a team.
He'll do a Jerry Jones where he'll own the team but have fundamental hands in the locker room. But
all right, I can see that.
I feel that already we are showing that the fastball's kind of been lost to release the article about how wrong you felt about the basketball, and then 36 hours later have to say actually it wasn't a big deal. You leaked the article. Like you're complaining that an article was released that you made. Like they're losing their fastball, and they do not realize how willing LA is. It's not going to feel great, but they will move on. This is not Cleveland.
So we've been playing the sound on this show, and you can tell that the Lakers front office, just by Rob Pelinka's end of season interview talking about LeBron, you guys, it was very much honored They were honored to have him there. They were they see that he's honored the league in a certain way. Any team that would have LeBron on their team and their franchise, they would be honored.
And we just want to honor LeBron James.
I think there were 5 total.
There was, we've played the whole sound before, and I think there were 5. Fun drinking game. 5 honored. Every time you hear Rob Pelinka say honored, take a shot. This early can be a shot of espresso. You're just going to be jacked up for work. Later in the day, then, have some fun. But yeah, it's a little different for LeBron. So it's always a chess match, especially for a superstar of his caliber and a brand like the Lakers, and where both of them are at right now at the state of the game. Because LeBron is at the end of his career. He might have a year or 2 left. He's 41 years old. But again, this year at 41 years old, he was still playing at a top 25 level and was still able to win a playoff series for a team after his number 1 and number 2 went down towards the end of the season, put the team on his back, and against all odds and against everybody's conversations around it, saying the Lakers were going to get swept, there was no chance, he put the Lakers on his back and won that first series against Houston. So there's still value there. There is still value in LeBron James for the Lakers. So that's why you just kind of have to ask yourself, if you're the Lakers, what do we want to be next season? Because again, I don't think they're going to get to a place where they can compete and beat the 2 teams that we're seeing right now in the Western Conference Final, in the Spurs and OKC, next year. There's not enough stuff available right now. I don't know if there's enough draft capital, if there's free agents available, even if they get Giannis. I don't think that's enough. And who knows if that's actually a possibility and going to happen, or even if it's a good fit. But what we do know is when the Lakers were all healthy and all playing together during that stretch this season, with Luka Doncic as the number 1, Austin Reaves as the number 2, LeBron James as the number 3, they were winning. They were winning. And you know what? If you give that another try and you give LeBron that farewell tour that, he definitely deserves and is able to play to the level that he gave you last year, I don't think it's that bad of a thing to bring all of them back if you have the ability to, but then also build off that, get a big man and get some youth, get athletic, get deep. They need to be 10 guys deep on their bench.
Here's the case for bringing back the trio. Money and contracts and capital aside, right? LeBron, Luka Doncic, and Austin Reaves in 2024 only played 25 games on the court at the same time.
Yeah.
One of them or 2 of them were injured at various times. They only got 25 games together. This recent season, only 29 games together. So Rob Pelinka can realistically say, I actually don't know the ceiling that this trio can reach because due to health, I just haven't seen them. So that's probably the biggest case for bringing back LeBron. It's also undeniable, no matter what you do down low, no matter who you bring in, having LeBron, one of the greatest basketball players to ever play the game, as your third option, even he'll be 42 then, at 42 years old, is the best version of this team. No matter who is down there, having LeBron as your number 3 is the best version. What's unfair to LeBron is it's up to him to take less money, and that is a difficult thing for anyone to do. And it's not just a financial thing; it's an ego thing. It's a I want to leave here on top because it's the only thing I've ever been. And for a lot of guys, the money is not about more cars and houses; it's value. I want to feel valued, and I want this team to show me how much they value me. LeBron as the third option. Luka as 1, Reaves as 2. They go 15-2 in the month of March. That was the longest stretch they had where all 3 were healthy.
Yeah.
I would also argue that the surge that we saw from LeBron against Houston was because he was the third option for the month prior. LeBron is not the pinnacle of health that he used to be. Well, first off,
he is one of the most fit 41-year. It's like Tom Brady and LeBron James
as
are on a different level in terms of being at the peak of their sport, being the GOATs, and then also being the GOATs at taking care of their bodies. Like, both of these athletes, we know, spend millions of dollars on their body and on their health.
He has working knees and can stand upright is a testament to all that he has done. But it is also clear that for a guy who really was never hurt through his entire career, the past couple years has been banged up because he's 40 years old, because he should be. But I do feel that in regards to getting the best version of LeBron, which we saw against the Rockets, it is because less was asked of him for the months prior.
So obviously, like, not a bad thing then for him to be number 3 for the Lakers next year.
Ideal.
Like, it could actually be great for everybody. Shay, what's LA saying? Like, let's get in the comments from the YouTube, Twitter, the Twitch feed. What are we feeling, LA?
So King Colonel says it's time for Brock to suit up and play for the Lakers. I don't know if you still got it in you, Brock. I don't even know if you played in the NBA.
I play recently in a rec league in Burbank.
I was gonna say, are you rec league?
We got bounced in the semifinals.
All right.
I can play defense, but I don't want to be in the same league as Victor Wembanyama, so I will have to hard pass. Sorry, Rob.
What else? What else
Rob
we got?
Pelinka, I'm sorry. I can't be of service.
King Colonel actually followed that up and said, "Bring back Eddie Jones."
Eddie Jones is somewhere on a beach, relaxing, living his life right now.
I agree, Brock. That was the name. The fact that he even said that was hilarious.
Yeah, he is a true Laker fan, because Eddie Jones, to his credit, is not a name that everyone just has at the top of their head. I love hearing from diehard Laker fans, and our man there definitely is one.
Yeah, so make sure that you're following us on socials at The Fan LA. We want to hear from you. Get in the comment section. You can also call us at 855-975-2326. 855-975-2326. We're taking live callers if you're feeling passionate enough about our conversations. And this next one, you guys, our next topic, I feel like we were in an episode of Freaky Friday for Angels and Dodgers last night. Like, what happened? We're getting to that next. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not
LA in LA on 97.1 The Fan.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen, and we appreciate you spending your morning with us, however you're tapping in on the radio, on the Odyssey app, on the iHeart app, or watching us live here on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So get in the comment section, slide into our DMs. You can also call us, and we're going to talk to you. We had some great...
What you got for us?
We had some great people calling yesterday at 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. So I teased this, and I think I kind of confused my producer when I said this. But last night was kind of like an episode of Freaky Friday with the Angels and the Dodgers,
yes.
right? Because they had the Freeway Series this weekend, and it was just absolute domination by the Dodgers. Like yesterday, I claimed Dodgers are back. Like, this is what they needed. They just needed to play the Angels to get everything back on track. And then last night, Dodgers are down in San Diego. Angels are playing the A's. They're both back in divisional matchups, right? And the Angels had the most exciting walk-off in the 9th inning after the A's pitcher had a no-hitter going through 8 innings, and then they absolutely crumbled.
I feel so bad for
in
JT.
The 9th. Producer Shai, do we have that call?
Oh, my God.
Of just like that moment? Let's play it.
Ball center field. It's hit well. Bolt inning for the first time. Here's a fly ball center field. It's hit well. Bolte is back near the wall. It's gone! Unbelievable! What a finish! Zach Neto says goodnight to the A's, and JT Ginn walks it off with a home run.
Wild.
I feel so bad for JT Ginn. So for anyone who wasn't watching the game, JT Ginn took a no-hitter, the pinnacle of achievement outside of a Cy Young, into the 9th inning. The first batter up for the Angels, second baseman Adam Frazier, he singles. All right, the no-hitter's over. The A's are still up 1-0. I can still get out of this game knowing that I took a no-hitter into the 9th inning. That's still kind of an achievement. Zach Neto comes up, hits a home run, not only for the second hit for JT, but to lose the game. So the emotional swing of I'm standing here about to get 3 outs and I can accomplish something that so few pitchers have ever done. And 4 minutes later, we lost the game. And I do a walk up. My heart goes out to JT Ginn, and it was a hell of an effort for those first 8 innings.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. Watching and covering no-hitters are like one of the more stressful things I've ever been a part of. I've had one no-hitter that was the most magical game I have ever been a part of.
Which one?
And it was LA native Tyler Skaggs passed away in 2019. And the game that they had to honor him, his mom threw out the first pitch. And then the Angels had 2 pitchers who were not, like, these guys are not. You look at the starting lineup and you're like, oh, yeah, this is going to be a tough game.
This is going to be a long one. Okay.
2 pitchers threw a combined no-hitter on the night that they were honoring Tyler Skaggs. And it was like one of the more magical games I had ever seen in terms of like guys just like crying, saying they felt him there, everyone putting their jersey on the mound after. Like that was wild. That was the most special no-hitter I've been a part of. But like other no-hitters, like it's like, you can't talk about it. You better not talk about it. We got a no-no going. You better not mention that because like there's superstition there, and it's so stressful. It's so stressful.
At what inning, since you've been in these dugouts,
Yeah.
at what inning does the feeling
No one. You just
start?
there's a look that happens. There's like right around the fifth
inning, no
fifth
hit,
or sixth. Everyone's
and there's
kind of
no
like,
hits. You're like, okay,
oh,
maybe this is happening.
This could happen.
Okay,
and you
around
just
the
like,
fifth
but
inning.
there's like a look, and it's like, don't say it. Don't you dare say it. Don't you be the one to jinx it.
Right.
And I didn't get it at first. Like I learned really hard, really fast my first year, like in media, like in the day one in the Angels press box. I was cheering. And I learned very quickly there is no cheering in the press box. I was like, oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just really excited, you know? That was a home run. That was cool. They're like, yeah, no. Shh. It's like,
you're not allowed to be a fan in the press box of any sport.
No, at all. And I had a really great mentor, Tim Salmon, Angels legend, that I would sit next to, and he was just like, Curry, can't do this. And when I was sitting next to him, one of the no-hitters, and he was like, Curry, you do not bring this up ever. Don't even say it. And I was like, okay, fine, fair, Salmon. Okay, so the Angels night ended in absolute celebration.
Zach Neto, the hero.
Beautiful. What happened to the Dodgers? Everything that they were doing well, minus I don't want to say pitching fell off, because it was a pitching duel last night. It was just one pitch in the first inning, and it was that home run, and that was kind of the game. That was it. That was the first Dodgers 1-0 loss on a first inning home run since September of 1982. Weird, crazy stat, but just so you understand, how weird
that is.
How weird that game was. That was it.
Yeah. Yoshinobu Yamamoto this season, a little bit last season, but mainly this season, he gives up an early home run. That's kind of his thing. And he has the freedom from Dave Roberts to say, hey, those first 2 innings, see what's working. See what is working, what's getting called strike, what's getting not called strike, what are they swinging at, what are they not swinging at. And the backside of that is someone will catch one and take it yard. But Yoshinobu Yamamoto is among the best pitchers for a reason, because after learning what is working and what is not, from the 3rd inning on, he is always nails. And to his credit, or rather in his defense, 1 run should not determine whether or not you win or lose the game. Giving up a homer early, you're thinking, I got bats, we're hot again, it's going to be fine. So I put no blame on him whatsoever. He has the freedom and the trust of Dave Roberts to let some things hang, and maybe some things slide, maybe I get by, but more often than not, someone's going to catch one, and that is fine. The hero of the game, and it pains me to do this, we are an LA show, catcher Rodolfo Duran for the San Diego Padres was the MVP. Not only helping Michael King throw absolute dynamite all game long, twice he caught Dodgers stealing. He really should have caught a third, but Tatis missed the tag. And also, most importantly, when his closer comes in, Miller, the first 9 of 10 pitches were balls. And what does he do? Comes to the mound, relaxes him, goes back to catch. There's another ball. He does the challenge for OBS. It's a strike. From that moment forward, it was absolute domination, and the Dodgers lose.
Yeah, I mean, it was really funny. The Dodgers broadcast last night said it feels like someone stole Miller's uniform and is trying to come out and close the game, because it was absolute chaos when he came in the 9th. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We want to give a big thank you to a few of our Day One fan supporters like Kalshi and Roto Hero. We appreciate your partnership, and we appreciate you guys listening to us. Make sure you're listening and following us on socials at The Fan LA, and you can call us at 855-975-2326. We want to hear from you. But that 9th inning, there were plenty of opportunities. That, I think, was the hardest part of the game last night. Is in the Freeway Series, we saw the Dodgers get back on track, taking advantage of runners in scoring position, right? Every time the bases were loaded, they at least got 1 or 2 runs in when they were playing the Angels. Last night, the opportunities were there, and there was 2 big situations, and then the first one kind of became the topic of debate. Should Dino Ebel, the Dodgers third base coach, should he have stopped Hyun-Sung Kim from going home when Ohtani? At first I had to rewatch it. I was like, was that a bunt? No, he hit it, and it was like a hit bunt. It was like a full swing bunt. Missed throw goes past first base. So Kim is rounding third, ready to come home. Mind you, there's 2 outs, and Dodgers are down a run, and Dino full stop, hands up, full stop. And I understand why he did it, because Tatis has a cannon. But the thing is, he bobbled the ball. It went down, got back up. I think it would have been a really close call of who got to the plate first. But in that moment, do you send him and take the chance? Did he? I know Dino really well, and I understand why he did what he did.
He was the Angels' third base coach for at least a decade,
right?
No,
I love Dino.
Yeah.
If he was with any other team and not the Dodgers, but he's with a championship team, back-to-back champs, I can see Dino being a manager one day. Like he is that great of a person and a coach, and I hope he does one day. He is just absolutely fabulous. We have plenty more of Dodger conversation to get to later in the show. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan, and there has been a lot going on here, but we're gonna dive into the Dodgers offense next. Don't go anywhere.
and Alex on 97.1 The Fan.
97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. We appreciate you spending your mornings with us, whether you're listening to us on 97.1, the Odyssey app, iHeart, or you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Get in the comment section. Make sure you're following us across socials at The Fan LA. We want to hear from you. We want you to be a part of this show. You can also call us at 855-975-2326. Let us know what you're thinking. What were we just talking about? We were talking about voices. We love the sound of voices.
Yes.
Did you think of what the voice I was talking about? Brock really likes the guy who does our commercials.
Yeah.
He said his voice sounds like butter. Also, yesterday,
voice.
Big Game. You love Big Game's voice.
James Worthy has.
Yeah,
as
you were talking about
buttery a
sounds
voice
like
as you could
butter.
ever imagine.
And then I was saying
I thought you were talking about Werner Herzog because you said the nature documentary guy with the German accent.
I think he's English.
Oh, okay.
I
okay.
I don't know why it's slipping my brain right now. But it's the nature documentary that has
if
like
you know the British voice who
why
does
can't I
nature
think about it
documentaries,
right
please
now?
help Alex the
It's the
entire
most
break.
beautiful.
She was trying to figure
It's
out
the
who
most-
this person is.
I mean, I could look
and
it
I
up,
couldn't help her.
but I like challenging
Yeah,
myself
where's
to
the
try
fun
to
in that?
remember. So
Somebody out
like,
there knows.
It's gonna come to me.
Yes.
It's gonna come to me. It's like, oh, the wilderness. It's so beautiful. Like he does the oceans, the Great Plains, all these other things.
Planet
like,
Earth, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. I definitely know the voice.
We did
but what's
it.
his name?
Right? Dude, if I could have that on repeat, putting me to sleep every night, like that's
Attenborough.
That's the peaceful sleep
Sir David
that
Attenborough.
I want.
That's who it is.
And you
Okay.
know what? I hope the Dodgers got some peaceful sleep last night because that game was what happened? Dodgers, what happened? Like, you got me in the Freeway series. You had me up. You had me excited, and I thought we had figured out our offensive struggles.
Mm-hmm.
They were 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position last night, and it was an issue. Like we kind of talked about that big moment with Dino stopping Haesung Kim, coming around third. He was already headed home, and it was a full stop.
Yeah.
So he didn't get thrown out by Tatis, who bobbled the ball, and like it would have been a really close call, I think.
So
at the plate, because Kim's like the fastest guy on the field, but then like
he's the
Tatis
best
also
athlete on the
has
team.
a cannon. So do you take that chance? Do you take that shot and just you're down a run and you still got some time left in the game, you let him go?
I do not blame Dino Evil. I feel that Haesung would have been thrown out at home, and the reason is because it's actually Haesung's fault. If you go back and watch. Okay, so you mentioned Shohei's bunt. It was kind of like a slap hit in a softball, where you're kind of taking a step and hacking at it. It's not a full swing while you're running. And as Haesung takes off to second, he's assuming that Shohei is just going to get thrown out at first. Okay, that ball's not going to go anywhere. It's going to go right to first base. Shohei's going to be out, and I'm going to stop at second base.
Yeah.
He's not looking at the play, nor is he looking at Dino. So he's slowing down with his head down, jogging, and almost comes to a complete stop on second base. He looks up and sees Dino, then he takes off again.
Yeah.
I believe that if Haesung is running full speed to second base, locked into the moment, looks up at Dino like he's supposed to, and gets 2 or 3 steps closer to Dino before Dino has to make the decision, I believe that Haesung, 1, gets sent home and then scores. So get off of Dino's back. I understand he made a couple mistakes. He got blamed for a couple things in multiple playoff series last year, and people are just this whole get rid of Dino train. Yesterday was not his fault. I love Haesung Kim. I'm rooting for him to remain on the team when Tommy Edman and Kike return. He is one of the best stories that the Dodgers have, but I do believe it was Kim's fault.
I don't know. So basically the Dodgers had like almost the exact same setup situation happen in the 8th. So I was like, you know what? We're going to be able to forget about that moment. It was just Dino being safe. So I think that whole situation was Dino being safe. You have Mookie Betts coming up to the plate, and you assume Mookie's going to be able to drive you in with 2 outs. So that now leads me to the Mookie Betts conversation, because twice last night, Mookie comes to the plate. You have Ohtani at first, and you have Kim at third. 2 outs, man on first and third.
Yes.
This should be, when you're swinging the bat well, when the Dodgers are hot, this should be an easy run situation. But Mookie, both times, gets out.
Yeah.
And that one in the 8th, I think, at that point when that happened, you're like, oh, okay, this might be it. This might be it. I don't know if the Dodgers are going to be able to come back and take this game. Kind of taking the wind out of your sails. Hits into a ground ball out. Then you have the 9th come up, right? And it looks like Miller is having a full-blown meltdown. Like, he is gone. Broadcast said it feels like someone stole Miller's uniform and is trying to come out and close this game. I was texting you like, oh, so this is your guy Miller? You're so hot on this guy Miller?
In absolute
Look
spiral.
what's happening now.
In absolute, Alex,
I think he threw 1 strike in his first 10 pitches.
It was 9 for 10 balls. It may have even got 10 to 11. But he was so tied up mentally, and the broadcast did a great job of pointing this out. He was releasing the ball before his foot planted in the dirt. He was upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to your point, that is the moment you have to take advantage of.
And they didn't.
Yes.
And they didn't. So, are we back to square one where the Dodgers were struggling? Is this something they can get out of? We want to hear from you, LA. So make sure you're following us at The Fan. Get in the comment section, slide into our DMs. Producer Shai, what is LA feeling? What are they thinking right now about this? The Dodgers bats kind of in a roller coaster of a week.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, no one seems too worried, but there are a few people that are very worried. So, for instance, Dead Meow 5.
Meow.
The main reason I'm saying this is because of his name. I really just wanted to say his name. I stopped doubting this team even when they slump. So it seems like, it's early and all that. It's a common theme that we're seeing in the comments. Happy for Conforto, but the scars are too deep. Just a friendly reminder that the Dodgers are the reigning back-to-back champions. Like, it's kind of like we got stuff to worry about, but also I'm not worried.
Yeah, so kind of like what I preach, 162.
Yeah.
Like, Dodgers are going to be just fine, 162. But the reason this matters more is because they're playing the Padres. The Dodgers went into this series a half a game above the Padres, and now I think I need to double check.
Half a game behind?
But I think they're a half a game behind. And that's why moments like these and series like these is almost like double.
Every single time they got momentum, it got stomped on. And again, I shout out the Padres catcher, Rodolfo Duran. You go to the first inning, and there's 1 out. Mookie is on first base. Freddie Freeman's up to bat. As Freeman strikes out, Mookie takes off. Duran nails him at second base.
Yeah.
Double play, he's out. In the 4th inning, Shohei's on first. Kyle Tucker's up to bat. I'm sorry, Shohei's on first, and Mookie's up to bat. Shohei gets caught stealing.
Yeah.
So there's moments where momentum is building, and Rodolfo Duran was just on it, and he should have got Kyle Tucker out later in the game. The throw was perfect. Tatis just was a little narrow or shallow rather with his tag. I see a situation where 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. We feel like we're back to where we started. We felt like we shook off all the bad juju that was with us before the Angel series. But I also feel it is a crucial running error by Hae-Sung Kim, but mostly it is just a lights-out, miraculous performance from catcher Rodolfo Duran. And sometimes you just have to tip your cap and say, we missed our opportunities, but credit to him for killing any momentum that we got.
I mean, it was a full-blown pitching duel last night. And again, I said this stat before, but it was the first Dodgers 1-0 loss on a first-inning home run since September of 1982. I mean, all the action that happened in this game that actually mattered was in the first inning, and then that was kind of it. But it also gave you a feel, again, we weren't there, but watching the broadcast, and you could kind of feel it through the TV.
Yeah.
The Padres get up like the most they can when they play the Dodgers. And it makes this series and this rivalry so much fun to watch because it was a different vibe than the Freeway series that we had this weekend. I think that used to be like the close proximity, like this is what we look forward to in terms of like a crosstown rivalry.
Right.
The crosstown rivalry is now LA to San Diego. Like that's what it's all about. And the reason it's there is because both of these teams are great.
Yeah.
And they are constructed from top to bottom. I mean, obviously I bias, but Padres I don't think are as deep and as stocked on every level as the Dodgers are. I mean, they're the back-to-back champs. Like, you can't argue with that. But if there was a team that was close, especially in the division, it's the Padres.
From an atmosphere standpoint, it is clear that the Padres bring it. And it bears mention, this is the last nice thing I will say about the
You're
Padres.
saying a lot
I know,
of nice things.
Thing.
I feel like every nice thing that's come out of your mouth today has been about the Padres and not about the Dodgers, Brock. And we might need to like.
I've bigged up Wembanyama.
We might need to dial that back a little bit.
I picked up the Padres.
It's
so
okay.
This bears mentioning. The Dodgers have far and away the highest average attendance. They have 9,000 more fans at their home games on average than second place.
Yeah.
But the Padres are second place. So Padres
Dude, have you been?
fans,
Have you been
I
to
have not
Padres
been in
Stadium?
that stadium.
Dude, Dodgers by far my favorite baseball stadium, but I spent a lot of time in San Diego because I went to San Diego State. So that was like when I was in college, those were the ball games that I went to right downtown. Right in the heart of downtown, and their stadium itself is so fun. They have a stage in the back that they have bands play at. My husband's actually going to be playing at Petco.
Oh, there we go.
Next month, in a couple weeks here. Yeah, but like in the stadium, which is going to be so sick. So Again, people are going to hate me. She loves the Angels. She loves the Dodgers.
Take the heat off of me.
She likes Petco Park. I do love Petco Park because I went to San Diego State, you guys, and it was like a part of my college. I'm not saying I love the team. I love the ballpark. Yeah. And they have insane food. And I was lucky enough to cover the NLDS, NLCS, and had a chance to spend a lot of time in that stadium. So it's fun. I think it's going to be a great one again tonight. We'll dive deeper into this series throughout the show. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. Make sure you're following us on all socials at The Fan LA. We want you to be a part of this show.
Park?
What? I think most people have. We'll be back in just a minute.
Major League perspective, Hollywood energy, real LA conversations. This is Brock and Alex, middays in LA on 97.1 The Fan.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us here on 97.1 The Fan. If you're listening to us on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. And we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching us, get into that comment section. And if you're following us on socials, at The Fan LA, slide into our DMs. We want to know what you think about everything we're talking about. And this next topic, how we're starting this hour, we want to hear from you, LA, because we're talking MVPs. And we're going to get to who were the best Lakers MVP seasons of all time. But we have to start with what we saw last night, you guys, because the MVPs in the Western Conference Final, obviously, we have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the back-to-back MVP, had his award ceremony on the court in front of Wemby, who it's
a dangerous man.
Yeah, who he beat out to win back-to-back. And to do that right before game one of the Western Conference Final was like, I get it, but also like diabolical. Are you trying to give this man we've called him the alien. We've called him real life Space Jam. Wemby is like one of the coolest players to watch in the game right now. When you see him play, it's like, oh, he's 22 years old. How is he doing this? But all I have to say is I hope this series goes to game 7. When the Lakers aren't in it, obviously we got swept by OKC. This is what the Lakers need to be studying and figuring out, how do we get to a level to be able to compete and eventually beat the Spurs and OKC in a 7-game series. Because these two teams right now, after watching last night, and it was insane, that last minute in regulation to double OT, the defense that we saw, the star power that we saw, obviously both the top MVP candidates are on both of these teams, is what the new NBA is looking like. These two teams are the future of the NBA.
Yes, and why these two teams perfectly suit one another on the biggest stage. We'll see what Detroit and New York have tonight, but by all means, this feels like the winner of the Western Conference Finals is in line to win.
Yes,
which is like to win it all.
Pretty normal. Like it's a stronger.
Yeah. But why this is so special is because you have OKC, who plays their brand of basketball that a lot of people who don't live in Oklahoma have deemed unwatchable. It is flopping to the extreme. It is, we are allowed to play with a level of physicality defensively that would make us flail and cry offensively. And it is what it is, and it's obviously worked. But on the other side...
It's obviously worked. He just got back-to-back MVP, so it's definitely working. And it's frustrating.
But for Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs, who won... If it's not clear, he hates the Oklahoma City Thunder.
As he should.
And they pride themselves on physicality, on bleeding on the court, and the look of disgust they give Caruso or Dort or anyone else who is flopping is fantastic. I go back to the 2024 Olympics. This was a 20-year-old Victor Wembanyama. In the semifinal game against Germany, he had a play where he was bleeding everywhere. Afterward, they asked him about it. He said, in our national anthem, France, we talk about blood. We're willing to spill blood on the court.
Whoa.
It's no big deal. If it allows us to win gold, I'm all for it. Now, after losing a couple days later to the U.S. in the gold medal game, they asked him about it. He says, I'm learning, and I'm worried for the opponents in a couple years. A reporter asked him, you mean Olympic opponents? Do you mean American opponents? He says, everyone.
Dude.
This is the perfect encapsulation of what people want basketball to be and what it currently is.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful. It's giving me like the essence of Michael Jordan, because when we all got to watch his documentary
The Last Dance.
Thank you. During COVID, that was like everyone was sad, so everyone knows what I'm talking about here. And Jordan would talk about like his spite list and things that he would like almost make happen before games to get that. Oh yeah, I'm coming after you.
Yeah.
Wemby having that moment against. Like losing to Team USA, and then last night losing the MVP to SGA and watching him get the award before Game 1, and then to see what Wemby did in double OT and absolutely take over in the second OT was just like, this is the standard.
Yeah.
This is the standard of what every team needs to do, and every franchise, especially the Lakers, who we are a third place team in the Western Conference Final right now, behind the Spurs and OKC. Like that is where we are. And if we want to get to their level, you got to figure out a way to compete with them. And the big question is this something that they can do this offseason? Can Luka Doncic get to MVP status? And what do you need to do to build around him to get Luka Doncic? Because he is the future. He is the face of this franchise. We still don't know. Like, this is the summer of LeBron watch, and we're going to be on LeBron watch until he makes a decision. And that decision is he going to continue playing the game, which I still think is very much the case. But where is this farewell tour going to be? I have a feeling it's going to be in LA. I think it makes the most sense for it to be in LA for him, and if he's willing to take a pay cut to be here in LA for the Lakers to build for the future, because he's in the future 1-year plan. They need to start thinking about the 5-year plan and how long it's going to take to get there with the pieces they have now. And
I would say
they have work to do after watching that game last night.
The biggest difference in, say, Victor Wembanyama, of course, the focal point of the Spurs, and Luka Doncic, the focal point of the Lakers, is the mentality, right? If you look at, say, Victor Wembanyama, what he shares with the Kobe Bryants, what he shares with the Tom Bradys is, yes, they are incredibly gifted at what they do, but they say things every now and then that reminds you, oh, this guy's nuts.
Yeah.
Like, there is a level of psychopath
I love a
in
good
Victor
psycho.
Wembanyama.
Like in sports, not like in real life, you guys.
You got to be careful.
Be a little more specific there.
But you hear this level of obsession. You go back to early 2000s Tiger Woods, and like there's just a level of I feel like if this guy did not find this sport, he could rule the world. Like something has to be slightly off about the Tom Brady's and the Victors. Now I compare that to Luka, because I feel one thing that we need to see from Luka is a killer. He is an absolute killer
when he's locked in.
Fair, but in regards to the OKC style of basketball and the San Antonio style of basketball, he can fall closer to the OKC side. You go back to when Boston kind of handled them when he was still in Dallas in the championship.
Okay.
And Brian Windhorst went on that long tirade. It was a bit much, but he wasn't wrong, saying Luka does not need to do anything physically. There is a mindset shift to being that level of obsessive psychopath, whatever it takes to win this game. I feel he hasn't had enough opportunities to show us if he has that or not. But if we were to sit here and compare what Victor did last night into what Luka hopefully can do for us in the future, that is the only question mark I have in his game is, do you have that umpteenth gear?
You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We are talking about the MVPs that we saw, well, the back-to-back MVP in SGA and the MVP candidate in Wemby in the Western Conference Finals last night, and kind of what the Lakers need to do this offseason to level up and to be able to compete with them. We also want to give a big thank you to a few of our day one supporters like Cal Shee and Roto Hero. We appreciate your partnership. And my big question here, and kind of what we've been breaking down today, is there enough that the Lakers can do this offseason to get to that point? Or is this going to be a 2 to 3 year plan that the Lakers need to build through in order to get to that level, to be able to compete with an OKC and the Spurs. Because when you look at what they have now, the one for sure thing we know they have is Luka Doncic. And we know Luka Doncic can and has the potential to be a top player in this league. Top 5, he is there when he is healthy. And what we saw this year with the revenge body and everything that everyone was hating on about Luka before he came to the Lakers, oh, he's not in shape, he doesn't take care of himself. He was like, okay, watch me. This offseason came back in incredible shape. He was healthy. Obviously, season didn't end the way any of us expected or wanted to with an injury. That's never a good thing. However, we do see that it is possible and he is capable to get to that level when he is surrounded by the right cast. So this is what the Lakers need to figure out, especially after watching Game 1 of the Western Conference Final last night. That was just absolute cinema. That was absolutely beautiful. So much fun. Again, when you're not a fan of either team and you're just a fan of the game. You can just enjoy it
as a fan.
Watching that go down. I hope it goes to Game 7 so we just get it was just it was incredible.
It is impossible to not see, though, just from a Lakers perspective.
Yeah.
The lack of front court until the front court develops to the level where it needs to be, it is going to be impossible to compete with the Vics, with the Chets, with the Jokic's, with the Rudy Gobert's.
We don't have a big guy. Who's going to stop him? Who's going to block him?
Right. The DeAndre Ayton experience was great for him to show what he can do for these past 2 years, but it is inconsistent. And when push comes to shove, it was Jackson Hayes, the backup, who was on the court because JJ trusted him more. But you look at what they can do this offseason. The top unrestricted free agents who are in the front court, Kristaps Porzingis, Tobias Harris, John Collins, Robert Williams, Mitchell Robinson, Andre Drummond. None of those names. I would love some of those names in a Lakers uniform next year. I think that's a step in the right direction. But none of those names are taking care of Chet Holmgren or taking care of Jokic. So to your point, Lakers, really LA fans in general, we want things right now. That's just kind of how we're raised from
LA.
From a sports
I want
perspective.
it and I want it now.
Exactly. But
there's no patience.
But you are correct in saying, okay, this is a 2-year, 3-year situation. I do not see, unless there's an unforeseen trade, which the Lakers have been shown and willing
they just did that with
to
Luka Doncic. But what pieces do they have in order to do that? You're going to have to part with Austin Reaves if you're going to want to do a big trade like that. And the big name that's out there is Giannis. And I don't even know if that's going to be a great fit for Luka and the Lakers right now. Like, I think the fit of Luka and Austin, also just because it makes him feel comfortable and makes him so happy, it works. And then having LeBron as that third piece, we saw during that stretch when everyone was healthy, again, we don't have a huge sample size, but we saw in that moment that it works.
Right.
So do you give it one more shot? Do you give it another try for a LeBron farewell tour? Because if he comes back, that's most likely what it's going to be. And can you have enough money and capital in order to, if you keep LeBron, if you give Austin Reaves a max contract, because that's where it's going and your star player wants him, so you kind of have to keep him. Do you have enough outside of that to build around and still be that, again, number 3 team in the West? Because again, I don't think next year they can get to a place where they can be 1 or 2 and be OKC or the Spurs.
No. And the argument for keeping that core 3 is that they only played 25 games together in 2024, all 3 on the court. 29 games together this year. It is clear that the best version of them that we saw in March when they went 15-2 was with LeBron at the 3, Luka at 1, Reaves at 2. They were doing their pick and roll game, and LeBron was waiting there as the third option, and it allowed him more energy defensively, and it just gave them more freedom offensively. It is up to LeBron James to decide how much money is the least amount of money I'm willing to take. He gives Rob Pelinka that number, and Rob Pelinka decides, does this number allow us freedom to get some pieces down low, because that is our biggest issue. The front court, the back court is fine, even if we only have Luka and Reaves there.
Yeah, you're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We want you to be a part of this conversation. We're talking about how the Lakers can get to a place where they can actually compete with OKC and the Spurs. Like that game one we saw in the Western Conference Finals last night was just absolutely insane. And where they are right now, the Lakers front office is watching that going, okay, how do we do this? And how do we get Luka to MVP level? Now, LA fans, we're talking MVPs here, okay?
We know a little something about MVPs.
Laker fans are very familiar with MVPs, but it's been a minute, okay? It's Kobe was our last MVP in 2008. We're coming up on almost 20 years here, and that's way too long. So we want to know who you think had the best Lakers MVP season. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat section. If you're listening, you can call us at 855-975-2326. That's 855-975-2326. We want to know what was your favorite, the greatest MVP season ever by a Laker. And it's crazy when you look at this, because like a good chunk of them were before we were born.
Sure.
So it's like you're watching these the highlight tapes. And that's also like, I think, where we get to the next conversation of the Lakers needed an MVP caliber player. How do we get back to getting an MVP caliber player? Now, Luka Doncic is the best what am I thinking? The best probability for the Lakers to have another MVP on their team. And can he do that with where they're at right now?
It's a fair question. Can he add his name to Kobe Bryant, 2008, Shaquille O'Neal, 2000, Magic Johnson in 87, Kareem in 76? If one of those is your favorite, please let me know. I'm going to be honest with you. I keep going back and forth. But that Magic season was... Okay, so here. The argument for Shaq. 2000, he averaged 29.7 points, 13.5 rebounds, and 3 blocks, led the league in scoring. But the numbers, I feel, do the least amount of work in Shaq's case for the best Lakers MVP, because you had to physically see the most dominant athlete that personally I've ever seen. Now, Wemby's kind of closing that gap. But Shaq in 2000 was, more often than not, you would see an opposing team thinking, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with him.
Yeah.
Don't get big lumbering Shaq that we see on TNT now messed up, because Shaq was an athlete. Shaq was fast. Shaq could dribble the ball. Shaq was coordinated. I feel like time has done a disservice to Shaq when he was at his best. The case for Magic Johnson in 1987, he won both MVPs. He won the regular season MVP. He won the finals MVP. And he led his team with 65 wins. And what gets forgotten about Magic Johnson is, I would say he was one of the original Victor Wembanyama's, in that here is this tall guy. Why is he playing point guard? Why is this tall guy playing point guard, right?
Yeah.
You have to go back to 87. Tall guys playing point guard was not a thing. He was a freak of nature, and I love that case for him. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in 1976, that one I have to throw out because they didn't make the playoffs. And I feel, yes, you won the MVP, but how much more impactful could you have been? And maybe you could sit there and say he wasn't surrounded by enough talent, which is the argument that he would probably make. But he's the only one I have to knock off. Kobe is in the case. Shaq is in the case, and Magic Johnson is firmly in the case. If Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has any stands out there, please let us know. But I want to know who should be my pick for 1 through 3, because every time I look at each of these 3, I keep going back and forth.
It's just like wild when you look back at how dominant this Lakers team was.
Which year?
Just in the 80s.
Just
like
just
the
across,
80s.
across
Like
the,
it was just
Showtime.
it was just absolutely wild when you look at all the MVPs and you have it all up. Again, this was obviously before our time.
I want to remind people too, though, of the case for Kobe, because I realized I never made a case for Kobe because that's the freshest in my mind.
You're about to get eaten alive for not mentioning Kobe right now.
Because his MVP is the freshest in my mind. I still need to remind people. I think the case for Kobe having the best Lakers MVP is actually nothing to do with him. It's how strong the West, really how strong the NBA was at the time that he got his MVP. You know how they always say, LeBron can't be the GOAT because look how many rings Steph got on his watch. Well, Kobe got this MVP on everyone else's watch. This was the era of the New Orleans Hornets. Yeah. Chris Paul, David West, Tyson Chandler. You had the Spurs with Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili. The Phoenix Suns had Nash, Stoudemire, Grant Hill, Raja Bell, and old Shaq, but we don't like to talk about that. The Houston Rockets were cooking with Yao Ming, Tracy McGrady. The Dallas Mavericks had Jason Kidd, Dirk Nowitzki, and of course on the other side, the Boston Celtics, who beat the Lakers in that finals. Kevin Garnett, Pearson, Allen, the beginning of the big three. Orlando Magic had Dwight Howard. LeBron was doing his thing in Cleveland. So the case for Kobe having the best Lakers MVP is that he did it in my opinion, the single toughest year that the NBA had from a consistent talent standpoint, from a parity standpoint, from everyone is somehow stacked. And Kobe was the one who they gave that trophy to at the end of the year.
And then you totally redeemed yourself. I was waiting for that. All right, let's get to the chat. Producer Shay, what do LA fans think? What was their favorite Lakers MVP?
So, yeah, I mean, the chat's going in. Shaq's being mentioned. Kobe's being mentioned. Kobe's being mentioned a lot.
Fair.
Yeah.
Magic's being mentioned. Not a lot of love to Kareem, but no one was alive.
I think, that's really, like you're going back to the 70s.
And not making the playoffs is just such a tough pill to swallow. When Shaq was right at the beginning of that dynasty run that they went on. Kobe, they lost in the finals, but they made it to the finals. And Magic, of course, won the finals MVP because they won the finals. So love to Kareem, but I feel this is a 3-horse race.
Yeah, and I just got to go with like one that I remember. And one that I like when I was like attached to the Lakers, because I'm all about personal connection. I got to go Kobe all the way.
I'm
going Kobe all the way.
In attendance for some of those games.
All the way for Kobe. Yeah, I got some awesome moments with my dad watching Laker games. So yeah, I'm gonna go Kobe Bryant, but like. Keep going off in the comment section and tell us why you think, whoever you think was the best MVP season. And can the Lakers get back to having an MVP player? Like, can Luka Doncic become that MVP that LA so desperately needs? You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. Make sure you're following us on all socials at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-975-2326. When we come back, schedules are out. We talked Rams yesterday. Chargers.
We kind of overlooked the road that the Chargers have ahead
It's a little brutal. We're going to tell you why next.
For the longest time, it was hard for me to even get out of the house, much less do a back.
The Fan.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen on 97.1 The Fan. We appreciate you spending your almost afternoon, midday in LA with us. We are having a time. We have been diving into what the Lakers need to do to be able to compete with the two teams we're watching right now in the Western Conference Final, because the Spurs and OKC are on just like a different level. Like, Lakers might be number 3 in the West, but it's a pretty big gap. So they got some work to do this offseason. And then also Dodgers and Angels, like opposite. They had opposite games last night. Like, congrats to the Angels on breaking up a no-hitter in the 9th inning. That was chef's kiss. And then the Dodgers, they got some work to do. Bats need to wake up down in San Diego against the Padres tonight, because they had opportunities and it wasn't happening. Now we're going to talk some football.
Hey, gridiron.
You know, yesterday we kind of went into the Rams schedule, and we had some passionate thoughts about them starting the season in Australia. Like, ridiculous. Sending the Super Bowl favorites to the other side of the world.
Literally.
That's not an exaggeration. They are going to the other side of the world. Preseason routine out the window. Like, everything you just worked on in preseason, gone. Because that's kind of the point of preseason,
right,
is to get yourself to a place where you are ready. Your body and everything is ready to start the season. And now you're going to Australia, and it's just like, boop, okay, starting at
Toss
0.
all that out.
So that was kind of the hit that the Rams took when we got the schedule. But when we look at the Chargers, okay, like, face value, you're like, okay, maybe not that bad. But when you really dive into the Chargers schedule, it's not necessarily about who they're facing, but how well rested the teams they are facing are going to be. Because this is a whole other level, a whole other stat we need to look at, is when you're going up against a team, they might have had a little more rest than you. And where do the Chargers set and really sit in that front, Brock?
So the stat is called net rest days.
Yeah.
Shout out to Warren Sharp. Give him a follow. If you've somehow have been under a rock and haven't heard of him, he's always breaking down the stuff that you didn't think to break down. And credit Shai for summing up net rest days in the simplest way possible. It is the scoreboard for recovery time. Typically, if Team Brock plays Team Alex at 1 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, which is the most popular time to kick off a game, we have the same amount of rest if the previous week we both kicked off at 1 p.m. because our games ended around the same time, and that's the same amount of rest. Where it gets tricky is when teams play Thursday night. When teams play Monday night, even if a team plays Sunday night, Wednesday. We have Wednesday now. I'm sure Tuesday will be around the corner soon. That's when it starts getting tricky with, okay, we're coming off a Sunday night game, and they're coming off of a 1 p.m. kickoff. A couple hours, no one's going to have many grievances there. But why the Chargers have every right to have a grievance is they rank 32nd. That is last in the NFL for opponent net rest days, meaning collectively their 17 scheduled opponents have 24 extra days of rest than the Chargers do. The Chargers play 4 teams that are coming off of bye weeks, meaning the Chiefs get 2 weeks to prepare for them. The Texans get 2 weeks to prepare for them. The Patriots get 2 weeks to prepare for them. Those are 3 expected playoff teams. And even the Raiders, who may not have playoff expectations, but that's still a rivalry through and through. The Chargers got hosed, and I'm trying to figure out what happened to Roger Goodell the last time he was in Los Angeles. He's trying to send a message.
He took a shot at both the Rams and the Chargers.
On?
I know that they're like I know with the Rams, I'm just gonna say it's a money thing.
Sure.
You're sending one of the I don't know, flashy products to Australia.
Every game will be must-see TV.
Super Bowl faves. And then they kind of he threw him like a peace offering, giving him the first ever Thanksgiving Eve game, which is on a Wednesday, which means their bye week is the week before that. So they get a late bye. Then they have the Wednesday game, which is going to be the Thanksgiving Eve game. Brilliant. That is, I think, one of the more crazier nights in America, more so than New Year's Eve, because everyone's going home to see their family, going out to their local bars the night before Thanksgiving, having a good time. When I was bartending, that night was more drunken, crazy, wild than New Year's Eve. More fun too, because you're also
crush might be there,
you're peacocking a little bit. You're going out, you're like, look how good I'm doing. Look how great my life is. It's so awesome. But it's more laid back because you're in your hometown and it's not all dressed up fancy like New Year's Eve. And now you have a game to watch.
Now we got Rams football.
Rams-Packers, which is going to be great.
Football.
And then they have a longer rest after. So I think that was the NFL's peace offering to the Rams after sending them across the world to Australia to kick off the season. But the Chargers, I don't know what the excuse is here. This is going to be tough. And it's crazy because I didn't think about this stat before we brought it up yesterday because I'm usually thinking of how much rest do they have between your own games. But when you're looking at your opponents, if they're coming in more well-rested, this is one of the sports where it really matters. Baseball, it kind of has the opposite effect because you need your timing to be on. That's why we see a lot of the teams that get to bye the first round going into the postseason not do well once they get to the divisional series because the teams that were just fighting to get there are just so locked in and so hot. Football is a little different. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. Make sure you're following us on all socials at The Fan LA. We're talking about NFL schedules right now and going through the Chargers schedule and how they got one of the worst net rest days. The worst. The worst.
32nd out of 32.
Net rest day out of all the teams, meaning the teams that they're playing are coming in with way more rest. And that's,
why it's even
that's tough.
Scarier is because of the type of football that Jim Harbaugh wants to play. Jim Harbaugh, a Jim Harbaugh coach team from the 49ers to the Michigan Wolverines to the LA Chargers is physical. They are downhill. They want to run the ball. They want extra linemen on the field. They want to play smash mouth offensively and defensively. And I make a comparison to the Detroit Lions the past 2 years. 2 years ago, they have that magical year. Are they going to win a Super Bowl? And they just ran out of gas because of injury. They had at one point 9 starters on the IR list, and it's because Dan Quinn is similar to Jim Harbaugh in the physical style of football he demands, and it just wears down on you. 17 games is a marathon, and when you add on how physical he wants his team to play, your team just breaks down, and it's why the Lions we saw last year was kind of unrecognizable to the year prior when they looked like they were headed to a Super Bowl because they were still broken down. It weighs on you. The Chargers last year were among the most injured teams. Justin Herbert was playing behind cashiers.
Yeah.
They were just finding anyone out on the street. Hey, can you come block for Justin Herbert? Because of the physicality that Harbaugh wants to play with. And now you add that they get the least amount of rest in the NFL because their opponents get collectively the most amount of rest in the NFL. This is a bigger deal than it may seem on paper. This isn't just some convoluted fancy stat that Warren Sharp found. It directly correlates to the type of football that the Chargers play.
And they don't have an easy schedule either. On top of it, they ranked 9th hardest in the league.
What's up, Goodell, man? What's going on?
So we're gonna go through. We're gonna go through their schedule, Brock, and I want you to share if you think this is gonna be a win or a loss. Okay.
Let's hear it.
Week 1 versus the Cardinals.
Win.
Okay. Week 2 versus the Raiders.
Win.
Okay. Week 3 at Buffalo.
Loss.
Week 4 at Seattle.
Loss.
Week 5 at Broncos.
Loss.
Okay. Week 6 at Chiefs.
Win.
Okay, so
close.
This
like
is
an overtime win.
This is a tough start to the season, and then they have an early bye week in week 7.
to go along with the physical aspect of things, you want the latest bye week
But you know
imaginable.
what? Just going through like how they start the season right there.
Yes.
Facing like Buffalo, Seahawks, Broncos,
There's got to be a stretch in there somewhere, right?
That you know
Some
what?
breaks?
That actually might be a good time to have a bye week. Like facing Bills, Seahawks, Broncos, Chiefs. Okay. And then they come back. And you know what? They're going to need that bye week because then they come back week 8 at Rams. I mean, it's home game-ish for both.
Looking at the schedule right now, I think the best possible time for them to really just go on a run would be those first 3 games because they travel to Buffalo to end it.
Yeah.
But that's the best time to travel to Buffalo if you really think about it. So it's like
it's still warm. It's not cold yet.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not cold yet, so it's something that they're used to. But at the same time, I feel like I don't know, just with those 3 games, they could definitely start 3-0, which I feel bad for Charger fans because if they start 3-0 and then they end the season,
Producer Shay with the logic. Okay.
Well, no, I just feel like if they really will go on a run, it's those first 3 games. Josh Allen isn't who we really thought he's been these last 5 years, and if the Bills are gonna make it, it's this year. You know what I mean? So we'll see how they do in the first 2 games.
I think the Bills will take that one,
So
especially
they're sitting
at home.
3-4 right now, I believe. I think so. Okay.
And then, so you said lost to the Rams. Hold on, let me go through here again.
Okay.
You said
they beat the Cardinals.
Beat the Raiders, lose to the Bills, lose to the Seahawks, Broncos, loss, and then they're going to beat the Chiefs.
Yes.
And then they're going to lose to the Rams.
Yes.
Okay, then reverse the Texans.
Loss.
Okay, then at Ravens. Where are you going? Charger fans are going to be coming after you, Brock. Charger fans are going to, I'm like, I could see you almost wanting to like give them another L.
Give them a win because Jim Harbaugh's brother John is no longer there and he's going to do it for John. So
because Brock feels bad.
I know. This is I feel sorry for you.
I'm gonna give them a win in Baltimore.
Sorry
Come on.
for you. Okay. Week 11 versus Jets.
Win. There we go.
Yeah. Week 12 versus Patriots.
Win.
Okay, just remember they were in the Super Bowl last year.
Letting you know now,
it's tough. But I mean, there's a lot of drama going on.
The Patriots fall off this year will be catastrophic.
Okay, you think that there's gonna be a Super Bowl slump?
Yeah.
And there's too much drama.
There's just a lot going on.
Too much drama on and off the field.
Yes.
Okay.
They come back to earth this year.
At Bucks.
Win.
Okay. At Raiders.
Win.
Versus 49ers.
Loss.
Loss. Okay. At Miami.
Win.
Versus Chiefs.
Loss because they won the first time, so they'll split.
Okay. At Denver.
Win because they'll split.
Okay, so you're giving them 7 losses.
They can make the playoffs with 7 losses. Little 10-7. Okay. All right.
That would be 11. Week 18. 18. Don't make me
17
math.
games
math.
over 18 weeks, so 10-7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. That's not as bad as that.
That's not as bad. Look at Brock.
The key to their season will be that late September through October stretch is going to be crucial.
Okay, why is my brain...
It's going to be crucial.
Brain doing math.
If you type in 10 plus 7 in that
so
calculator
it's 11
right now,
wins. It's 11 wins.
Oh, okay.
That's why I was like, something ain't right here. But I didn't want to call you out until I did it on my calculator. Because I was like, no, that's 11 wins and 7 losses because there's 18 weeks.
But
you
they have a
had
bye
me.
week.
Oh,
That's why.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Duh. Okay.
Yes.
You're right.
All right,
Okay.
Chargers.
Facts.
We were all right.
This is why I need my calculator out
at all times.
At all times. But okay, you're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We have a fun new segment called Spill the Tea coming up next with Brock. I'm excited for you guys to learn about this one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
behind. Listen to Brock and Alex anytime on the go. On the always free Odyssey app. Or listen and subscribe on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. We appreciate you spending your middays in LA with us, whether you're listening on 97.1, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. Make sure you get in the comment section. Follow us on all socials at The Fan LA. Slide into our DMs. Let us know what you're thinking. We want you to be a part of the conversation. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. That is 855-975-2326. Oh, Brock, I'm excited for this next little segment. So we had a moment, if you've been hanging out with us, we talked about it today in our crosstalk too. Brock has a very unique take on caffeine and coffee. Okay, so normally, right, when you wake up, that is the time to drink your coffee and to drink your tea and caffeine because you want to wake up for the whole day, and that's how you get it going. Brock is someone who will not have his first cup of coffee until 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Wild.
I beat the system.
Wild to me.
I beat the system,
He
Alex.
is an afternoon coffee drinker, not a morning coffee drinker.
Tea for now.
Which
Coffee
is
later.
so wild. So we're going to do a new segment called Spill the Tea with Brock. And it's got to be before his 1 o'clock cutoff, right? Because we're going to spill the tea before he gets to have his first cup of coffee. And you know what? It is like on the dot, right at 1 p.m. I can literally see the look in his face, and it's like, coffee time, baby. We got to get you a coffee sponsor at some point. If you're listening, sponsor this man. Sponsor our show, Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. So, Brock, what are we spilling the tea today? Give us the tea. What is it? What do you got for us?
Let me give you the tea right now because Los Angeles, we like to think of ourselves as a Dodger town, as a Laker town, but the season's over. The Dodgers had a pretty salty loss last night. I'm telling you right now, currently, as we sit here, you look over the past month of success, the Dodgers are currently a Bruin town. The UCLA Bruins are running the show in Los Angeles. Now, let me run down these past couple weeks for UCLA. April 5th, they smoke South Carolina in the Women's National Championship and take home a ring on the basketball court. April 13th, UCLA women's basketball, that same team, sets a record. 5 Bruins drafted in the first round. That's a record.
That was
6
incredible.
overall.
Yep.
That's also a record.
Also, I just want to add to that. Every point scored in that final game
was by
one of those seniors.
Exactly.
All of those seniors. And they all got drafted. So
An
that was
iconic
like
senior class. There we
clap,
go.
clap, clap.
May 3rd, UCLA women win a beach volleyball championship. They sweep #1 favorite Stanford. May 28th, the softball World Series begins. But as it sits right now, UCLA is ranked number 7, expected to do great things. And let me remind Los Angeles of something. Megan Grant.
Yeah.
That is our Travis Hunter. She wins a ring with UCLA women's basketball and is also a softball phenom. 40 home runs, setting a new record for the UCLA Bruins. Also a top 3 for the softball collegiate player of the year, which is essentially their Heisman. And today, the Big Ten men's baseball tournament begins, but the UCLA Bruins do not play until Friday. Why? Because they're the #1 ranked team in the country, and they get to rest on their laurels to see who is tough enough to come and face them as they go on to a potential national championship in Nebraska in June. This is a Bruin town
So
right
what
now.
I hear from you, and like majority of that list until the last one, was who run the world?
Women's
Girls,
sports at UCLA.
Hey, that I will take. That was so
That is
sick.
the tea.
That is the
for
tea.
May 19th.
I hate to break it to you, though. So, born and raised in LA, both of us. My family, so my Curry side of the family, like everyone went to UCLA. Okay. So I grew up in a UCLA family.
Why is there going to be a but here?
Because even though I grew up in a UCLA family, I live and grew up in Manhattan Beach in the South Bay, and I am surrounded by USC alumni. And as much as I want to back you that this is a UCLA town, and Cody's going to come at me for this too, Mr. UCLA baseball, Cody Decker, who's on the morning show with Derek Fisher. If there is ever a time, and I'll give it to women's basketball is probably the closest neck and neck right now. I think where both of them is going to draw the crowd.
USC
Obviously,
will be heavily favored next year.
Yeah,
with the
because
return
UCLA just lost their
Watkins.
Entire starting.
That's also
their
a factor.
All their starters were seniors.
Yeah.
And that's who scored every single point in the championship game. I hate to say it, it's still a USC town.
Something fascinating that I've noticed over the years. So USC's campus is downtown.
Yes.
When you graduate USC, you move west.
Yeah.
USC's
No, you
campus.
move to the beach. You move to the beach. They
west.
all live at the beach.
West. I would say it starts at Culver City.
I feel like
is where
everything's
I start feeling the
west
presence.
for you as a Valley boy.
Well,
everything is a little different on the west.
But,
it is.
Yeah.
But
like I'm just like, you guys are all over the hill. I'm like, the other side of the hill, that's the valley.
But it's
all
very
you Valley people, you're like,
interesting,
everything's the west side over there.
That the Bruins in Westwood, when you graduate, you go east. The UCLA contingency is very much northeast of LA, whereas USC prefers the Southwest. And I'm sure there's a reason that I'm not thinking of. If somebody knows the reason, please let me know. But it is impossible to deny that there is a strict diagonal border that cuts like this through LA.
Yeah, it does. I am all here for UCLA women's athletics, absolutely dominating right now. And so the women's sports,
and that's the T.
They got it. That is the T. But we want to hear from you. Do you think it's more of a USC, UCLA town? Like I said, my family all went to UCLA, but all my homies went to USC.
How does your family take the news when you came out as a Trojan fan?
But I speak at USC. Their Annenberg department brings me in. I have a girlfriend who's a professor there.
School.
Yeah, so I go and I speak to the students in the broadcast department every semester. My personal connection is with USC, and the way they've taken me in is just been awesome. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. A big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like NextGen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support, and we appreciate all you fans tuning in and listening to us. It has been fun. 2 hours down, 2 more to go. We have so much to get to. Can the Lakers compete with OKC and the Spurs and get there this offseason? That's next. What's up, LA? Welcome to hour 3 of Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We are so excited to be hanging out with you every single day, LA, whether you're listening to us on the radio, on the Odyssey app, on the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you checking us out and tuning in, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So get in that comment section. We got producer Shai reading your comments, and we want you to be a part of the show. Slide into our DMs. Follow us on all socials at the Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And we've been having a time. And you know who else was having a time last night? NBA fans last night, because game 1 of the Western Conference Final, you guys, is every person in the Lakers front office, every Lakers fan is watching that game last night going, ooh, we have work to do.
How young is Wembanyama?
22?
Checking my watch, trying to figure out when he can retire.
Years old? No.
And get out of the way.
Like, this had a feeling of, like, when you were in the league with Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
Because...
Just
I don't want to throw
looking at someone who is on a different level from everyone else.
It's not fair.
It is similar, yeah.
It's not fair when you're playing at a time with a talent and a player like a Wemby who's just getting started is absolutely insane. So as we're watching that game last night, all I'm thinking is I hope we go to a game 7 because the last minute of regulation, insane. First OT, insane. Second OT, oh my, cinema.
I watched both overtimes.
Absolute cinema.
With soapy hands, by the way, because I was doing dishes there's 30 seconds left.
You're a good
I'm watching the clock wind down, and then they go to overtime, and I was just standing there doing the hover hands thing with dish soap dripping down because I was just
I also don't use gloves.
Yeah, no.
No.
It's soap. It's fine.
No, it's great. I like the hot heat too. Like I can.
So it's like a spa day for you.
I cook a lot. Like I eat with my hands.
Yes.
Like I eat with sporks.
So wait,
you guys.
You have a metal spork,
dude.
They make
Let
those?
me change your life.
You have a metal spork.
We have an entire section in our silverware drawer for sporks.
If you think I'm going to sit here and believe that you have metal sporks, there's no way.
Oh, it's what I give.
She's a newborn, Brock. It's okay.
It's what I give. No, this was a wedding gift that we got.
A wedding gift?
And it was the best. They're from Crate and Barrel, you guys. Shout out. They are the best.
They make metal sporks?
Dude, I'm telling you, it is the only utensil that I use.
This has got to be the laziest thing ever.
What? No.
This has got to be the laziest thing ever.
No, it's the best thing ever because you can scoop and you can poke everything that you're eating. It's the best thing ever.
Okay,
So,
for Chipotle and all that?
Everything.
Okay, yeah.
Salads.
They're the one place that
breakfast,
needs forks. I get it. Okay.
Rice dishes, ice cream because you can jab into it and then scoop it out. I'm telling you,
the
guys,
ice cream. I didn't
every
even think
single
about
person
that.
I gift sporks. This is my Christmas gift that I give everybody. I give like crazy socks and sporks, and people are always like, "Okay, this is kind of a weird gift." The sporks. Within a week or two, I kid you not, I get photos of people ordering 6 to 10 more to complete their set of sporks because everybody becomes obsessed with it. I'm going to turn you all into spork enthusiasts.
Because the plastic spork is the go-to barbecue utensil. But I truly never even considered just getting a metal one and having them in the house.
I have to give credit to my husband. It was the one thing that Jeff put on our wedding registry.
So he was on this early.
And I was like, okay.
Jeff was on metal sporks.
Sure. Like if you're really passionate about these sporks, I'm in. Only thing I use.
He's ahead of his time.
Literally only thing that I use.
Tip of the cap to him.
Okay, you're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. Little bit of a tangent there on my favorite utensil ever, sporks. And trust me, if you're a fan of the show, you're soon going to be a fan of sporks. But we were also talking about the Western Conference Final and what we saw from Wemby in SGA. Also, little diabolical, like in like a I'm going to get in your head kind of a way for SGA to receive his MVP award before the game started in front of Wemby, who he beat out to get the MVP award.
Right.
Like, you got to imagine Wemby's standing there looking at that go down, going like, okay.
It's like going to the zoo, standing in front of the lion cage with a perfectly cooked steak and just dangling it, saying, you want this, you want this, you want this. That lion is going to tear you limb from limb when it gets the chance, and that's what Wemby did.
And that's what we saw last night. We saw the Spurs take game 1 on the road, and what we also saw is the level and the caliber of what the Lakers need to do this offseason in order to be able to compete with either of these teams. And when you look at what the Lakers have right now, it's not going to be a quick fix. Right. There is not enough free agents available, I think, draft capital available, whatever you can do to kind of pull everything together this offseason. It's still going to be a lot of work for whatever the Lakers are going to do, whatever they can do this offseason. Right now, we know they have Luka Doncic. That is the number one for sure. He's going bed at night knowing that he's going to be a Laker. Right. Then you got Austin Reaves and you have LeBron James. They're number 2, number 3. And they really need to figure out, can we get to a level where we can compete with the Spurs or OKC with what we had, our core pieces that we had last year, with that being an Austin Reaves and a LeBron James and even a Rui that we saw during the postseason run, making history, making NBA playoff history with his 3-pointers. So, A, lot of work to do.
Yes.
Right out of the gates. B, is it fixable this offseason? And I don't know if it is.
It is clear that the biggest thing that the Lakers have to figure out is the front court.
Yeah.
The center position and the forward position, because one, it's not good enough from a Lakers standpoint, but two, to get over the hump of the Western Conference Finals, you have to go through OKC, who has Chet Holmgren down there, who you have to go through Victor Wembanyama, who plays every position, but he is a down-low presence defensively, the Minnesota Timberwolves, who aren't going anywhere, and they have Rudy Gobert, and of course, you have a pretty big issue in Denver.
Yeah.
And number 15 ain't going anywhere either. So it's clear that DeAndre Ayton, the experience of DeAndre Ayton is when he's at his best, he can be serviceable. But the amount of games he's at his best over the season is just not high enough. Jackson Hayes, the backup center, played in more pivotal moments than DeAndre Ayton did. You pull up unrestricted free agents of front court players coming into this offseason. Tobias Harris, Nikola Vucevic, John Collins, Yusuf Nurkic, Zach Collins, Robert Williams, Mitchell Robinson, players who would be an upgrade from DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah.
But
you need a big guy.
Unless you get 2 or 3 of those guys who you can rotate out with fresh legs every 4 minutes, nobody who's going to compete with Chet or Jokic or Wemby. So this isn't a one-year fix. This is going to take time. And ideally, you find a player even younger than the names I've listed and develop him over these 2 years so that he can hang with the youth on these other teams.
Yeah, that's what it's going to need to be. The Lakers are going to need to absolutely just ace the draft, free agency.
Got to find a gem.
And the trade. But the trade could also be the Luka situation. That was the big trade. Right. So then you got to look at what's next year going to look like. And because we know that, I don't know if we're going to be able to fix this in a year, does it make sense to bring LeBron James back and be that number 3 team in the West that we were this last year when we were playing at our best? When the Lakers were all healthy and they were at their best, they were the 3rd best team in the West, below OKC and the Spurs.
Right.
So how do we get back to that? And is it possible to bring LeBron James back for a farewell tour, which he deserves? And again, we have no idea what he's going to do. We are officially on LeBron watch. It is going to be the summer of LeBron James, similar to what we see from Aaron Rodgers in the NFL, where he takes his time. He is at the end of his career, and they deserve to be able to make a decision and decide if they are going to ride off into the sunset and be like, that was an incredible career that I had, especially LeBron James, one of the greatest of all time, or are they going to come back? And LeBron James is coming back. And the reason I'm saying this is because of the articles that have been coming out over the last week. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I want to give a big thank you to a few of our day one fan supporters like Kalshi and Roto Hero. We appreciate your partnership, and we appreciate the media mogul that LeBron James is. Okay, you guys, he knows exactly what he's doing, and his team knows exactly what they are doing. Okay?
They give TMZ a run for their money.
So the story started to kind of come out and leak like the day after the Lakers season ended. And the first one was the ESPN article that came out last week that was claiming that LeBron James felt like he was being taken for granted. Okay, so that ran for a couple days. And then you had his agent, Rich Paul, go on a podcast and be like, nah, you guys, like, there's no way he cares that much. He has won every single award possible. Like, what's another basketball, like, on his shelf of championships
accolades
and MVPs and all these historic milestones that he's hit in NBA history? Where is this one game ball gonna set in that? He's fine. He doesn't care. That was a little bit, I think, of damage control of that first article that came out, right? And then Rich Paul was in the news again. He was telling Shams that every contender has basically reached out about LeBron James since the Lakers season ended. Every contender has reached out to LeBron's agent since the season ended. He's making him feel wanted right now. And you know what? I'm not mad at Rich Paul for doing what he's doing right now.
That's a good best friend.
He is doing his job. He's also his agent. You have to remember, LeBron James is his, like, creme de la creme. This is his this is his cash cow. This is who he is making the most money off of. Because when LeBron James makes his bag, Rich Paul gets a part of that bag. So he's being a great agent right now. Whether it's facts or lies, who knows? I'm sure he got maybe like a couple big teams reaching out. And you know what? Who knows? They all could have reached out and been like, what's his number? You know, it's not like we need him on this team. So, like, you could kind of be stretching the truth in that way. Like, yeah, they all reached out asking about LeBron James, like, hey, is he retiring or is he going to play? Like, we don't know what the conversation was. So this could very well be a facts statement, just kind of spinning the truth of what it is, right? We have no idea what it is. The only person that knows is Rich Paul, and the only person that knows what they're going to do this next season during this offseason is LeBron James. And you know what? He's got a great partner and a great homie in Rich Paul, an agent who's got his back and is like starting fires and putting out fires.
If you are my best friend, you have to lie for me.
Yeah.
If I get a phone call at 1 a.m. saying, hey, is so-and-so with you? I'm going to hesitate, look around to nobody and say, yeah, he's right here.
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do. And as an agent, as a best friend, you see Rob Pelinka go on stage and big up Austin Reaves and Luka Doncic and make it clear that he wants them to be there going forward. And you see him talk about your best friend LeBron in the past tense, and there's a clear willingness and acceptance of having to move on from him. You big up your guy privately, and you big up your guy publicly. He's doing his job of reminding the world, this is LeBron James. He is still one of the faces of the NBA. He has held it down for 20-something years, and that is not going to change. Whether or not it's true has nothing to do with it. So as a Laker fan, I have completely opposite thoughts, but as a human with friends who has had friends lie for me and me lie for them, I cannot blame Rich Paul for any of this. I say what I got to do to get my guy publicly where I think he needs to be.
No, I mean, he is just doing it. And it's funny you mentioned this. So we have a sister code. I'm the oldest of 4 girls, you guys. Okay. And we call it sister code. So if you're with a sister and they start telling a story and you're like, what are they talking about? You say that in your head. And then when they look at you, you jump on board and you're like, yeah, exactly what she said. She was totally doing that, and I totally backed that. So
I
it's
was there
like,
for it.
I was there for it. So that is the whole, like,
that's what he's doing.
I understand that. And also, he's making him look wanted. And when someone looks wanted, it makes them more valuable. I mean, LeBron James doesn't necessarily need that. He is the greatest player that we have seen in our generation. You can go into the who's better, Michael Jordan, LeBron James. It's hard for me to compare because they were both great for what they were and in their time. And in my time, I got to watch LeBron James. Like, he got drafted when I was in high school, and I got to really follow his entire career.
There's a connection there.
And then he came to my team, and he came to LA, and he brought us a championship. So I will always ride or die for LeBron James.
Yes.
Okay? And so, I hope that we get a farewell tour from the King. We deserve that. He deserves that. And I think the situation the Lakers are in, and if LeBron is willing to take a pay cut, it makes sense for him to do it here with the Lakers.
One thing that really threw a wrench in this is the success of the Cleveland Cavaliers as they tip off tonight, game 1 in the Eastern Conference Finals against the New York Knicks. They knocked off the 1 seed Detroit Pistons, and they weren't supposed to do that because what was supposed to happen in a perfect world is LeBron was going to do his farewell tour here or in Cleveland. Miami wouldn't really make sense. That's clunky. It was going to be here or it was going to be home, right? Yeah. And it made sense to go back to Cleveland. Hey, we just got James Harden. We're making a playoff push. And also we can open up some options with some sign-in trades. We can get funky with it because we're kind of ready to move on from Jared Allen or Evan Mobley. Maybe Evan Mobley wants to go back home. He's a USC guy. Like, things were cooking in my head, and then the Cavs said, actually, we want to win a championship.
Yeah, you can't mess with this.
Them pursuing that means that roster has to stay intact. Maybe, at most, they move on from one of their big guys. But this whole restructuring that it would take to get LeBron over there, I do not see it happening. So that narrows the options. The second aspect of it that ruined everything was LeBron being asked to put the cape on again against Houston as a 41-year-old and remind everyone, I can't do this every game, but I can still do this when I need to. Yeah. And so LeBron having more juice in the tank than we thought and Cleveland having more success than we thought really blew up the plan that was set in stone, really not set in stone, set in like wood in March. And now we're kind of scrambling to figure out, okay, so where is he actually going to be at?
Yeah, so I'm really excited. Coming up next, we have Lakers insider Jovan Buha joining the show so we can dive into this even further. He is like anything Lakers.
He's got all the answers.
He's got the inside. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We'll be right back after this.
If you have recently...
always free Odyssey app. Or listen and subscribe on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your middays in LA with us, whether you're listening to us on 97.1, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch at The Fan LA. We appreciate you being here. Make sure you're following us on all socials at The Fan LA. We want you to be a part of the show, so make sure you're getting in the chat, you're sliding into our DMs. But right now, I am also so excited because we have Lakers insider Jovan Buha of Buha's Block Podcast. This is the man who knows all things Lakers. And Jovan, we appreciate you being here today.
Thank you guys for having me. Congrats on the launch.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I got to start with the news that kind of came out yesterday. Rich Paul's doing some work right now with his client, LeBron James, saying every contender has reached out about LeBron. Are you buying that, or is this kind of a little agent leverage for the Lakers?
I'm buying it to the degree that if LeBron is going to be a free agent and be surveying the market, that there would be league-wide interest in him, where I think the interesting follow up with that is just at what price, right? Because any team that LeBron has been linked to outside of the Lakers can only offer him between a minimum contract and the non-taxpayer mid-level exception, which starts about $15 million. So, but we're talking about a limited financial range here. And so if LeBron is considering leaving the Lakers and taking a massive discount and playing at the minimum or upwards of that 15-16 million, then yeah, I would be interested in him at that price if I'm a contender. So I think two things can be true. Like I think there is interest in him, but if he wants the money that was reported last week by ESPN and wants closer to what he was making last year, that is where really the Lakers are the only team that could offer him anything in that ballpark outside of like Chicago or Brooklyn. But I don't foresee him going to either one of those teams.
And Jovan, it's fair to assume that wherever LeBron does sign next is the place that he will have his farewell tour. So is making less money than he's made in the past decade, whether it's that 20 million or sub 20 million number, how does all of this factor in, from the money to the farewell tour to Bronny to how important it is to be in LA to winning maybe even another ring? Is there a list of priorities there? How is this all mixing?
It's a great question that I don't have a great answer to. I think only LeBron knows what he wants and what he's going to prioritize. He did. I mean, if we take his exit interview comments after the Game 4 loss to Oklahoma City at face value, he said he's going to take some time here with his family and really reflect and think about what he wants. He was non-committal in terms of whether he's going to be playing a 24th season. I think we're all assuming he is going to, and I think that is the correct assumption here. But if we take some of his comments and some of the things that have come out from a reporting perspective, it sounds like he probably wants to be a top 2 option on a team, and it was put in a position where he was more of the number 3 over that second half of the season until Luka and Austin got injured. He also wants to be properly compensated, which is totally understandable, and he wants to compete for a championship. So I think there is a pathway where the Lakers pay him more than everybody else. Maybe it's not quite as much as he wants, but he still gets more than other teams can offer. Maybe he is back to being the number 2 instead of the number 3. And if the Lakers can make some moves this offseason and build a proper roster, they can be in that contending conversation. So I think there is a Venn diagram where he can hit all of those boxes of contention, money, and role. But it does feel like it's probably the Lakers. And if he goes back to Cleveland, if he goes to New York, if he goes to Golden State, he might be able to contend and he might have a certain role, but he's almost certainly not getting the money. And so it'll be interesting to see how much he values the money relative to those other two things.
I mean, the man's a billionaire, right? So I feel like it's more of the money's a pride thing.
I think it's a pride,
yeah.
Pride and ego.
It's a pride and
understandable.
Ego. Yeah, I mean, if anyone can do it, it's LeBron James. But then, I mean, the whole basketball world watching that Western Conference Final Game 1 last night, like that is the standard. Now you're going to have to build a team to try to get past OKC and the Spurs. And if the Lakers were to bring LeBron James back, you have Luka Doncic. He's very clearly made it obvious that he wants them to keep Austin Reaves. So if you bring their 1, 2, 3 back, can the Lakers do enough this offseason to actually compete with either of those teams?
This is the multi-million-dollar question of the summer for the Lakers. It's going to be tough because on paper, you hear, I've been doing some content on crunching through the Lakers numbers and looking at the offseason and different scenarios. And it's like, on paper, you hear $50 million, and that sounds great. And that sounds like you can add this player and this player. But that if LeBron is back, that is part of that $50 million. So whatever salary LeBron is getting, even if LeBron, if it's $15 million and it's like the lowest he'll accept or the lowest that he'll realistically go, you still only have $35 million left over. And that's without factoring in Marcus Smart and Rui Hachimura, who are two huge supporting cast players for the Lakers this season. I mean, Marcus, their season flipped once they started him, and he was the defensive captain. Rui, obviously, all-time leading three-point shooter in the playoffs right now from a percentage standpoint. So, those are two key guys that if you just bring those guys back, you're almost running it back and have pretty limited resources to upgrade the roster. So the Lakers are in a tough spot where, I think they really need to be adding to the roster, not subtract, retaining the core and adding to it. But really, if you look at the cap situation, it's almost like you can add to it, but you're going to have to subtract some pieces as well. And then you have to make some concessions in terms of what the roster looks like. So I think that's where the Lakers I think are going to have to sell LeBron. I mean, there's obviously a scenario in which he either retires or he goes elsewhere. But if they want to retain him, which I believe they do, they're going to have to sell him on the vision of every dollar you take less allows us to invest in the roster to a degree. And if you are willing to take a $15-20 million contract, we still have some money to play with to upgrade things. If you don't, and you want the $30 million, the $40 million, the $50 million, if we pay you that, we're basically just running it back and potentially even losing guys and having a worse roster. So, it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate all that.
Make sure you guys are following Jovan Buha at Jovan Buha. There's not a Lakers question he does not have the answer to. And Jovan, coming off of that, as far as on-the-court play, it was clear that most of the issues for the Lakers came with the front court. The DeAndre Ayton experience, I'm assuming it's over. It was inconsistent, and to compete in the Western Conference, you just need more of a presence down low. But is there any other pressing issue that has to be addressed, or is the lack of presence down there where every Laker problem kind of stems from?
I think that's one of the two primary ones. I would throw in a two-way wing. The Lakers have not, Marcus Smart is probably the closest, but offensively, the shot can come and go, and sometimes you can struggle with turnovers, as we saw. Turnovers and shot selection sometimes, as we saw in the playoffs. But he was the closest thing I would say they had among the supporting cast to a true two-way player. But the in vogue term is 3-and-D wing, right? And you look at the best teams in the league, they have multiple guys who are positives on both sides of the ball. And I think the Lakers need more players like that in general, but specifically if they could add someone in that 6'7" to 6'9" range who can be at least a league average three-point shooter, plus defend multiple positions, and slot Marcus more in a bench role where I think based on his age, based on his recent injury history, you probably want to limit his minutes to being more of a low 20s to mid 20s type guy. And he could be very impactful, kind of similar to what OKC has done with Alex Caruso, for example, where he comes in, he plays hard in these 4 to 5 minute shifts, and they kind of keep him in bubble wrap to a degree. I think you could have a similar role for Marcus, and he'd be really effective in that. But I would say those are the two big things. And really, though, coming off of last night, watching what Wemby did to that OKC front line, and how the OKC front line dominated the Lakers front line, it's there are levels to this, that there are tiers to this, and certainly it's hard to not come out of last night and be the Lakers need a real overhaul with that center spot.
A lot. So then obviously they need an overhaul at the center spot, but is Austin Reaves, because that's another big piece this offseason, is he still viewed internally as a core piece, or could he be a trade piece, or are they really taking to heart that Luka Doncic made it very clear that they want them to retain Austin Reaves?
my understanding is he's still very much viewed as a core piece for the franchise. I mean, you go through the years, the Lakers have declined the potential trades for all-star level guards that included Austin Reaves. We could go through Zach LaVine, DeJounte Murray, Kyrie Irving, Trae Young. Like, these are all guys that there was some push to potentially acquire when they were available on the trade market. And one of the sticking points for the Lakers was, we're not putting Austin Reaves in any of these deals. And I thought it was telling that at the exit interview for Rob Pelinka and JJ Redick, when they asked Rob about Austin Reaves and he started talking about him, like, his face lit up and he had a giant smile, and he was talking about the mutual interest from both sides and how Austin grew up a Lakers fan. Kobe was his favorite player growing up. He's loved being in LA. I think it's been great for him and his brand and his stardom. And so there's mutual interest there. I think it's just a matter of what that number looks like. But I think there's some misinformation out there with Austin in terms of his contract actually is not going to impact the Lakers' cap space. They are going to have him on the cap hold, which basically is like earmarking his potential contract, but it's at a lower number than he's actually going to make. So what the Lakers are going to do is they're going to keep him on that number. They're going to make their moves, and then once they've made their moves, they're going to circle back with Austin and then sign him above the cap. So point being, like, I've seen some people out there, well, let's just
creative accounting.
Yeah, like, let's get, Austin needs to make X amount versus X amount. And it's like, really, it's actually not going to impact the Lakers' ability to sign or make moves.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think that he's definitely a part of their future. And any sign and trade would have to have his blessing. You cannot sign and trade a player without their consent. So people throwing him in the trade machine, Austin would have to agree to that. Like, he's a free agent. He could just leave if the Lakers try to trade him.
Jovan, let's take this opportunity maybe to remind people of what Austin Reaves looked like before the injury. He had some okay moments during OKC and Houston, but for the most part, it was clear that the game was just a step faster for him. He never really got ingratiated and had a slew of turnovers. So if we go back to March, where the Lakers were 15-2 for the month, LeBron was the third option, Reaves was the second, Luka was the first. Can you just lay out what Austin Reaves brings to this Lakers offense when they were at their best in this recent season?
Yeah, well, I think looking at the types of players or the types of rosters rather that have had success around Luka Doncic, he has always had a high-powered offensive guard next to him. And you look at that 2022 conference finals run that Dallas had, Jalen Brunson, that was as he was emerging before he went to New York. He was actually a bench player for most of that season, but he really popped later in the season, and in the playoffs, Luka missed some time, and Jalen Brunson started to emerge as a star. And the best version of that team was Jalen Brunson playing off of Luka. You fast forward to 2024, Dallas makes the finals with Kyrie Irving as his backcourt running mate. And so you look at Austin, and especially that first half of the season, I think his season really changed after that initial calf injury. Before then, he was averaging over 25 points per game, shooting over 50%. A lot of people are saying he was an all-star, if not an all-NBA player. Then he was never quite the same after that, but did find his footing in a major way in that March run. And for the season, he averaged 23 points, 5 rebounds, and nearly 6 assists on just under 50% shooting. Like, he's a very efficient guard who is one of the best pick and roll players in the league. He's elite at getting to the rim. He's elite at drawing fouls. He has a really good mid-range game. I think the open-ended question with him and just the fit with Luka is going to be the defense, the athleticism. I also think Austin has not shot the ball well from three the last few postseasons. So I think that there's an element of his legs maybe wearing down as the season progresses. But I'll say this, even with some of the rocky play he had in the playoffs, coming off of the injury after a 1-month absence, you take out game one, which I think was a disaster. Games 2 to games 4, he averaged 25 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, and shot 51% and 39% on threes. Like, those are elite numbers against OKC, which is by far the toughest defense for backcourt players. I mean, we just saw last night, Stephon Castle had 11 turnovers against them. Like, they turn you over, they limit your efficiency, and outside of a really rough game 1, which took Austin a beat to figure out OKC's defense, he had a couple of monster games after that, and was a much better player after that game 1. So I think some of the stuff with Austin and the criticism has been a bit overblown. There's certainly things defensively, three-point shooting, turnovers that he can be better with, but I think he checks the box of the type of guy you would want next to Luka as that backcourt sidekick.
Okay. Jovan, that was some great insight. We got to let you go real quick. This is a yes or no answer right here. If they keep Luka, Austin, LeBron, and build around, can this be a championship team? I know it's
yes.
All right. You heard it here from Lakers insider Jovan Buha. We appreciate you. We got to get you back soon.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much for coming on. We're going to take a quick break here. We want to hear from you, LA. So we're opening the phone lines, 855-975-2326, 855-97-LA-FAN. We want to know if you think that if they keep all three, this can be a Lakers championship team that can compete with OKC and the Spurs. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to dive into that. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan.
Ritz Plumbing. No.